Chapter 1, My Buddy's Mom. Zhengcheng University. Noon. Su Yang, what do you mean? What's wrong, buddy? You still know I'm your buddy? What kind of look was that when you saw my mom last night?
No, buddy, don't get me wrong, I just looked at your auntie and she looks so much like a friend of mine, that's all.
Su Yang looked at his buddy Yang Xia with some embarrassment and waved his hand quickly. The two were classmates at Zhengcheng University.
Although Yang Xia was a girl, she dressed like a boy and didn't sound like a girl at all. Su Yang was her only good friend and they were quite close. Yesterday was Yang Xia's birthday, and she invited Su Yang to her house. After meeting Yang Xia's mother, Su Yang felt that she looked a lot like someone. This person had appeared in his dreams for many years. Ever since he can remember, he has often dreamed of a young and beautiful girl. He feels that this girl is very familiar, but just can't remember who she is. Just as he met Yang Xia's mother, he suddenly felt a burst of noise in his head, and he was completely stunned. The beautiful girl in his dream looked extremely similar to her mother, Yang Shui.
Moreover, Yang Shui also looked as if she had been struck by lightning when she saw Su Yang. The two of them looked at each other for a full 10 seconds. However, although Yang Shui was shocked, she did not show it too obviously. After 10 seconds, she hurriedly went back to her room and never came out again. The originally good birthday dinner was thus ruined by the arrival of Su Yang, which made Yang Xia very unhappy. I'll tell you, Su Yang, you'd better not have any bad thoughts. We're brothers, but if you dare to lay a hand on my mother, I won't let you off. Yang Xia looked at Su Yang with a depressed expression and slapped him on the shoulder. I really regret bringing him home. She saw very clearly yesterday that when Su Yang saw her mother, his straight gaze and wide mouth made it seem like he had met the goddess of his dreams, except he was drooling. What are you talking about, Yang Xia? No matter how much of an animal I am, I would never hit on your mother. I just think she looks a lot like a friend of mine, really. Su Yang quickly shook his head and reached out to rub his shoulder. That slap really hurt. Ha, that's more like it. Yang Xia's depressed expression eased up when she heard Su Yang say that. After school today, come home with me again. What? Go to your house again? Su Yang couldn't help but be taken aback, and her heart suddenly started pounding. That's strange. Why does my heart start pounding whenever I mention Yang Xia's mother? She just looks a lot like the girl in my dream. Could there be a connection between the two? Yes, my mom also said that you look like an old friend of hers, and she wants to meet you and chat with you. Su Yang, you're saying that your dad isn't my mom's old lover, right? Ha ha ha. Yang Xia reached out and patted Su Yang on the shoulder, and suddenly couldn't help but laugh. Ha? Su Yang froze for a moment, and couldn't help but ponder. How could this be possible? Yang Xia's mom is the president of a major company, a strong woman, that's really not simple. And his father, Su Yang, is an honest man. He owns a small tobacco shop in his hometown, which supports the family. How could these two people meet? It's impossible. Su Yang frowned and shook his head. Who knows if it's possible or not, just come home with me after school. Okay TZ, I'm going back to the dormitory, bye. Yang Xia shook her short hair and waved her hand before striding off. Looking at her back, Su Yang couldn't help but ponder. Yang Xia's mother really looked a lot like the girl in his dreams, almost like she was a little girl. And when he saw her, Su Yang's reaction was so big, his heart was pounding for some inexplicable reason. Growing up, he had never had such a reaction before. If Yang Xia's mother was beautiful, then she was indeed quite beautiful. She had a voluptuous figure, mature and glamorous, with an outstanding temperament. But even so, there was no reason for such a strange reaction. It was as if she had suddenly seen a close loved one after waiting for countless years. Her whole body went numb all of a sudden. Now, just thinking about being able to see her again, her heart couldn't help but beat wildly. It was really strange. The afternoon class was a bit of a trial. Su Yang, who had always studied hard, was lost in thought several times. Finally, school was over. Let's go, Su Yang, come home with me. Oh, okay. TZ, what's wrong with you this afternoon? Why were you always lost in thought during class? It's nothing. Su Yang casually laughed to cover up Yang Xia's puzzled look. By the way, Su Yang, I was wondering if you might be my mom's former son? Cough cough. Yang Xia's brain hole made Su Yang unable to hold back for a moment. Don't guess, how could this be possible? But it's true, you don't look alike at all. If you were really mother and son, you should look more alike. Yang Xia is Yang Shue's adopted daughter, she told Su Yang earlier. Her mother Yang Shui has never married and has always been single. That's right. Su Yang nodded absent-mindedly, and Yang Shue's figure kept popping up in his mind. After leaving school, the two took a taxi to Yang Xia's home. Yang Xia's home was not far from school, but it was only a 10-minute drive. After a while, Su Yang followed Yang Xia to her home. My mom's not back yet, come on, let's go to my room and play games. Okay. Su Yang nodded and followed Yang Xia directly to her room. He and this tomboy belonged to a purely friendly relationship, and he never thought much about it normally. So just going to her so-called boudoir naturally didn't make him think twice. Yang Xia, can your room be even messy, eh? What? What's wrong with being messy? I'm a pure man. Although her mother always criticized her for not acting like a girl, she continued to do as she pleased and simply wouldn't listen. She also tends to leave things lying around. But Yang Shui is usually quite busy, so she only helps her tidy up occasionally. Click. The two of them had just sat down and turned on their computers when the front door rang. My mom's here. Forget it, we can't play anymore. Let's go out. Oh, okay. In an instant, Su Yang's heart started pounding again. Chapter 2. You look a lot like an old friend of mine. As Yang Xia followed her out of the room, Su Yang immediately saw Yang Shui, who had just entered the house. Hello, Auntie. With difficulty suppressing the pounding of his heart, Su Yang politely greeted her. After all, his buddy Yang Xia was right next to him, and it would be bad to stare directly at the other person's mother. Anyway, he was currently very confused and had no idea why this was happening. It was like an inexplicable emotion bursting from the depths of his soul, leaving him completely at a loss. Hello, Su Yang. Yang Shui's expression was neutral as she met Su Yang's eyes and nodded slightly. Xia, go back to your room. I want to talk to Su Yang about something. Oh, and I've ordered takeaway, so I won't be cooking today. Okay, Mom. With a simple response, Yang Xia obediently nodded and turned to go back to her room. Follow me. After seeing her daughter go back to her room and close the door, Yang Shui turned to Su Yang with a slightly flashing look in her eyes, as if her heart was very restless. Then, she led Su Yang to the study. The door to the study closed. Su Yang, sit. Thank you, Auntie. Looking at Yang Shui, whose eyes were slightly flashing, Su Yang could tell that her heart seemed to be very restless as well. There was a tea table in the study. After the two of them sat down, Yang Shui skillfully began to make tea. Her movements were graceful, like flowing clouds and running water. Su Yang watched her silently, not intending to speak first. After a pot of water boiled, Yang Shui brewed the tea, poured it and placed it in front of Su Yang. Su Yang, you are very much like an old friend of mine. Saying this, she stood up, opened the bookcase behind her and took out a small wooden box from inside. The box was still locked. After she unlocked it, she took out a small photo frame from inside and handed it to Su Yang. Take a look. Su Yang carefully took the photo frame and was stunned after just one glance. Isn't this his own photo? Apart from the clothes he's wearing, the appearance and figure are exactly the same. Su Yang looked up and happened to meet Yang Shui's gaze fixed on him. That gaze seemed to convey an indescribable sadness and longing. Auntie, this person in the photo. Well, he's a very good friend of yours. Yang Shui nodded, still staring at Su Yang without taking her eyes off him as she carefully sized him up. Su Yang felt a little embarrassed. It was really strange for an 18-year-old guy to be stared at closely by a mature and beautiful aunt. Not to mention the fact that she was also his buddy's mom. By the way, Su Yang, what's your father's name? Oh, my father's name is Su Kan. Su Yang couldn't help but be taken aback. What does this have to do with my father? Besides, my father doesn't look anything like the man in the photo. Su Kan. Yang Shui pondered for a moment, then shook her head slightly. She didn't know anyone named Su Kan. Auntie, what's the name of the man in this photo? Su Yang said, handing the photo frame to Yang Shui. His name is also Su Yang. Oh. What a coincidence. Not only does the person in this photo look like me, but we even have the same name. 18 years ago, my friend was also 18 years old. When I saw you for the first time yesterday, I really thought he had come back. Oh, so he was your boyfriend? Looking at Yang Shui's sad and pensive eyes, Su Yang could easily guess the two of them's relationship. Yes.
She looked up and stared at Su Yang again, her eyes revealing a hint of loss.
You two really do look so much alike.
But there is a small green mole on his right arm. I heard that moles are the mark of the soul.
Ah. Su Yang couldn't help but be shocked again. No way. Can things really be that coincidental?
Su Yang rolled up his sleeve and revealed the small green mole on his right arm. According to his parents, he had had this mole since birth.
Yang Shui watched Su Yang's movements in surprise, and then she saw the mole at a glance.
She stood up suddenly and reached out to grasp his arm.
Yes. This is the spot. Even the size, shape, and color of the small blue mole are exactly the same.
You. Yang Shui gripped Su Yang's arm tightly, and her whole body trembled slightly.
Why? Why are there two people in the world who look so similar? Is this the dead lover who has returned to find himself? Is Su Yang really you come back? Unconsciously.
Yang Shui's eyes could not help but turn red, and even crystal tears oozed out.
Auntie
was grasping her arm from such a close distance that Su Yang could not help but feel slightly embarrassed. This is Yang Xia's mother. If she were to discover this ambiguous scene, she would definitely fly into a rage.
Ding dong dong.
At this moment, Yang Shui's phone suddenly rang. She looked at her phone, her eyes slightly embarrassed, and quickly let go of Su Yang's arm. Ms. Yang, your takeaway is here, please open the door and collect your order.
Okay, just a moment,
said Yang Shui, quickly walking out of the study. So far, Su Yang had not told her about the dream he had been having since childhood. He thought about waiting until Aunt Yang Shui had finished saying what she wanted to say, and then he would speak.
Although there was no direct evidence to prove anything, Su Yang always felt that there must be an extraordinary relationship between him and Yang Shui. Otherwise, how could there be such a coincidence in the world? He had a vague suspicion in his heart. And this suspicion became stronger and stronger as he interacted with Yang Shui. It even made him more and more excited. Squeak! Yang Shui pushed the door open and returned, carrying 2 lunchboxes in her hands. Su Yang, I didn't cook today, so let's eat together, okay?
Yang Shui walked over and placed the lunchboxes on the table in front of Su Yang. Her voice was slightly strange.
It seemed it had become a little softer than before. Okay, thanks, Auntie.
Su Yang watched Yang Shui sit in the chair opposite, gracefully open the lunchbox. And a strange expression cross her face.
Chapter 3 Auntie, you have a really nice smile. Su Yang, why are you looking at me like that?
Yang Shui looked up and saw Su Yang's slightly dazed eyes, and couldn't help but smile.
The
strings of her heart, which had been dusty for 18 years, seemed to have been plucked suddenly.
What familiar eyes! They really looked a lot like Su Yang's from 18 years ago.
This boy in front of her might be the result of God's pity for her years of pining, and he had arranged for him to come back to find her again.
Could he be her lover from 18 years ago? Yang Shui wasn't sure.
But a gentle spring breeze suddenly blew through her frozen heart. The ice gradually melted, and a light green tint appeared in everything.
Auntie!
Su Yang smiled sheepishly and scratched her hair.
Auntie, you look really pretty when you smile, he said, expressing his innermost feelings.
From the first meeting yesterday to the conversation they were having today, this was the first time Yang Shui had smiled.
In Su Yang's opinion, she really was very pretty and charming. Really?
Yang Shui wasn't angry, and there was even more of a smile on her face. She stared at Su Yang without taking her eyes off him, and there was even a hint of aggression in her eyes.
Well, yes, Auntie. You really do look very good when you smile.
With Yang Shui's beautiful smile, Su Yang's heart beat faster, and he even felt a vague sense of discomfort.
Su Yang, are you and Yang Xia just good friends?
Su Yang was going to talk about his dreams, but Yang Shui asked first.
Yes, Auntie, we are just good friends.
Ever since we first entered university, we have been like 2 peas in a pod.
It's true to say that we are good friends.
Yang Xia has the personality of a brat, and you wouldn't even think that she is a girl.
Are you really not attracted to each other? It's okay, Su Yang, just tell me the truth. If you really have feelings for each other, I will definitely support you.
Yang Shui smiled at Su Yang, but there was a hint of worry in her eyes.
No, Auntie, Yang Xia and I are really just good friends. There's really nothing else. In fact, I've always seen him as a boy. Oh. Yang Shui nodded with a smile and pointed her finger at the lunchbox in front of Su Yang. Su Yang, don't just look at your auntie, eat. Oh, eat. Su Yang couldn't help but smile sheepishly, quickly opened the lunchbox and picked up the chopsticks. Auntie, I've actually seen you before. He took a bite of rice and looked at the mature and beautiful Yang Shui a little embarrassed. Eating with such a mature and beautiful woman really made him happier and happier. Oh? Tell me. Yang Shui looked up at Su Yang and the smile in her eyes grew even stronger. And she couldn't help but look at him carefully for a moment. The more she looked, the more she felt that the boy in front of her might be the lover she had longed for 18 years. The way he spoke, the way he walked, even the way he looked at her. All gave her a long-lost sense of familiarity. If he hadn't returned, how could they be so similar? Even the little mole on his arm was exactly the same. In a trance, Yang Shui felt like she had returned 18 years ago. Su Yang couldn't help reaching out and stroking her lover's face. In an instant, Su Yang felt as if the whole of her body had been electrocuted. The warm, soft hands gently stroked his face. And the eyes, which were filled with joy, contained an indescribable love. Su Yang was so scared that she didn't dare to speak. For fear that if she did, she would break the strange atmosphere. A moment later. Su Yang, say something. Yang Shui quickly realized her faux pas and quickly withdrew her hand, brushing the hair in front of her forehead. Her beautiful face instantly turned pink. Well. Su Yang also hurriedly calmed his heart, which had almost jumped out of his chest. He thought there would be some sort of next move. He didn't expect it to end so quickly. Auntie, actually, you may not believe what I say, but I promise you that everything I say is true. Su Yang, don't keep me in suspense, just tell me. Yang Shui was amused by Su Yang's words. She stroked her slightly flushed face and then looked at the boy across from her with interest. Having come to her senses, she looked at Su Yang with a hint of a lover in her heart. Okay, here goes. Ever since I can remember, I have often dreamed of a young and beautiful girl, about 17 or 18 years old. She wore a white dress with black polka dots, and she looked exactly like my aunt. Su Yang stared at Yang Shui's pretty face with some embarrassment, and began to speak. A white dress with black polka dots. Yang Shui was startled and immediately stood up, turning around and opening the bookcase behind her. She quickly took out an album. Clatter. She was seen quickly flipping through the pages, seemingly desperately searching for something. After a moment, she found a photo in the album and turned around to hand it to Su Yang. Yes. Su Yang was stunned when he saw the photo in Yang Shui's hand. The girl in the dream was exactly like the one in the photo. The dress she was wearing, the sandals on her feet, and the bow in her hair were exactly the same. Auntie, is this a picture of you when you were young? Yes. The girl in my dream is exactly the same. Really? Looking at Su Yang's eyes, Yang Shui couldn't help but freeze. In a moment, her mind thought of a lot. Well, it's true. Su Yang nodded, looking down at Yang Shui's hands, which were gripping his arm in excitement. The two were very close. And a mature, faint fragrance rushed to Su Yang's nostrils, causing him to become a little distracted for a moment. Could it be that she really was, as he had guessed, his lover from a previous life? Otherwise, how could there be so many coincidences? Otherwise, why did seeing her make him feel a sense of nostalgia? And his heart inexplicably began to race, his mind vibrating. As if he had suddenly seen a long-lost lover. Chapter 4, The Beloved I Can't Wait For. Is there something else? After a moment, Yang Shui forced herself to calm down again and secretly adjusted her emotions. She turned around, sat back down in her chair, picked up her chopsticks, and slowly began to eat again. But she was extremely unsettled inside. She knew very well that the boy in front of her was only 18 years old, the same age as her daughter. But the information they had exchanged seemed to indicate one truth. That is, the boy in front of her is most likely her former lover Yang Shui, who has come back to find her in this life. In fact, I have had many dreams, but I can only remember the aunt's face most clearly, and I can't think of the rest for the time being. Su Yang pondered for a moment, and now her mind was in a whirl, and she really couldn't think of anything for a while. Now both of them had the same guess in their hearts, but neither of them was embarrassed to say it out loud. Yang Shui felt that he was her daughter's classmate and good friend. Su Yang felt that she was the mother of his classmate. Oh, it's okay. I'll tell you later when I remember, okay? Auntie is really interested in these dreams of yours. Maybe we were really good friends in a previous life.
Yang Shui stared intently into Su Yang's eyes and smiled tenderly. But the spring breeze that had blown in her heart
could no longer be stopped.
The look in her eyes when she looked at Su Yang also carried an indescribable flavor. From any perspective, he looked like the boy she had loved so deeply before. She has been hiding him in her heart for 18 years now, and never expected him to suddenly appear before Yang Shui's eyes.
How could she not be excited? How could she not be happy?
Even if he is just an 18-year-old boy, it still cannot stop the fire in her heart.
Good auntie.
Su Yang looked at Yang Shui's eyes, which were fixed on her, and felt her face getting hot.
This auntie's eyes are so captivating.
She stared at Su Yang unabashedly, even with a hint of indescribable domineering.
Su Yang, here's my WeChat, add me, and we'll be good friends, right?
Yang Shui forcibly suppressed her excitement and opened her WeChat QR code.
Well, we're good friends. With a crisp voice, Su Yang saw Yang Shui's WeChat screen name. Unweighted lover. In an instant, Su Yang's heart couldn't help but ache. This beautiful auntie in front of him should be his former lover, right? Now I have come back in my reincarnation. And unexpectedly I have met you again? Because there is no immersive memory, these are just Su Yang's guesses. Su Yang, about what we talked about today, let's not tell Xiaoxia for now, okay?
I'm afraid this child will think too much.
About the nice auntie. Su Yang nodded. Even if Yang Shui didn't say it, he definitely wouldn't dare to tell the truth.
I believe Yang Xia has never seen the photos in her locket.
Well, what we just talked about, let's keep it a little secret between the two of us, okay?
Yang Shui looked at Su Yang tenderly, with a look in her eyes that could melt people.
Okay, auntie.
Looking at her eyes, Su Yang couldn't help but feel a moment of absent-mindedness. He could clearly feel that her attitude towards him was really different from before.
Although she didn't say anything explicitly, Su Yang could feel an indescribable warmth. Then she said to the others, "You are the child of a good friend of mine, okay? Xia Xia is included too. Okay."
Feeling Yang Shui's slightly fiery gaze on her, Su Yang's head quickly became a little dizzy.
So if auntie contacts you in the future, will you reply to me? Of course I will.
Su Yang didn't hesitate at all and simply agreed.
Okay.
Yang Shui looked at the long-lost face, and her heart couldn't help but pound.
She was even certain.
The boy in front of her was the reincarnation of her former lover. Although this kind of thing may sound a bit ridiculous, everything in front of her made her believe it. She and her former lover Su Yang had been childhood sweethearts, and later they both got into Jiangcheng University. That day, while they were shopping together, an out-of-control dump truck suddenly rushed at them. In a critical moment, Su Yang suddenly pushed Yang Shui away.
However, he was unable to avoid the truck in time and was run over. Right in front of Yang Shui's eyes.
This tragedy happened that she could never let go of in her life.
Since then,
Yang Shui has closed her heart and has never accepted any other man, until now.
But last night,
she suddenly saw Su Yang appear before her alive again, which made her feel confused.
She didn't get much sleep last night.
Today, after she talked with Su Yang, the spring breeze suddenly blew in her heart, which had been frozen for 18 years. The ice began to melt, and everything began to revive. After a while, the two finished eating their lunchboxes in a slightly strange atmosphere.
Su Yang, have some more tea, I'll go check on Xiaoxia.
Yang Shui looked at Su Yang with an indescribable smile and tenderness in her eyes.
Okay, auntie.
Looking at Yang Shui, whose face was flushed, Su Yang's heart was filled with excitement that never subsided. He could clearly feel that Yang Shui's attitude towards him was no longer that of an ordinary friend. Because in the eyes looking at him, there was joy, affection, ambiguity, and even a hint of domineering that he could not refuse.
Saying that,
Yang Shui stood up, came over to Su Yang's side, and deliberately or unintentionally patted him on the shoulder. Then she left the study.
Yang Xia's room.
She had already finished eating her lunchbox and was wearing headphones, absorbed in playing a game.
Click.
The door was pushed open and her mother came in.
Mom.
Yang Xia moved her finger and the screen switched to the desktop.
Silly girl, as long as you finish your homework, you can play games whenever you want. Mom doesn't restrict you.
Yang Shui said, and sat down in the chair next to her.
Mom, did you finish chatting with Su-yeon? Yes, we're done.
Yang Shui smiled and stroked her daughter's short hair. My daughter would be especially pretty if she let her hair grow longer and tied it in pigtails. No, Mom, I still feel comfortable with it this way.
But if you keep it this way, you'll miss the chance to meet the boys who like you.
Yang Shui looked at her daughter with a smile, as if she wanted to get an answer.
Chapter 5. No way, I need to talk to him about this. What? Mom, what did you say? Yang Xia couldn't help but freeze in shock.
She looked up at her mother, her eyes wide. Mom, you mean Su Yang is a really nice kid, and he's the child of a good friend of mine.
Mom, haha.
Yang Xia suddenly remembered what she had guessed when she was chatting with Su Yang, and couldn't help but laugh.
Silly girl, what are you laughing at? Mom, you're not really related to Su Yang's father, are you? Ha ha. You silly girl, just because his father and I are good friends doesn't mean it's not possible, does it? We're talking about you now, don't change the subject. Okay, of course it's possible. Right, what's the matter with me?
Yang Xia suppressed her laughter and turned to look at her mother.
Still pretending to be stupid with me? You've never brought a boy home before, Su Yang is still the first, do you really think I'm blind?
Yang Shui smiled, stroked her daughter's short hair, and sighed slightly. This silly girl has never looked like a girl since she was little.
Oh, Mom, you're really wrong. Not only have I never brought a boy home before, but I've never brought a girl home either. Su Yang and I are really just friends. I've never had the slightest thought of being a boyfriend or girlfriend. Mom! Could it be that Su Yang told you that he likes me? No, it's impossible. No, I have to talk to him about this. Yang Xia said, and suddenly stood up. What's wrong with you? If you keep talking nonsense like this, we won't be good friends anymore. Come back.
Yang Shui reached out and grabbed her daughter's arm.
This silly girl. Mom is just trying to get you to talk, why get so excited? Silly girl, sit down.
Mom is saying that Su Yang is a very nice young man and he is also the child of my good friend.
No, Mom, I really don't have any thoughts about him in that regard. Really, please spare me. Really? Really, as true as pearls.
Yang Xia nodded her head like a chick eating rice.
Okay, Mom knows.
Yang Shui stroked her daughter's hair and let out a long sigh.
So? Very good.
Mom, if you really think Su Yang is good, you can adopt him as your godson, and that way I'll have an extra brother.
Go on, stop it. Okay, you go play, Mom's going out. Oh, and Xiaoxia, Su Yang will be living with us from now on, after all, he's the child of my good friend. That's fine, Mom, of course there's no issue. Ha, that way the two of us can play games together. Okay, play games.
Yang Shui couldn't help but smile and shake her head, before leaving her daughter's room.
Su Yang, you can stay with Auntie from now on. You and Xiaoxia can go to school and back together, okay?
Yang Shui returned to the study and sat back down in the chair opposite Su Yang. There was a hint of unyielding passion in her gaze.
Auntie, is that okay?
Looking at the passion in Yang Shui's eyes, Su Yang felt his mind constantly wandering, and his body felt as if it was being scorched.
What's wrong with removing the word ma?
Yang Shui stood up, gently came to Su Yang's side, and placed her hand on his shoulder.
Aren't you no longer Auntie's best friend? Of course I am. Su Yang smiled sheepishly and quickly shook his head. Are you kidding?
Not to mention his past life with Yang Shui, even if he were just faced with such a mature and beautiful older sister, he would have unreservedly agreed.
Well, then stay. There's plenty of room at home, so you can stay in the guest room next to mine. Okay, Auntie. Su Yang nodded, naturally without any hesitation. He was just slightly worried about how he would get along with his buddy Yang Xia in the future. He had obviously promised her that he would not miss Yang Shui. But now things were completely out of control. Come, Su Yang, come with Auntie and take a look at your room. Seeing Su Yang agree, Yang Shui couldn't help but pat his shoulder, her eyes full of inexpressible happiness. Good. Su Yang nodded and followed Yang Shui to the next secondary bedroom. This room was originally meant for Yang Xia, but the girl didn't like the layout of the room. It's just right, and you'll be living here in the future. Thank you, Auntie. Looking at the well-equipped room, Su Yang nodded slightly. He was well aware of Yang Shui's feelings for him, and that she might have already regarded him as her former lover.
In fact, Su Yang no longer wanted to call her aunt. Once lovers, now reunited, even if there is a difference of 18 years, in fact, one should no longer call her aunt.
It's just that Su Yang's experience was not as strong as Yang Shui's.
Because Su Yang only had some dreams, and did not have the deep feelings of childhood sweethearts in Yang Shui's memories, nor did he miss her for 18 years.
Su Yang, in the future, when we are alone, can you stop calling me aunt? Do you understand what I mean?
Yang Shui placed her hand on the outside of Su Yang's arm and looked straight at him with her eyes. There was an indescribable sparkle in her eyes, and her face flushed slightly. She was increasingly convinced that the 18-year-old boy in front of her must be her former lover.
Then when we're alone, I'll call you sister, okay?
Okay. Yang Shui looked at Su Yang, who looked exactly the same as he had 18 years ago, and an indescribable affection shone in her eyes. But time has passed, and now she is 36 years old, while the man in front of her is just an 18-year-old boy.
And he is still as handsome as ever. This made the heart of an old girl who had been frozen for 18 years erupt like a volcano. If it weren't for the superhuman willpower she had cultivated over the years, she might have long since been unable to hold back and throw herself into Su Yang's arms. That was 18 years of longing.
Wait a minute, I'll go get Xiaoxia's slippers and pajamas.
Tomorrow, I'll buy you some new ones.
Yang Shui stroked her slightly flushed face and walked out of Su Yang's room.
Yang Xiao's pajamas.
Su Yang thought to himself, that's right, this friend of mine only has men's clothes, so his pajamas must also be men's.
Okay, just make do with them for now. I'll just go get my own things from the dormitory. Chapter 6. I treat you as a buddy, but you want to be.
Su Yang, Xiaoxia's pajamas are a bit short on you, see if you can get by for the day, tomorrow I'll buy you new ones. In no time, Yang Shui brought a set of men's pajamas and tried them on Su Yang.
It's okay, sister, they'll do. I have pajamas, I can go get them from the dorm tomorrow. Smelling the charming scent emanating from Yang Shui's body, Su Yang couldn't help but become lost in thought again.
Growing up, he had never had a member of the opposite sex so close to him before. And she was a mature and beautiful older sister. And she was looking at him with deep affection.
No need to get it, I'll buy you new ones.
Yang Shui looked at Su Yang, her voice soft but with a hint of something that refused to be refused. It was as if Su Yang was a treasure she had just regained, and she wanted to give him her best and could not refuse.
Okay, sister. Feeling Yang Shui's fiery gaze, Su Yang really couldn't refuse anything. Well, go take a shower.
There's a bathroom outside, and there's also one in my room.
You can shower wherever you want.
Yang Shui patted Su Yang's arm and suddenly a hint of shyness appeared in her eyes. For the first time in 18 years, she was this close to a boy. Although she knew in her heart that this boy was the one she had longed for.
But even if she hadn't changed, he was different from before.
After all, Su Yang didn't have any memories of the past, just some dreams about her.
In his eyes, it might just seem like an older sister trying to woo him.
Although Yang Shui understood all this, she didn't care.
18 years of pining made her not want to think about it so much. Even if she was hitting on him, so what? Even if she was an old cow eating tender grass, so what? He was clearly the one she loved the most. At most, it would be like falling in love with him all over again. Okay, thanks, sister. Su Yang, don't say thank you to your sister, okay? It was hard for my sister to meet you.
As she said this, Yang Shui placed her pajamas in Su Yang's hands, and her eyes seemed to be a little red. Su Yang nodded silently, still quite moved. Looking at this mature and beautiful older sister in front of him, who was so enthusiastic about him, his heart really couldn't help but stir. But Yang Xia's words kept coming to mind. And this was still in her house. Although he understood that the woman in front of him should be his lover from a previous life, he still didn't dare to act impulsively. In case Yang Xia barged in, it could be quite troublesome in the future.
I thought of you as a buddy. And you want to be my father?
Go take a shower, we have a long life ahead of us, I will be good to you in the future, don't refuse me. Yang Shui finished speaking, and a blush instantly appeared on her face, then she smiled shyly and turned to leave Su Yang's room.
Ha! Su Yang couldn't help but secretly smile to himself, who would refuse? Such a nice big sister. Even if you don't take the initiative, I will find a way to get close to you. What boy can resist the temptation of a mature and beautiful older sister? Su Yang took the pajamas and walked out of the room, preparing to go to the bathroom outside to take a shower. Brother, you want to take a shower? Let me go first. I can't hold it in anymore.
As soon as he walked out of the room, he saw Yang Xia rushing out of the room with his hands over his stomach, also holding pajamas in his hands.
Okay, you go first. The smell of the toilet is better left to you. Brother, my mom also has a bathroom in her room, you can go there too, click.
Yang Xia finished speaking and ran into the bathroom outside, then closed the door.
Crackling, clanking. With a strange sound, Su Yang couldn't help but twitch his mouth corners.
It seems that I can only go to Yang Shue's room to take a shower.
Knock, knock, knock. Su Yang went to her door and knocked twice lightly. Wait a moment.
Yang Shue's gentle voice soon came from inside.
After a moment,
the door opened and Yang Shui walked out. She had changed from her previous business attire into pajamas, and her long hair, which she had worn up, now fell down.
A strong sense of domestic warmth made Su Yang's eyes momentarily wander. Su Yang, do you want to take a shower? Come in.
Turning her head to look at the light in the bathroom outside, Yang Shui nodded gently and reached out to pull Su Yang's sleeve. Walking into the bedroom, the whole room was filled with the charming fragrance of her body. The room was very tidy and warm.
Come on, Su Yang, you go take a shower first.
Leave your clothes here later, and I'll wash them for you.
HM.
Looking at Yang Shui's affectionate eyes, Su Yang nodded. He suppressed his excitement and carefully felt the unusual care that Yang Shui had brought him. In fact, this older sister really had a strong aura, as if she were saying the gentlest words, but with an unstoppable momentum. Just as he was about to enter the bathroom, Yang Shui placed her hands on his back and gave it a gentle rub twice.
Go.
Okay, sister.
With that, Su Yang entered the bathroom and closed the door. Phew.
Su Yang patted her pounding heart to calm it down a little. Then she took off her clothes and started showering. A guy's shower is still pretty quick, and it only takes about 10 minutes to wash from head to toe.
When Su Yang changed into Yang Xiao's pajamas, she noticed that they were indeed a bit short. Okay, I'll just make do for the day. Su Yang, come here, I'll blow dry your hair.
Yang Shui held the hairdryer in her hand, stared at Su Yang with interest, and pointed to the chair in front of the dressing table. He nodded with a smile and silently sat down in the chair. He let Yang Shui blow dry his hair next to him.
Phew.
The noise of the hairdryer mixed with Yang Shui's fragrance, and Su Yang quickly became excited again. He glanced at the door, which was closed. So with one reach, he wrapped his arms around Yang Shui's waist.
Air.
With a soft gasp, she stiffened slightly, then turned off the hairdryer in her hand. She wrapped her arms around Su Yang's head and held him in her arms. Then she pressed her face against his hair and carefully felt his temperature.
For a moment,
it seemed that the whole world had become quiet. The only sound was the sound of her rapid breathing.
Chapter 7. This is obviously the relationship between a father-in-law and daughter-in-law.
After an unknown period of time, Yang Shui suddenly took a step back, then shoved the hairdryer into Su Yang's hands, and she quickly walked into the bathroom.
Knock knock.
With a few crisp knocks on the door, Yang Xia barged in.
Damn, Su Yang, you're even more of a womanizer than I am.
I'm done washing, and you're not even done cleaning up yet.
Let's go, let's play some games.
Yang Xia glanced in the direction of the bathroom and reached out to take Su Yang's arm.
Okay, let's go, I'll play. Games with you. Su Yang couldn't help but secretly admire Yang Xia's quick wit. If she hadn't reacted so quickly, Yang Xia would have walked in on a very embarrassing scene.
Ha ha, my pajamas look like cropped pants on you. Yang Xia tugged on Su Yang's arm and the two of them walked into her room together.
It's so nice and cool in these shorts. Come sit. Lao Tai, I'm a little curious. What exactly is the relationship between your dad and my mom? Yang Xia asked curiously while playing games. Ahem. Don't be ridiculous. They are just good friends, what other kind of relationship could there be?
Su Yang scratched his head a little embarrassedly. This is obviously the relationship between a father-in-law and daughter-in-law.
You little brat, oh no, what are you thinking, you little girl? Ha, I don't believe it anyway.
If it weren't for the fact that you don't look like my mom, I would have called you brother.
Forget brother, just call me uncle. That sounds more comfortable. Get lost, you're lucky I'm calling you uncle. Damn, Su Yang, you don't really have feelings for my mom, do you? What are you talking about?
Your mom and my dad are best friends.
That's right. It seems like I was overthinking it.
But it feels like my mom cares a lot about you, so I was thinking, their relationship must be unusual.
So what if it's unusual? Who says you can't have a good friend? Well, you're right. Yang Xia nodded as he played the game. Shit. I've been shot. Come on, you play for a while.
Yang Xia got up depressed and let Su Yang sit in front of the computer.
By the way, Su Yang, you don't have any thoughts about me, do you? Yesterday, when my mom asked me, it scared me a lot. Holy shit. Are you kidding me? Su Yang couldn't help but be shocked. What the hell is going on?
According to our family hierarchy, you should at least call me uncle.
How the hell could I possibly have any thoughts about you? What are you thinking?
Just as I said, we are best friends, how could we have such messed up thoughts?
Oh yeah, teasy, I think that little girl in the next class is pretty cute. Holy shit.
Su Yang couldn't help but be taken aback, and turned his head to look at Yang Xia.
What the hell, this kid actually likes little girls. You mean the one with the braided pigtails? Yes, what about her? What do you think of her? She's a bit skinny, but I think she's really sweet. What, you like her?
Su Yang remembered very clearly that Yang Xia had whistled at the little girl at least twice. The little girl was quite honest and introverted, and she ran away in fear, trembling.
Yeah, don't you like this kind of little girl?
She's so obedient and I want to protect her.
But if you like her too, we can compete.
Yang Xia casually patted Su Yang on the shoulder.
Damn it. Su Yang risked internal injury and held back his laughter. Protecting a little girl is a man's job. You're a tomboy. What makes you happy? No, you can have her. I'm not going to fight you for her. You really aren't going to fight me?
Okay, then I'll start courting her right away, just don't be jealous of me.
No, I'll start courting her tomorrow. By the way, Su Yang, when you start courting a girl, you're supposed to do this, right? Send flowers?
Yang Xia patted Su Yang on the shoulder and paused the game with one hand.
Holy cow. You're serious? Yes, I'm so handsome, don't I deserve to woo a girl? Of course you do.
You have to create opportunities to meet her, like on the street, in the cafeteria, or in the library.
And then? Then you strike up a conversation, being humorous and gentlemanly, got it? Don't just whistle at her. You've already scared her off twice. Oh, I see.
Yang Xia gave himself a sharp slap on the head, looking regretful.
It's fine, you can just apologize to her later.
Besides, with your looks, if you act a little more gentlemanly, you'll definitely be able to get her.
Really?
Yang Xia couldn't help but beam with joy at the news, and even started dancing a little in his excitement.
Well, there shouldn't be any issues. But
Su Yang looked at Yang Xia, taking him in from top to bottom, and his face turned a little difficult.
But what?
Don't worry, I'll find a way to handle her. Yang Xia could see from Su Yang's expression that he was naturally very clear about what he was worried about.
Haven't you heard this saying before?
You always thought you liked men, but the truth is that it's because you haven't met the woman of your dreams yet. Su Yang couldn't help but nod. This really does sound like it makes a bit of sense.
Right, look at me, do I look like a woman? Pa! Yang Xia said, reaching up to pat his chest. It really is nothing special.
From the outside, it's really hard to tell that she's a girl. In the beginning, the two of them didn't know each other. It was the beginning of the first semester. Su Yang had no idea that Yang Xia was actually a girl. That day, he watched Yang Xia run towards the women's bathroom, so he called out to her. He thought she was a peeping Tom. The two of them almost got into a fight. Yang Xia was so angry that she almost took off her clothes in public, but in the end, she took out her ID card and let Su Yang take a look.
Su Yang was so embarrassed.
But since then, the two have become best friends.
Squeak.
The two were chatting happily when Yang Shui walked in with a smile on her face. She was brushing her long hair with a comb as she walked.
What are you two chatting about? You look so happy. Chapter 8 Mom, why don't you adopt Su Yang as your godson? Mom, we were talking about studying. By the way, Mom, Su Yang and I are going to the library tomorrow to read.
Yang Xia said, looking at Su Yang and winking.
Lying to your mother, you have to have your brother cover for you.
Tomorrow, Mom is going to take Su Yang to buy some clothes. Before Su Yang could say anything, Yang Shui spoke up with her own plan.
Oh, is that so? Yang Xia couldn't help but secretly feel happy.
That's good, it saves the boy from competing with me.
If that little girl takes a fancy to Su Yang, then she, Yang Xia, will lose out big time. It's fine, Mom, just go buy clothes. Then I'll go to the library by myself. I've now realized that studying is much more interesting than playing games. Silly girl. Watching her daughter's mysterious behavior, Yang Shui couldn't help but laugh. Fess up, have you taken a fancy to some boy? No, how could I possibly like a boy? Mom, I like studying, okay? Besides, if I really liked a boy, wouldn't I just take Su Yan? You.
Yang Shui couldn't help laughing and crying at the same time, and she reached out to slap Yang Xia.
This silly girl, how could you say such a thing? What do you mean you'll take Su Yang? Su Yang is not something you can just take. Silly girl, you're not falling for a girl, are you? I'm telling you, Mom won't approve. No, Mom, I'm a girl myself, so what's there to fall for?
Yang Xia said, slightly embarrassed in her eyes. Auntie, Yang Xia has really been studying more and more recently, she's really paying attention in class now. Su Yang saw this and quickly began to smooth things over. On one side was her lover, on the other her buddy. She had to mix the mud together thoroughly.
Oh, okay, that's fine. Then go to the library and read some books. If you really like a boy, don't keep it from your mom.
You're already in college now, and your mom won't stop you from dating.
I know, Mom.
Yang Xia quickly nodded, because she would listen to whatever her mom said.
She really wasn't interested in any boys. She was still the same sweet little girl. Okay, you guys can play games, but don't stay up too late, okay? I still have to go to the office early tomorrow, so I can only take Su Yang to buy clothes at noon. Su Yang, why don't you go to the office with your aunt tomorrow? Xia never wanted to go when I asked her before. Okay, Auntie, no problem. Su Yang nodded without hesitation, naturally eager for the opportunity. What's there to do at your place? It's so boring.
Yang Xia couldn't help but pull the corners of her mouth, looking like she was not interested at all.
Hey, Mom wants to cultivate you. The group is so big, don't you want to help Mom?
Yang Shui petted Yang Xia's hair a little fondly and sighed slightly.
By the way, Mom, why don't you adopt Su Yang as your godson?
Seriously, his sense of professionalism is much stronger than mine.
And you will at least have an extra child to be filial to you, right?
Anyway, Su Yang and I are best friends, and I won't have any issues calling him brother in the future.
Ahem. Silly girl, stop it.
Yang Xia's words made Su Yang and Yang Shui unable to hold back any longer.
This silly girl, what are you talking about? Su Yang is the child of my good friend, and it's no different from my own.
What's the point of recognizing him as a godson, you silly girl?
Okay, it's getting late, and tomorrow you can't sleep in.
Even if you go to the library to study, you still have to go early. Yang Shui looked at the two of them and then got up to get ready to leave.
Okay, Lao Tai, I'm going to go back and rest first. Tomorrow I'll go to the company with my aunt. I can't afford to be late, so you should get some rest too. Okay, I'll get some rest too. I have to get to the library early tomorrow. Yang Xia said, smiling and winking at Su Yang.
She only trusted Su Yang with this matter, and she didn't even dare to tell her own mother.
Su Yang looked at Yang Xia's playful expression and couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth, then left Yang Xia's room with Yang Shui. Forget it, everyone has their own pursuits. Since she wants to pursue that girl, then let her go. This society always needs a little tolerance, doesn't it? Go back and rest.
When they reached the door, Yang Shui looked at Su Yang, and her eyes couldn't help but flicker slightly.
She really wanted to hug him deeply again and say goodnight. But when she looked back at Yang Xia's room, she resisted the urge. Well, sister, get some rest too.
Su Yang looked at Yang Shui, who was about to speak, and naturally understood her intentions. But this was not the right place or time to express anything.
So he could only nod lightly and wave his phone.
Yang Shui nodded with a smile and then turned and went into her room. Su Yang took off his shoes and leaned back against the bed. Then he picked up his phone and tapped on Yang Shui's profile picture. It was a picture of a towering iceberg, which made him feel a little chilly just looking at it.
An iceberg beauty?
She was the president of a major company, so she must have extraordinary abilities. She had been single for so many years.
That she must be the legendary iceberg beauty. An unloved lover.
It seems that her heart has been frozen for many years.
Ha!
Suddenly, Yang Shue's profile picture changed. The original picture of an iceberg suddenly turned into a lush green field. There were flowers and grass in the green field, as well as butterflies fluttering about. It made people feel full of vitality and happy at first glance.
Ding dong!
It turned out that Yang Shui had sent a message to Su Yang.
Su Yang, I'm not sleepy yet, can you chat with me for a while?
Sure, sister, shall I come over and keep you company? Su Yang couldn't help but smile, and casually played a joke on her. If she could have come over, she would have pulled him in straight away. She would have guaranteed that there wouldn't have been any resistance at all.
Okay, if you really dare, then come over, blushing. Okay, wait for me.
A joke naturally needs to be complete, so Su Yang got up, opened the door and walked out. But the direction he was walking in was towards the bathroom outside. No, sister is just joking with you, scared.
Su Yan looked at her phone and couldn't help but twitch at the corner of her mouth. You know what fear is? Ha ha ha. This older sister is really a bit interesting.
Just now, when she was drying her hair in her room, it felt so good to have her head in her arms. It was as if she had returned to her childhood all of a sudden.
Chapter 9, How Close is a Personal Secretary?
However, Yang Shui was worried for a while for nothing. Su Yang naturally would not really go. When Su Yang returned from the bathroom, she leaned back against the bed again.
Sister, why didn't you open the door for me? Grins. Ha? You're not really waiting at my door, are you, scared? Yang Shui couldn't help but be startled. Could it be that Su Yang really wanted to come over?
But after a moment's thought, she felt that he really wanted to come over.
In fact, she also really wanted him to come over.
It was just that this was not a good time.
If Yang Xia happened to see them, it would really be bad.
After she had sent Su Yang a message, she quietly got out of bed. First, she listened at her door for a while, then opened it a little bit.
Where is he? Oh well, she had been fooled again. Yang Shui couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh lightly.
What a familiar scene. 18 years ago, one day, the two of them had lived together in Su Yang's home, and something very similar had happened when the two of them had chatted via text message.
Back then, Su Yang had deliberately scared Yang.
Now history was repeating itself, and once again she had been fooled by him.
After a moment,
Yang Shui was laughing, but her eyes could not help but fill with tears.
Su Yang, do you know?
18 years ago, that was how it was the night I went to your house to play. Yang Shui smiled and cried, allowing the tears to blur her vision.
Sister, I really want to go back there. Well, I know. Get some rest. Come with me to the office tomorrow.
You can be my part-time personal secretary, smiles.
This
made Su Yang freeze for a moment.
He really didn't know much about personal secretaries. How personal was she going to be? Follow her around all the time? Stay close to her when she ate and slept? It was quite interesting to think about. Okay, sister, hugs. Early the next morning,
Su Yang had just sat up in bed when she heard someone hurry outside.
Was it her sister? That didn't seem likely.
The footsteps were too hurried.
It must have been Yang Xia, who always walked in a hurry.
Su Yang yawned in her pajamas and then walked out of the room. She hadn't been able to sleep last night, so she woke up a little late.
Su Yang, good morning.
Yang Xia came out of the kitchen, carrying 2 glasses of milk, which she placed on the dining table.
Good morning, Auntie. Yang Xia has gone out?
Looking at the radiant Yang Shui, Su Yang felt as if his eyes were suddenly brightened. That delicate and fair face, that enchanting figure, that loose and light pajama, and that long hair scattered behind her head were really charming.
Well, Yang Xia has already gone out, so you go wash up quickly.
The bathroom is outside, and I've prepared the toothbrush and toothpaste for you. Yang Shui looked at Su Yang, who was slightly dazed, and a blush rose to her pretty face. In a trance, it seemed that the relationship she had broken off 18 years ago had continued.
Good sister. It really was true that Yang Xia had gone out.
This guy really did try hard to pick up girls. In the past, on weekends, it seemed that she had never been to school. Since this guy had gone out, there was no need to call Yang Shui aunt.
Su Yang tidied up and went to the dining room.
Yang Shui was sitting quietly waiting for him.
Sister. Well, come on Su Yang, eat.
Yang Shui looked at Su Yan tenderly, her eyes full of an indescribable sweetness. Su Yang was the sun in her world, and now, her spring had finally returned. She said, picking up her chopsticks and passing them to Su Yang. And she took the opportunity to stroke his hand. She knew very well that Su Yang was only 18 years old, but in her heart, she truly saw him as her lover. 18 years old is 18 years old. As long as he doesn't mind, Yang Shui, will never leave his side, for the rest of her life. Even if he does mind, she will still be good to him for the rest of her life.
Thank you, sister, you are so good to me.
Su Yang had been quite excited since he woke up. Although it wasn't as strong as last night, he was still in a daze.
Does my younger brother like her?
Looking at Su Yang's handsome and yet incredibly familiar face, Yang Shui's excitement was actually far greater than Su Yang's. It was just that the self-control she had cultivated over the years made her seem more composed. Of course he likes her, she's so pretty and gentle.
Doesn't he mind that she's older? No.
Su Yang thought about it, and it seemed that throughout his entire adolescence, up until now, he had never once been attracted to any other girl. The main reason was that Yang Shui in his dreams had occupied his entire adolescence. She could also be said to be Su Yang's ideal image of a girlfriend.
Now that he had suddenly met her, how could he not like her?
Although Yang Shui in his dreams was only 18 years old, he seemed to like her mature and beautiful appearance even more.
So why?
Yang Shui looked at Su Yang with interest while eating her breakfast. You have been in my dreams for so many years, and in fact it is you that I like. No matter if you are old or young, I like you.
HM.
Yang Shui suddenly felt her throat as if it were blocked.
An indescribable emotion welled up in her.
I have waited for Su Yang for 18 years, but he is like the person in my dreams since he can remember. Although he has no memory of the past, he has never forgotten me, Yang Shui, in his soul.
He has come back in a new life.
And still looks the same as he did in his previous life, even the mole on his arm is exactly the same.
He must want me to recognize him at once, right?
He inexplicably became friends with his daughter Xiaoxia. This must also be the way the heavens helped us meet again.
My sister
looked at Yang Shui's red eyes and the tears rolling down her face.
Su Yang couldn't help but take a tissue and wipe them away for her.
After letting him wipe away her tears, Yang Shui gently took Su Yang's hand and slowly placed it on her face.
She gently stroked it. My lover has really returned. I really want to hug him and cry. Su Yang, hug me.
With Yang Shui's gentle and trembling voice, Su Yang got up, walked around the table, and put his arms around her.
Hey.
She has really suffered after waiting for him for so many years.
Oh.
Yang Shui couldn't hold back anymore, she hugged Su Yang's waist tightly, and couldn't help but cry out in pain.
Chapter 10, Will you listen to your sister?
Su Yang didn't know how to comfort her, so he just hugged her patiently. From time to time, he patted her back a few times. After so many years of longing, she really needed to cry her heart out.
However,
after a while, Yang Shui stopped crying.
Su Yang, I still have some work to do today, so I'll stop crying for now. Air. After hearing Yang Shui's words, Su Yang almost couldn't hold back his laughter. I was in the middle of crying and feeling something, so why did you just tell me to stop? You know what, little brother? In fact, as I was crying, I suddenly really wanted to laugh happily again. I never thought that you would come back to me. In fact, sister is really, really happy now. Forget it. I cried too much in the past, and in the future, sister will laugh happily.
Saying this, she let go of Su Yang's embrace and reached out to stroke his face. With a pretty face tilted back, smiling through her tears, she looked carefully at her long-lost lover.
It really hadn't changed at all. It's still the same as she remembers.
In a daze, it seemed that everything in the past was like a dream, and it seemed that those tragedies had never happened. The boy she loved most was right in front of her, in her arms. It seems like she never lost him. As she spoke, Yang Shui couldn't control her excitement, and she reached out her arms and wrapped them tightly around Su Yang's waist. She buried her head in his arms as well.
Don't worry, sister, since I've come back, I will definitely be good to you.
Su Yang hugged Yang Shui tightly, and his heart was full of emotion. Their reunion was like a fairy tale. Although he still had not recovered his past memories, everything in front of him made him believe. The mature and beautiful older sister in his arms was his childhood sweetheart from a past life.
Well, sister will take good care of you too, just don't mind if she's old or annoying in the future. Well, that's definitely impossible. If two people are in love, it doesn't matter if they are 18 or 80. Su Yang couldn't be happier with such a beautiful and mature lover, so how could he ever find her old or annoying? Okay, then you'll be my sister from now on. Hurry up and finish eating, change your clothes, and come with me. Yang Shui wiped away her tears, her face beaming with indescribable happiness. She then gently patted Su Yang on the shoulder, telling him to hurry up and eat. Good. Su Yang nodded with a smile and said, if it's just one person, then it's just one person. Besides, I'm not a person who is indiscriminately affectionate. It's enough to have a beautiful person in my life. I've been dreaming of her since I was a child, and now I've met her again. In a previous life, we were the closest lovers, and I believe that in the future, our feelings for each other will definitely reach a qualitative leap forward. After everything was packed up, Yang Shui took Su Yang and left the house. Can you drive? Yes, sister. That's great. From now on, when you're with me, you'll be in charge of driving, okay? You have to take care of me. Yang Shui smiled and took out a set of car keys from her handbag and handed them to Su Yang. You can have whatever car you like, I'll have it delivered. Big sister, I'm still at school, I don't really get to use a car that often. Su Yang couldn't help but smile, it really felt good to be with her big sister. Why did she suddenly feel like she was being taken care of? Not only was she living in her big house, but she was also buying her a car. How about this, let's buy one, and you and Xiaoxia can use it to go to and from school. That's fine, but why didn't you buy Yang Xia a car before? She even complained about it a few times. Su Yang said, turning his head to look at Yang Shui, who was dressed in professional attire. Her spirit is really radiant. It's really something you can't get tired of seeing. If the two of them didn't have this relationship, a mature and beautiful older sister like this would only appear in Su Yang's dreams. Really? This silly child, I didn't give her a car just to do her a favor, didn't I? She's always in a rush, she's not stable at all, I'm afraid she's not safe to drive. Su Yang, I'll be relieved to have you around. Okay, then it's decided, today you tell your sister what model you want. Before Su Yang could respond, Yang Shui made the decision right away. Perhaps it was the experiences she had over the years that made her aura so much stronger than when she was younger. Okay. Feeling Yang Shui's unyielding aura, Su Yang nodded. Su Yang, will you listen to your sister in the future? Just let me take good care of you. You and your sister have been apart for too long. I just want you to be happy every day. The two got into the car. Yang Shui sat in the passenger seat and stared deeply into Su Yang's eyes. Her tender eyes revealed an indescribable affection. However, there was an unyielding aura in this affection that made people unable to refuse. Looking into the eyes full of deep affection, Su Yang couldn't help but feel moved. After being apart for so many years, her desire to show her love for him was indeed really, really strong. It was so strong that she didn't want him to refuse at all. With the slight roar of the engine, Su Yang drove Yang Shui towards the company. Is this car easy to drive? If you like, you can drive this one too. No, a student driving a BMW X7 is too showy, I don't like it. Su Yang was taken aback by this, and then shook his head. Sister, are you kidding? Yang Xia has wanted a car for a long time, and you never bought it for her. I came here and took your car away, how would she feel? Yang Shui looked at Su Yang and couldn't help but smile, and nodded slightly. He's right. Although he is her lover, he is still a student after all, so let's get a low-key car. Sister, what kind of car does Yang Xia like? She likes off-road vehicles. She really likes the Tank 300 made in China. Hey, actually, this girl doesn't have high demands. Okay, let's buy this car. I happen to really like it too. Su Yang thought about it and decided that this would be the best of both worlds. At least Yang Xia wouldn't think too much about it. After all, Yang Xia is also his daughter, so it is only right to take care of her thoughts. Su Yang, you are still the same as before, always thinking too much about other people. If you hadn't pushed me so hard that day, you wouldn't have gotten into an accident either. Boom! Su Yang suddenly felt a loud noise in his head. He quickly applied the brakes and brought the car to an emergency stop on the side of the road. A vague memory slowly became clearer. It seemed like a dream, but it also seemed like something he had personally experienced. A dump truck roared up. At the last minute, Su Yang suddenly pushed Yang Shui out of the way. Then the scene turned dark. Chapter 11. That name sounds so familiar. What's wrong, Su Yang? Yang Shui, who had been startled, looked at Su Yang, who was hugging his head with both hands and keeping his eyes closed, and asked anxiously. Ha? After a moment, Su Yang shook his head and came to his senses. The scene in his mind had now become very clear. Su Yang, are you okay? Yang Shui looked at Su Yang worriedly and reached out to grab his arm. It's okay, it's okay. Su Yang turned his head and looked at Yang Shui. An inexplicable sense of long-lost familiarity welled up in him. If before it was a theoretical understanding, now there was an added sense of familiarity that seemed to come from the depths of his soul. Su Yang seemed to sense the difference in Su Yang's eyes, and Yang Shui's eyes reddened. Could it be that he had remembered something? Xiao Shui? He saw it very clearly. Just as he pushed Yang Shui away, he shouted, "Be careful, Xiao Shui." It seems that in his previous life, he called her Xiao Shui. In an instant, big teardrops flowed directly from Yang Shui's eyes. It had been 18 whole years. Finally, she had heard the familiar name Xiao Shui again. Oh. Yang Shui reached out to unbuckle her seatbelt, and leaning against Su Yang's shoulder, she couldn't help but break into sobs. It really was him. There was no mistake. The lover she had longed for 18 years had finally come to her. He had finally returned to her side. It's okay, Xiao Shui, let's stop crying. We've cried enough for today. You still have a few meetings today. Su Yang rubbed his wet eyes and reached out to pat Yang Shui's back. This jade beauty in his arms has really suffered over the years. The clearer his memory became, the more heartbroken he felt. Brother Su Yang. Ha? Su Yang couldn't help but be taken aback as he listened to Yang Shui's soft, coy voice. Did she used to call me that? It sounds so affectionate. Especially now that she has become a mature older sister, 18 years older than Su Yang. It sounds so tickling when she calls me this again. Don't cry, Xiao Shui, okay? From now on, we have to laugh happily. In fact, Su Yang's recovered memory was very little, just a few seconds of images. It should be said that this is the last memory image of his past life. Well. Yang Shui sat up straight and took out a tissue to wipe away her tears. Boom! With a kick on the gas, the car started moving again. Under Yang Shui's command, Su Yang quickly drove the car to where she worked. Yang Shui Clothing Group is an interesting name. Su Yang, I'll go upstairs to the meeting first, it's already time. After you park the car, just go straight to the top floor office and wait for me, okay? Yang Shui had long since composed herself, and had even slightly fixed her light makeup. As soon as she arrived downstairs at the group, her powerful aura was suddenly on. Even when she spoke with a smile, she gave Su Yang an inexplicable sense of pressure. Well, you go ahead and get to work, Xiao Shui. Call me sister. Yang Shui couldn't help but smile, turned her head to look at Su Yang, and her eyes carried a smile that refused to be rejected. In the future, when there are people around, continue to call me aunt, okay? Be a good boy. Okay, I'll go upstairs first. Yang Shui finished with a shy smile, then turned around, pushed open the car door, and went out. Air. Su Yang couldn't help but smile and shake his head. I thought she would call me brother in the future, but now she still calls me brother. It just seems a little off. Calling her aunt in public and sister in private. Feels a bit like an underground lover. Okay. It's fine to call her sister or aunt, you're still the woman I've loved in this life and the next. In fact, Su Yang knew very well that this was just a temporary measure. He and Yang Xiao were buddies, and it would definitely be inappropriate to call her mother and sister in front of her. It didn't matter if he called her sister in front of strangers. After parking the car, Su Yang walked into the Yang Shui building. Fortunately, Yang Shui had spoken to the receptionist in advance, otherwise he would not have been able to enter at all. After taking the elevator to the top floor, Su Yang couldn't help but feel a little stunned. This company is so rich. As soon as he entered the door, he was shocked by the luxurious and exquisite decoration. Sir, who are you looking for? Before he could admire it in detail, he was stopped by the young girl sitting at the reception desk. Hello, my name is Su Yang. President Yang told me to wait for her in her office. Oh, so you are Mr. Su Yang. President Yang already told me. Please follow me. The receptionist girl stood up with a smile and ushered Su Yang in. After walking along the corridor for more than 20 meters and taking another turn, they arrived at Yang Shue's president office. "Mr. Su, you can go in now. If you need anything, just come to the reception desk and I'll be there for you." "Okay, thanks." Su Yang nodded and entered Yang Shue's office. A faint, sweet fragrance hit him, and it was very familiar. There was no mistake, it was obviously the smell of Yang Shui. The office was very large. There was a large boss's desk, a large fish tank, large pots of green plants, and behind it, large bookshelves. Click. The receptionist girl pushed the door open, holding a glass of water in her hand. "Mr. Su, here's some water for you." "Thank you." Su Yang nodded with a smile. It seems that Yang Shue's subordinates are quite understanding. He went to Yang Shue's bookcase and looked at the books inside. There were books on psychology, finance, and business, as well as fashion magazines and model photo albums. "Yes, this one looks good." Su Yang casually pulled out a model photo album and sat down on the sofa. Frog fun. The models have such great figures. Time passed slowly. Ding dong. Su Yang picked up his phone and saw it was a message from Yang Xia. "Su Yang, hee, I finally saw the cute girl in the library, blush. This buddy." Su Yang couldn't help but smile. Then Yang Xia sent him another photo. Not far away, about a few tables apart, the skinny, well-behaved girl was reading with her head down. It was obvious that Yang Xia had taken the photo secretly. Su Yang, hurry up and give me some advice, urgent online help." "Damn it. What advice do you want me to give? What should I do now?" I suddenly got a little nervous when I saw her. Chapter 12, I can't not eat this soft food. What are you nervous about? Where's your macho energy? Su Yang couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, provoking her a little. I didn't want to chase after her before, but now that I want to, I suddenly have second thoughts. "Hurry up, Su Yang, give me a tip, please." "Call him uncle." "Damn it, you're taking advantage of me." "Fine, just call me uncle." "That's right, good boy." "Okay, I'll give you a tip. As you can see from the photo you just posted, the seat next to her is empty. Just go over and sit down. Don't say anything, just sit there for a while." "And then what?" "We can't just sit there, can we?" "What should I say?" "You brought snacks today, didn't you?" Quietly hand her a pack. Be sincere. Got it? Got it. What next? Be sincere and let her accept it. If she doesn't, say you're sorry for scaring her with your whistling before. If she accepts it, keep her company, chat with her, and ask for her WeChat ID. Got it. In fact, Su Yang has absolutely no experience in wooing girls, and he just made it all up on the spot. Anyway, the first step in wooing a girl is to charge up bravely. As for the idea of feeding her and asking for directions, it just came to him in a flash. As for whether it will work, we'll have to wait and see what Yang Xia's results are. If it works, it'll be because of his good idea, and if it doesn't, it'll be because Yang Xia's execution skills are lacking. After giving Yang Xia his advice, Su Yang continued to admire the clothes on the models. These are all top quality fabrics. I reckon even the threads are more valuable than his clothes. Before he knew it, it was already noon. Click. Su Yang had only reviewed the model photo album twice when the office door suddenly opened. It turned out to be Yang Shui. "Su Yang, are you hungry?" Yang Shui, who had been cold and serious, instantly broke into a smile when she saw Su Yang. "Well, fortunately, I'm not that hungry anymore after seeing you." "I hate it." Yang Shui couldn't help but smile shyly at the sound of this. She then put down the folder in her hands, quickly came over to Su Yang and sat down next to him. Then she leaned on his shoulder. "Good brother, let me hear you call me sister." Yang Shui said, reaching out to stroke Su Yang's face, while the other hand wrapped around his waist. "What's wrong with you, sister? You seem a little tired." "Well, yes. Yesterday, I didn't sleep at all in the middle of the night, and it's all because of you, my good brother, isn't it?" Su Yang couldn't help but smile sheepishly. In fact, he didn't sleep well last night either. Just a wall away was his once intimate lover, and now she had become even more mature and beautiful. As a hot-blooded 18-year-old guy, how could he sleep peacefully? "By the way, sweet brother, when you drove here in the morning, did you remember something?"
Before, my sister was too excited and didn't have time to ask you. Yang Shui kept stroking Su Yang's face, looking at it carefully, as if she were admiring a piece of art that she liked very much. Well, when you said that, I suddenly had some images in my mind when I suddenly pushed you. A dump truck came rushing over, I yelled, and then pushed you out of the way. Let Yang Shui stroke her face. Su Yang gently embraced her in his arms. That's what happened at the time, silly brother, why didn't you run away yourself? It was all worth it for you.
Su Yang stared into Yang Shui's eyes for a moment, then said lightly. Who knows what I was thinking at the time? Anyway, I can't remember now.
But he knew that Yang Shui's place in his heart must be very, very important. Hey! Yang Shui couldn't help but let out a sigh, and buried her head in Su Yang's arms.
Silly brother, no matter how well I treat you in the future, you have to be good and listen to me, okay? Just let me love you for the rest of your life. Sis, I'm still young, I can't just let you support me for the rest of your life, can I? Su Yang couldn't help scratching his head. It seems that I can't refuse to be your soft meal. If I don't eat it, my sister will definitely feel sad. My dear little brother, you are my favorite person. I will definitely support you for the rest of your life. If you dare not listen to me, I will tickle you. With that, Yang Shui grinned and tickled Su Yang's waist. This is fine, since being the soft meal of the person you love is absolutely delicious, no matter how soft it is. Just a moment, little brother. I need to make a call. After sitting up from Su Yang's embrace, Yang Shui tidied her hair a little and then sat down in the big swivel chair behind her desk. Hello, Manager Liu, send me a tank 300 over. Oh, sure, no issue in the afternoon. In a moment, Yang Shui ended the call. Su Yang, the new car will be delivered in the afternoon, just drive it away then. Are you happy? Su Yang didn't say anything, just nodded silently. Are you not happy? No, of course I am. It's just that Su Yang felt a little uncomfortable. In fact, his family situation was very ordinary. His father supported the family's livelihood with a small tobacco shop, which was really a bit tight. Now, all of a sudden, he was being given gifts by a wealthy woman. And he really felt a bit uncomfortable. Although this beautiful and elegant wealthy woman was his close lover in a previous life, he still felt a bit strange. My dear brother, don't think too much, okay? You are the person I love most in this world, who else would I not love but you? Be good. Yang Shui saw that Su Yang seemed a bit quiet, so she stood up and sat down next to him again. In fact, my sister has already thought it over. In the future, I will take care of you more. Such a large group company, with so many things to do, are you willing to let your sister keep working so hard? In the future, apart from going to school, you will spend the rest of the time with your sister, learning to handle the affairs of the group, okay? Yang Shui gently persuaded, while unable to help but stroke Su Yang's face again. Boo! As she spoke, she leaned in and kissed him. Chapter 13, in the future, I will also treat her as if she were my own. Dong dong dong. As Yang Shui was about to kiss Su Yang's lips, the office door was knocked on. Come in. She quickly got up and tidied herself up a little, instantly regaining her cold and majestic appearance. With the sound of the door opening, a young and pretty girl came in, carrying several lunchboxes in her hands. President Yang, your lunch is here, I'll put it on the coffee table for you. The girl who had come in looked slightly nervous under Yang Shui's imposing manner. After she had placed the lunchboxes on the coffee table, she smiled, nodded, and quickly left. Shui, come and sit down. Su Yang waved at Yang Shui with a smile, deliberately calling her Shui. Good brother. A moment later, she resumed her coy appearance. Smiling, she came over and put Su Yang's head in her arms. She also gently stroked his hair. Sister, are you always so serious at the office? Well, yes. Actually, I still think my sister looks best when she smiles. Su Yang gently wrapped his arms around Yang Shui's waist and greedily inhaled the charming scent of her body. In the future, sister, you should smile more, okay? I can see that your subordinates are a little afraid of you. MMM. You know, little brother, all these years, I've been so sad without you. I turned all my thoughts into hard work, studying and working hard for so many years, and this is what I've become. In fact, the only thing that hasn't changed is my feelings for you. I often think of you and it hurts. I'm so happy that you've finally come back. Yang Shui said, hugging Su Yang tighter and tighter. So much so that Su Yang felt a little suffocated. This sister, don't you know your own weight? Hugging like this, it can really suffocate me over time. But my good brother is also right. Since you've come back, I want to try to change myself. I'll try to smile and talk to others, so that I can smile every day. My good brother, do you think I'm right?
Brother, say something. Yang Shui looked down at Su Yang, and only then did she relax her tightly clasped arms.
Phew.
Su Yang let out a small breath, her face turning slightly red from being held so tightly. She couldn't say a word while being held so tightly just now.
Bo, from now on, you'll listen to your brother, and try to change.
Yang Shui lowered her head and kissed Su Yang's forehead, her voice becoming extremely gentle.
Mem, your smile is really, really pretty, and the happier you are, the prettier it will definitely become.
Yang Shui really did act too authoritative and overbearing in front of outsiders.
Of course. As a big boss, it's really normal to develop this kind of air of authority. My dear brother, do you feel that your sister is beautiful no matter what? Bo 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 bo.
Yang Shui said tenderly, and lowered her head to kiss Su Yang's face a few more times. And as she got closer and closer to his lips, Su Yang could clearly feel that his sister didn't seem to have much experience kissing.
But he didn't have much experience either. He had just studied this aspect of the scene when watching romantic movies.
Right, of course my sister is the most beautiful in my eyes. Just kidding, of course your lover is the most beautiful.
Then my sister finally asks you and Xiaoxia really don't have any feelings for each other, do you? Cough cough. Sister, if I said I did, would you give me up? Su Yang couldn't help but burst out laughing.
He and Yang Xia were truly just friends, and they wouldn't even bat an eye if they were face to face in the toilet.
The way she walked, talked, dressed, and acted was so boyish.
Having been with her for so long, he had even forgotten that she was a girl. Of course he wouldn't give her up, she belonged to him.
Don't worry, sister,
Before she could finish her sentence, Yang Shui used her little mouth to block it.
After a moment,
she let go of Su Yang with a red face.
Good brother, let's eat. After we finish, I'll show you the clothes.
Su Yang nodded with a smile and reached out to pick up the chopsticks and handed a pair to Yang Shui. The blush on her face was like the morning clouds, it was beautiful. The whole person also became as shy as a little girl. It was obvious that her experience in this area was really pitiful.
By the way, little brother, how was Xia at school today? Has she contacted you?
I contacted her this morning, and she did go to the library to study.
Su Yang said, taking out his phone and glancing at it. On weekends, young Xia rarely goes to school. Occasionally, she goes to play basketball with Su Yang.
But this kid has been there for half a day today, and he's very patient.
Damn it. Up until now, this kid hasn't even sent a message. Does it mean that she's already got the girl? Is that possible?
That honest and introverted girl really seems quite obedient. I never thought Yang Xia would like her.
Forget it. Let's not tell Yang Shui about it for now. Let me ask her. Could it be that she's studying too hard and forgot the time? No way. Yang Shui couldn't help but smile lightly.
As a mother, she knows her daughter better than anyone else. Having raised her since she was a child, she knows Yang Xia like the back of her hand. My dear brother, your responsibilities will be different from now on.
Xiaoxia is not only your best friend, but also your. You know what I mean? Of course I know. It's just my dear son, oh no, my dear daughter.
Well, although this is my sister's adopted daughter, I've always treated her like my own. It's just that the child is not very ambitious and is too playful. In fact, it's also my fault for being too busy and never having much time to discipline her. Yang Shui said, her mood slightly dropping.
Don't worry, sister.
I'll treat her like she's my own from now on.
Su Yang's original intention was to simply express that he would not treat Xia as an outsider.
However, the words that came out sounded awkward no matter how he said them.
Well, brother, if that incident hadn't happened, maybe we'd already have kids in their teens. It's okay, sister. We'll have kids in the future too. Chapter 14. Why don't you report your progress to your uncle? As the two of them chatted, Su Yang sent Yang Xia a WeChat message. Lao Tai, what are you busy with? Why don't you report your progress to your uncle now? Come on, brother, open your mouth.
Yang Shui looked at Su Yang tenderly, picked up a piece of tender fish and sent it to his mouth. Then she watched him eat it carefully.
Ding dong. A moment later. Yang Xia's message came back. Hey, awkward. Holy shit. What's going on? Did the little shit actually get lucky? Stop laughing and tell me the truth. This good little girl is called Xiaopingping, and we're chatting in the woods. I've got to go, we're going out to eat soon. Wow. They're going to the woods? That's a great place to get physical. Oh my god. I can't believe it. Okay, hurry up and go. You really are a guy with no sense of women. Su Yang couldn't help but smile slightly. Forget it, just let her be. I guess that little girl doesn't know her true nature yet. When the other party finds out, it'll probably be the time when this guy is depressed. Yang Shui ate on her own, occasionally feeding Su Yang a bite. Her face was full of indescribable shyness and happiness. I don't know what she was thinking. Sometimes she couldn't help but smile, and her face turned even redder. She looked like a young girl in love. Before she knew it, a sumptuous lunch was over. Let's go, dear brother. I'll take you to look at the clothes in our company first, and if you don't like them, we'll go look elsewhere. Yang Shui said, reaching out to pinch Su Yang's face and pat his firm chest. Don't forget to call me auntie when there are people around, she said, unable to stop herself from smiling lightly. Okay, auntie. How could I forget? It doesn't matter what you call me. As for when our relationship needs to be made public in the future, we'll talk about it then. Su Yang followed Yang Shui out of the office. In an instant, her aura changed again. It had returned to what it had been before, cold and serious, like a wall of ice. Sister, your expression. Looks like you're not paying attention, Su Yang whispered, reminding her. It was indeed difficult to change the habits Yang Shui had developed over the years in a short period of time. Well. Yang Shui nodded slightly and responded softly. However, for the time being, she didn't know how to change. After a while, the two arrived at Yang Shui's clothing mall on the first floor, which was full of clothing produced by the group. There were men, women, young and old, and all kinds of styles for all 4 seasons. As soon as Yang Shui entered the mall manager came straight up to her, full of smiles, cautious but enthusiastic. I don't know how this older sister knew that Yang Shui was coming. It's fine, Lu Feng, you go about your business, I'll look around on my own. Yang Shui glanced at the mall manager, nodded slightly, and a faint, barely perceptible smile appeared on her face. Okay, Manager Yang, if you need anything, just let me know, said the mall manager, who couldn't help but scratch his head and quickly turned and left. Manager Yang is acting a little strange today. Just now, it looked like she actually smiled, and I'm sure I didn't mistake it. And her voice didn't sound so cold either, it was really strange. Su Yang, come over here. This is the men's section. Take whatever you like. Yes, auntie. The mall is quite busy, and it seems that everyone recognizes Yang Shui clothing. How about this top? It's quite good. Okay, I'll take it. Su Yang, what about these pants? They're also quite good. Okay, I'll take them too. As the two of them chatted and looked around, a salesperson kept up with them, constantly packing things away. Whatever Su Yang nodded at, it was all packed away. Auntie, that's enough. Now they had everything from head to toe, inside and out, including pajamas. They had even picked up several styles of pajamas. Is that enough? Yes, that's enough. Su Yang slightly nodded her head, a little embarrassed. It really feels good to be supported by your lover. This huge pile of clothes is worth a fortune. Anyway, he can't afford it. Hurry up. You guys, help President Yang carry the clothes to the car. At some point, the mall manager reappeared. He directed a few salespersons to help Yang Shui carry the clothes. Okay, let's go. Yang Shui looked at it and then nodded lightly, a hint of gentleness in her eyes. In no time at all, the bags of clothes were loaded into Yang Shui's BMW X7. The entire trunk was full. Sister, you are too good to me, I don't know what I can give you. My dear brother, you can give me a lot in the future. Yang Shui looked up and down at Su Yang, and the more he looked, the more he liked it. That handsome face, that strong body. Ding dong ding. The two were chatting softly when Yang Shui's phone rang. Hello, Mr. Liu, you said the car was delivered, great, thank you so much, I'll arrange for the finance department to settle the bill for you as soon as possible. Oh, it turns out the car ordered at noon has been delivered.
Brother, let's go back to the office. The car key has been delivered to the office.
So soon?
Su Yang looked around a bit, and sure enough, there was a brand new Tank 300 parked near the company entrance.
A black transformer. That must be the one. Seeing Su Yang's happy face, Yang Shui couldn't help but smile.
She rarely smiled outside the house. But seeing her loved one happy, she couldn't help but smile from the bottom of her heart.
Let's go, dear brother. After you get the keys, you can take it out for a spin, but be careful.
Yes, I know, sister. The two of them spoke in whispers and soon returned to the office.
The car keys were on Yang Shui's desk. My dear brother.
Before Su Yang could pick up the keys, Yang Shui reached around and put her arms around Su Yang's waist.
From now on, when I give you things, you just keep them, okay? Don't feel any psychological burden. The more you don't want them, the more sad I'll be. In fact, even if I'm your sister, I'm still yours, understand? My dear brother.
Yang Shui said, reaching around to put her arms around Su Yang's neck.
Those rosy lips came closer. Chapter 15. This kid is making pretty good progress. My dear brother, why don't you go for a drive?
Yang Shui shyly released Su Yang, licked her slightly numb lips, and placed the
car keys in his hand.
Her eyes fluttered, her face flushed.
Okay, big sister, I'll go for a drive.
Su Yang grabbed the keys, smacked his lips, savoring the fragrance of Yang Shui's mouth, and a smile spread across his face.
My sister's taste is so good. With that, he waved his hand and was about to go out the door.
Brother, you can go straight home later, I'll be back after I take care of a few more things.
I know, sister, I'm leaving. Hearing Yang Shui's seemingly cryptic words, Su Yang couldn't help but feel a little happy.
His sister, who had waited for 18 years, had really exploded. It seemed that she was even more anxious than he was, always wanting to pat him or take the opportunity to give him a kiss. As he walked out of the Yangshui fashion group, Su Yang pressed the car key.
Sure enough, it was the black crossover. Boom!
With a roar, the car quickly sped onto the road.
Not bad.
Every man probably has a dream of off-roading, and now Su Yang also has the qualifications to dream.
Ding dong. After driving on the road for a while, Su Yang's phone rang.
Glancing at the phone, it turned out to be a WeChat message from Yang Xia. He pulled over and opened the message.
Su Yang, we've finished eating and are back at the library studying together.
I even held her hand today, awkward.
Oh my. This guy is making progress pretty quickly. It seems that everything is going well until the truth is revealed. Let me show you a photo of the two of us, you'll be jealous.
A moment later, Yang Xia really sent a photo of himself with the girl who had repaired Pingping's bicycle. Their heads are close together, and the little girl is blushing with shyness. It seems that the little girl has really been fooled by Yang Xia.
Ha ha, what do you think, Lao Tai? Isn't this little girl a good girl?
Such a good little girl is simply the best of the best.
Yes, yes, yes. It's really not bad, congratulations Lao Tai. Ha ha ha.
Yang Xia has worked hard for most of the day, starting with the conversation and ending with holding the girl's hand.
Not bad at all.
Hey, buddy, your auntie bought us both a Tank 300.
Want to try it out? Really? Where is it? Excited.
Of course it's being driven around by your uncle, haha.
Shall I come and pick you up? Don't come over, I'm planning to take my little girl to the movies.
Now that we've held hands, I have to strike while the iron is hot.
Wow. You held hands in half a day and you're not satisfied? Do you want to kiss her on the lips? Don't worry, why do you want to compare yourself to an uncle?
Su Yang couldn't help but smile, so she sent her a message again.
Okay, when you need an uncle to pick you up, just send me a message anytime. Great. Lao Tai really understands me. By the way, you must not tell my mom about this, please Lao Tai. Pfft, you look down on Lao Tai, so what?
Su Yang drew back the corners of her mouth, and for the time being, she would just let nature take its course. Even if Yang Shui finds out, she won't be able to change her orientation in this regard for a while, and it might even backfire.
Ha, I take you seriously. That's it, I'm not going to chat anymore, we're talking about life. Okay. Talk about life?
That's interesting, I'm just afraid that you won't be able to talk too deeply. Su Yang smiled and threw her phone aside.
Keep driving.
About an hour later, Su Yang drove directly into Yang Shui's apartment complex.
As soon as he arrived downstairs, he saw her BMW X7 parked there. My sister is back so soon?
After parking the car, Su Yang went to Yang Shue's car and looked inside. The clothes he bought for her were still there in the trunk.
So he took out his phone and called Yang Shui. Sister, are you home? Yes, my dear brother, I just got home. Where are you now? I'm downstairs. Come down and get the clothes together? Right away.
Yang Shui's heart couldn't help but quicken its beat when she heard that Su Yang had already arrived downstairs. She had felt a little empty during the hour he had been gone.
In no time at all, Yang Shui walked quickly out of the elevator. Her younger brother
was looking at Su Yang with a smile on his face, and Yang Shui couldn't help but smile shyly. If it weren't for the fact that they were outside, she would have happily thrown her arms around him. The two of them took 5 to 6 trips in a row before they had brought everything they had bought for Su Yang back home. Yang Shui took everything out one by one and helped him organize it in the closet. As she busied herself, Su Yang couldn't help but put his arms around her waist.
My dear little brother.
With a gentle, sweet tremolo, Yang Shui turned around. Squinting her eyes slightly, she stretched out her arms and hugged Su Yang's waist tightly. Her face also turned pink.
She greedily inhaled the youthful scent of Su Yang, and her breathing became rapid.
She reached out and hooked her neck around his. Pulling down forcefully, she brought her red lips up close.
After a moment, the two were kissing. My dear brother, please don't ever leave me again in this life, okay? 18 years of waiting. It's like it's changed me. Do you know what, brother?
When you went out for a drive this afternoon, I didn't see you for a while, and my heart felt empty. Yang Shui wrapped her arms around Su Yang's head and stared at him intently.
It was as if he would disappear in an instant. Then I have to go to class during the day from Monday to Friday, and I can't come back until after school. Su Yang couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. My sister's powder keg has really exploded. Now she doesn't even have the self-control to do that? She's only been apart for an hour and already she's feeling empty?
Then my sister needs to learn to control herself, but my sweet little brother is just too cute. Yang Shui brushed the long hair that had fallen across her forehead and stroked her face, which had been burning hot.
Oh, right, little brother, is Xiaoxia coming soon? In an instant, Yang Shui's originally red face turned white.
She had been so preoccupied with the intimacy that she had completely forgotten about everything else. But now she suddenly remembered. And Yang Shui immediately jumped in fright.
In her daughter's eyes, Su Yang was her friend's child. How could the two of them run off together? Good brother, hurry, no, bad brother, hurry, hurry. We must resolutely not let Xiaoxia find out about the two of us. Chapter 16, Uncle is already here, hurry over. Okay, sister.
However, Su Yang didn't want to tell Yang Xia about the girl, so he nodded as Yang Shui wished. Brother, you hurry and take a shower, I'm worried that you still smell like my perfume.
Okay, sister, I'll go right now.
Su Yang couldn't help but smile, then went to his room to get his pajamas and went to the bathroom outside to take a shower. When Su Yang came out of the shower, Yang Shui had already finished packing and was in the bathroom in her room.
Phew. That feels good.
Su Yang sat down on the sofa in the living room and checked her phone.
Wow. It's already 7 o'clock.
Yang Xia is really a good boy, he's been very cooperative today.
If you had come home earlier, I wouldn't have been able to enjoy my happiness. After a while,
the sound of a hairdryer could be heard coming from Yang Shui's room. She really did wash quickly today.
In fact, it was just a little longer than usual, but was it really worth all the fuss?
Yang Shui came out of the bedroom. She was wearing a loose pink nightdress, with her long, fluffy hair hanging down behind her. Her pale, rosy face had returned to normal.
Brother, why are you changing? Are you going out?
Su Yang had already changed into some new sportswear and was holding the car keys in his hand, ready to go out and pick up Yang Xia.
Yes, sister, I'm going to pick up Yang Xia.
She just sent a message saying that the movie was almost over and asking Su Yang to pick them up at the cinema entrance.
As a good brother, of course I have to go pick them up.
Of course. The most important thing is that I have such a good relationship with her mother.
Now this silly girl is actually studying hard? Why doesn't my sister believe it?
Yang Shui walked over, reached out to straighten Su Yang's collar, and ran her hands through his hair.
Then,
she couldn't help but stroke his face. Maybe she's reading a novel at the library, but don't worry, I'll go pick her up now.
Yes, go. Brother, please drive slowly. Let's order takeout today, it's getting a bit late to cook. Just eat takeout, sister has worked hard, don't cook.
Su-yang smiled, winked at Yang Shui, and then turned and left the house.
Be safe.
She nodded with a smile, unable to stop blushing. According to the location Yang Xia sent to Su-yang quickly drove to the curb in front of the movie theater.
Sure enough.
Not far from the entrance, Yang Xia was holding the hand of a girl, and the two were happily chatting about something.
Teasy, look down the road, Black Tank 300, uncle is already here, hurry over.
Su-yang looked at the two people who were getting close and sent Yang Xia a WeChat message with a smile.
A moment later,
Yang Xia saw Su-yang's car approaching and came over holding the girl's hand.
Come on, Ping Ping, you go first. Right, Ping Ping, this is my best friend, Su-yang. As soon as the two arrived, Yang Xia quickly opened the door and helped Ping Ping get in. Hello, Su-yang.
The girl's voice was weak, very soft and pleasant to hear.
She really does look like a particularly well-behaved and obedient girl. Hello.
Su-yang nodded with a smile, taking a closer look at the girl. She's not bad looking, but she is a little thin.
Lao Tai, let's take Ping Ping back to school first, and then we'll go home. Okay, no problem, let's go.
Su-yang glanced at the two people in the back seat through the rearview mirror, and couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. Yang Xia is indeed quite eager, and he has even put his arm around the little girl's waist. And the little girl is shyly snuggled in his arms.
But Su-yang is a little puzzled. Everyone is not wearing much, and Xia Pingping is snuggled in Yang Xia's arms, so can't she feel anything strange? I don't understand. I really don't understand. Is she really so unremarkable? It's really a bit unbelievable.
Su-yang drove slowly, which gave the two of them quite a bit of time to be intimate.
After a short while, the car stopped at the entrance to Zhengzheng University. So fast.
The two of them were like waking up from a dream, and in the blink of an eye they had arrived at the university.
It was simply flying speed. The girl got out of the car, shyly waved goodbye to Yang Xia, and also politely waved to Su-yang. Phew, that was a relief.
Yang Xia couldn't help but let out a cry as he watched the girl's back disappear into the school grounds, before he lay back comfortably in the back seat.
How was it, Lao Tai? Was it a good day? It was great. How was it, Lao Tai? Was my girl good? The more I talked to her, the more I thought she was the best. You wouldn't understand. She's so young and already the best? And she's so skinny and small, but she seems really nice. It's good to be young. What do you know?
The younger you are, the more malleable you are.
Drive, go home.
The two of them happily chatted and hurried home quickly. However, there was something that made me very embarrassed today.
Oh, it's so fucking disgusting. It's me.
Yang Xia was happy for a while, but suddenly her mood became a little low.
What's wrong, Lao Tai? Did that little girl find out your secret? That's not it. And I don't want to tell her yet. But have you considered that there is no wall that does not let wind through? What if your secret gets to Xia Pingping's ears?
Su-yang smiled lightly. As Lao Tai, he is still quite worried about this for her. I will definitely tell her sooner or later, but at the moment our relationship is not deep enough.
The deepening of a relationship always takes some time to accumulate.
It's just that today when we went to the bathroom together, I went to the men's bathroom with a hard heart.
Oh my eyes. It's disgusting. I can't. Ha ha ha. Su-yang couldn't hold back anymore and burst out laughing. Why didn't you go into the ladies' room with Xia Pingping? It would have been nice to go in and out together. Shit. I haven't even told her yet. Chapter 17, Secret Plan. By the way, Lao Tai, Xia Pingping has an older sister, Xia Waner. How about it, are you interested? You don't have a girlfriend right now, so it would be nice if we could each have one. Cough cough.
Su-yang was driving and almost got startled by Yang Xia's words. No, I don't like girls who are too young.
Damn it.
Her sister is 25, which is not too young, 7 years older than you. Really, I saw her sister's photo today, she is also a good girl, you will like her for sure.
Let's set it up like this, let's go out and have fun together later.
Yang Xia didn't care about what Su Yang said. He has been her friend for so long, she knows very well whether he has a girlfriend or not.
Su Yang didn't say anything either.
After all, it's better to keep quiet about these things. If you talk about it too much, it might make your buddy think too much, and it really doesn't make sense.
Hey Lao Tai, give me another tip, will you? Tell me.
Tomorrow is Sunday, and I want to invite my Ping Ping over to my place. She says she's a great cook.
Holy cow! Su Yang couldn't help but look in the rearview mirror. This buddy is in such a hurry, isn't he? He wants to bring the little girl home the next day? If you're going to bring her home, let me and Auntie try your Ping Ping's cooking.
No, Mom won't let me like girls.
But you're my brother, you have to help me.
Yang Xia sat up suddenly and patted Su Yang on the shoulder.
Old Tai, is there any way you can get my mom out of the way tomorrow? Huh? What do you mean, huh? I'm serious.
If my mom's at home, I won't dare invite Ping Ping over. For the sake of our friendship, please help me.
Damn it. How can I help you when my aunt can hear me?
I have 2 movie tickets for tomorrow afternoon, they're yours. Yang Xia contemplated for a moment, then reached into his pocket and pulled out 2 movie tickets, shaking them in his hand.
Brother, you're encouraging me to make a mistake.
Su Yang said with a serious face, suppressing a smile.
What mistake? My mom bought you new clothes, you can take her to the movies, it shouldn't be a problem, right? You want me to invite your mom to a romantic movie? Don't you worry about me. Su Yang took the movie tickets from Yang Xia's hand and glanced at them. Holy cow! Lao Tai, what are you thinking? My mom is your dad's best friend.
Besides, it's normal for the younger generation to invite the older generation to the movies.
But what if Auntie doesn't want to go?
Su Yang shook the movie ticket, looking troubled. But she was really overjoyed. There was no need to think about it, Yang Shui would definitely go, and be very happy to.
It was up to you to find a way.
My mother has never had a boyfriend in all these years.
If she watches a romantic movie, she might want to have a boyfriend. Why doesn't Auntie have a boyfriend? She's so pretty. Su Yang pretended to be ignorant and slightly surprised.
I heard that she had a boyfriend when she was young, but I don't know what happened.
To be honest, I hope my mother can find me a father. It's actually quite difficult for her to do it alone.
Yang Xia sighed as she spoke.
Okay, I'll think of something. Su Yang also sighed and slipped the movie tickets into her pocket. It was still a short walk from school to home. In no time at all, the two drove back home. Silly girl, you worked so hard today? Here, let me see.
Yang Shui smiled as she walked over to the two as they arrived home.
Ahem.
Yes, Mom, I ran into an issue today that I couldn't solve, so I looked up a lot of information.
That's why I came home late. Yang Xia smiled sheepishly and winked at Su Yang. Good boy, that's good. Just keep working hard like this in the future. That's a good boy. Yang Shui said, reaching out to stroke Yang Xia's short hair. Yes, that's it. I had to drag her back from the library. Auntie, Yang Xia is really working hard now. Su Yang also laughed and laughed. Good, you two are good boys. Come on, I bought a lot of delicious food today, so you can all recuperate. Recuperate. Su Yang couldn't help but be stunned, and understood immediately.
It seems that Yang Shui is not only concerned about her daughter's health, but also seems to be more concerned about his health.
However, with his strong body, does he need to be toned up?
After a sumptuous dinner, Su Yang was dragged into Yang Xia's room by her.
Lao Tai, can you find a way to get my mom to leave the house early? I'm worried that the time is too short, and I'm afraid I won't even be able to cook a meal. Damn it! Su Yang couldn't help but smile. You want to cook the rice before it's even ripe? What's the rush? Stop it. Lao Tai, please help me, okay? My whole life's happiness is at stake here. Say uncle. Damn it. Why do you keep telling me to call you uncle lately? Okay, uncle, okay? Haha, hearing someone call me uncle makes me feel indescribably mature and cool. Okay, then I'll go chat with Auntie. But if there are any issues, don't blame your brother. Just do your best, but I believe you, you should be fine, thanks, old friend. Yang Xia said, happily reaching out and slapping Su Yang on the shoulder. Okay, I'll give it a try, wait for my news.
Su Yang said, picking up his phone and shaking it. Then he walked out of Yang Xia's room.
Knock, knock. With a light knock on the door, Yang Shui opened the door for Su Yang.
Before he could say hello, he was pulled inside by Yang Shui. Then, there was a big, soft beauty in his arms.
Good boy, you and Xiaoxia were playing games again, weren't you?
Well, for a while.
Su Yang gently embraced Yang Shui, greedily inhaling the charming fragrance emanating from her body.
By the way, little brother, I brought you some books from work.
They're all about the basics of the clothing industry. Take some time to read them.
You're my little brother, after all.
I want to help you develop.
Hey, I used to let Xiaoxia study, but she never did, and it really drove me crazy. Yang Shui said, letting go of Su Yang's embrace, and turning around to pick up some books from the bedside table.
Chapter 18. Brother, I'm not sleepy yet. What should I do? My dear brother, you wouldn't want your sister to work too hard, would you? Just take a look at it when you have time.
I know it's not the same as the computer science major you're studying, but as long as you work hard, nothing is too difficult to learn. After Su Yang took the book, Yang Shui gently rested her head on his shoulder. Tailoring and sewing techniques, clothing styling, and clothing design from beginner to proficient. Su Yang casually flipped through it, feeling a little overwhelmed.
It really is a different world for someone from another field.
It's okay, little brother, just take a look, as long as you have a basic idea. Yang Shui looked straight at Su Yang, reached out and hooked his neck, and leaned in to give him a kiss.
Didn't you get enough kisses this afternoon, sister?
Su Yang couldn't help but smile, and wrapped his arms tightly around Yang Shui in his arms.
How could there be enough? You're so handsome and cute, and I've been waiting for 18 years.
She kept stroking Su Yang's face as she spoke in a soft voice.
Sister, why don't we go to your office tomorrow?
Oh?
What do you think, brother?
Yang Shui's eyes lit up at this, and her face turned shy. Su Yang's words made her think of something that probably made her feel shy.
Sister, you can read all these books, but I can't understand a word.
As the saying goes, everything is difficult at the beginning, and it's like a mountain between different fields.
I want to go to the office with you and ask you to explain the basics to me, so that I can learn faster, right?
If you don't have time, you can also arrange for one of your subordinates to help me. He took a few books in his hands and patted them, his eyes full of obvious expectation.
In fact, he also really wanted to be alone with Yang Shui. If they went to a hotel and rented a room
and studied together, it seemed like it wouldn't be a problem.
No problem, of course it'll be your sister who gives you the lecture. How could I possibly feel at ease if someone else is giving it? Yang Shui patted Su Yang's chest and agreed without any hesitation.
In fact, she was very, very happy in her heart.
In the office, she would naturally be able to be alone with Su Yang.
Then she could chat about whatever she wanted, kiss him whenever she wanted, and even.
Okay, so it's settled then?
Yes, it's settled.
My dear brother, let's go tomorrow morning after breakfast.
I'll tell Xiaoxia that there's a sudden meeting at the office, and you can go with me.
Yang Shui pondered for a moment, and came up with a good reason to go out with Su Yang. Good, you're smart.
Of course, quick, reward your sister.
Yang Shui smiled shyly and pointed at her rosy cheeks. Okay. Su Yang didn't hesitate to lower his head and kiss her cheek.
But then she turned her head and kissed her directly on the lips.
Su Yang couldn't help but laugh inwardly.
This sister is really quite interesting, she can even pull off a trick like that. Tapping, tapping, tapping. Suddenly there were footsteps in the living room outside. The two of them couldn't help but jump in surprise and quickly separated. But they soon understood that it was Yang Xia who had gone to the bathroom outside. From the crackling and gurgling sounds, they knew that it was definitely her style.
Puff.
Okay, sister, go to bed early today, and tomorrow we'll go early.
If you speak well in the morning, I'll take you to the movies in the afternoon, okay?
Su Yang gently hugged Yang Shui again and gave her a little peck. Seeing her expectant eyes, he felt a little bad not kissing her.
Really?
Yes,
don't you want to watch a movie with your brother?
Of course I do, so let's say it's settled, shall we? Yang Shui happily reached out and hooked her neck again, and her happy face turned pink again. Don't look at her, she's already 36 years old, but she feels like a young girl with springtime feelings.
Okay, it's settled. I'm going to rest. Sister, remember to think of me at night.
Su Yang smiled, winked at Yang Shui, and then gently pulled open the door and went out. Back in her room, Su-young took off her shoes and leaned back against the bed. Then she took out her phone and prepared to tell Yang Xia about her conversation with her mother.
Ding dong. As soon as Su-young turned on the screen, a message came through. Oh. It was from Yang Shui.
My dear brother, I'm not sleepy yet.
What should I do? Huh? Su-young looked at the time. It was already past 10 p.m.
If she were in the school dormitory, the lights would have been out by now.
Then I'll come over and keep you company for a while?
Su-young patted her chest to try to calm her pounding heart. I'd like that, but Xiaoxia might find out, blush.
How about you come to my room and go back when you're sleepy, laughs?
Su-yang couldn't help but twitch at the corner of her mouth, and then she began to tease Yang Shui.
That's not going to be any different.
It would be nice if there was a door in the wall between our rooms, blush. Yang Shui stared at the snow-white wall in front of her, and already imagined a small door in her mind. In the dead of night, she opened the small door and sneaked in. Then she came to Su-yang's room.
Then, she pushed Su-yang down. My sister is right.
Why don't we contact a construction team tomorrow, knock down the wall in the middle, and install a door?
No, that would be too loud. What should we do? Why don't we go to a hotel and get a room? Su-young suppressed a smile and continued to joke with Yang Shui. 18 years of longing had made Yang Shui want to cling to Su-young.
Especially when it was late at night and quiet, people would feel lonely. At this time, Yang Shui felt particularly restless. The person she loved most was next door, but she couldn't hug him. The pain in her heart was like 100 claws scratching her heart.
Right now? I'd love to. But Xiaoxia will definitely find out.
Yang Shui still cares a lot about her daughter, and it is indeed difficult for her to take this step of indifference.
Then why don't I communicate with her? Just say that I like you, okay? No, my dear brother, let's take our time, okay?
After all, my sister has been waiting for 18 years.
Seeing the message from Su-yang, Yang Shui couldn't help but be startled. But she can't be so reckless. Her daughter definitely won't be able to accept it. This good friend of mine. Why has he suddenly become a father? Chapter 19, I'm a young man. Okay, I'll listen to my sister.
Su-young also knew very well that this kind of thing could not be rushed.
Even if he were to tell Yang Xia about their relationship right now, he didn't actually know where to start.
Knock, knock, knock. The two were in the middle of a lively conversation when Su-yang's door was knocked on. From the urgency of the sound, Su-young knew that it must be Yang Xia.
Come in. Su-young answered, quickly closing the WeChat interface and putting his phone on silent. With a
squeak, Yang Xia slipped in with a smile, casually taking off her slippers and sitting down next to Su-yang's bed.
Hey, Lao Tai, what do you think?
She looked at Su-young excitedly, her eyes full of expectation.
Call me uncle and I'll tell you.
Su-young looked at his buddy in front of him and suddenly felt a little strange. From the heart, it seems that things will have to change slowly.
Not only is she my buddy, she's also my daughter. Damn it. This is never going to end, is it? Yang Xia couldn't help but laugh angrily, and reached out to slap Su-yang's thigh. Damn it.
How dare you hit your uncle? Su-young reached out to push her back onto the bed, but then immediately dismissed the idea.
This is no longer just buddy-buddy friendship. Hurry up, tell your buddy if you've already done it. Huh?
Su-young rubbed his thigh, which still hurt from Yang Xia's slap, and couldn't help feeling depressed. As an elder, he was embarrassed to have to fight with this brat.
It really was a bit stifling. If you don't yell, then what?
Go to sleep. Su-yang said, shrinking down and about to dive into the covers.
Okay, I'll yell, okay?
Yang Xia helplessly scratched his head, then reached out to lift Su-yang's quilt off.
Stop it, you're not wearing any pants. Su-young was startled and quickly grabbed the quilt.
He had just been chatting with Yang Shui, and it was inevitable that his mind had wandered a little.
Once the quilt was lifted, it would be easy to make a fool of himself. But we're both men, it's like we've never seen one before. Hurry up, you've already called me uncle, now it's my turn, right?
Yang Xia was only pretending to lift the quilt, he didn't really want to lift it.
Hearing Su-yang say that he wasn't wearing any pants, Yang Xia instantly let go of the quilt. Don't worry, with an uncle like me, how could this possibly be a problem? After breakfast tomorrow,
I'll go to the company meeting with the aunt. But it's also a coincidence that the aunt does have something to do tomorrow.
Damn it.
What a waste, I really called you uncle for nothing.
So when is my mom coming back?
She has to eat lunch. I told her about the movie. She said she'll think about it, but she might not go. No, man, you can definitely make my mom go to the movies.
Please, old friend. Yang Xia couldn't help but feel a little anxious when he heard this. If it came too early, then her affair with Xiaopingping would likely be exposed.
Okay, I'll try my best.
Don't try your best, you must help your brother, got it? Damn it. That's my aunt, not my girlfriend, how dare I guarantee that it will definitely work? For a moment, Yang Xia couldn't help but feel a little speechless. Yes, I was only thinking about myself and didn't consider all this. Look at this movie ticket you have. This is a couple's cinema. You want me to take my aunt to the couple's cinema to watch a movie? Have you ever thought about how my aunt will look at me? Or do you really want to give your buddy a good chance to woo your aunt? Su Yang suppressed his laughter and looked at Yang Xia seriously. If this kid really means it, that would be great. Damn it. Yang Xia looked at Su Yang and couldn't help scratching his head. Yes.
She originally bought the movie tickets to watch with Xiaopingping, and she specifically chose the couple's hall. However, my aunt said that if I studied hard, she would consider going to the movies with me.
What? What book?
Here. Su Yang smiled and pointed to a few books on the bedside table, sighing slightly. These are all things from the clothing industry, I can't read them either.
Oh, these are the books. My mom used to make me read them too, but I couldn't get into them at all. But you can have a look. It seems that my mom really does value you. Brother, really, read them.
Yang Xia said, unable to help scratching his head and looking thoughtful.
If Auntie really goes to the movie theater with me, you really won't think too much about it, will you? I've read that the couple seats will make us quite close to each other.
Su Yang looked at Yang Xia seriously, with a troubled expression on his face.
Hey, it's fine, I trust you, buddy.
I just don't believe you'd do anything to your dad's friend.
Cough cough. Su Yang almost spit out when he heard this. Damn it. This kid only knows this fake news. Well, you're right, I definitely wouldn't dare do anything to Auntie. But buddy, I'm scared. Hold on, what are you scared of? Why wouldn't I be scared?
I'm just a young guy, and if Auntie takes a fancy to me, then I'll be in big trouble.
Ha ha ha, you're just dreaming.
My mother has had so many suitors over the years that they would stretch all the way to Paris, France.
You and I are just wasting our time. Okay, that's settled then. You must study hard, ha ha ha.
Yang Xia laughed, patted Su Yang on the shoulder, and then hummed a little tune as he left.
Xiaoxia, why aren't you resting so late? What were you doing in Su Yang's room?
Yang Shui heard Yang Xia leave Su Yang's room and pushed open the bedroom door to come out.
Mom, Su Yang and I were chatting about studies.
I'm going to bed now, I need to go to the library early tomorrow.
Oh, good boy, go to bed quickly. Yang Shui couldn't help but sigh inwardly.
Listening to the two of them chatting so happily just now, it definitely wasn't about studies.
This silly girl is really a headache. My dear brother, what were you and Xiaoxia talking about just now, hugging?
Yang Shui was a little uneasy, and after returning to her room, she immediately sent a message to Su Yang.
Chapter 20, Big Guy, 18 years old, couldn't be more perfect. Oh, we were just talking about games.
Su Yang naturally heard the exchange between the two outside just now, but Yang Shui obviously didn't believe it, otherwise she wouldn't have asked herself.
Well, I told you, how could this girl suddenly become interested in studying? I don't believe it anyway.
By the way, little brother, she's going to the library tomorrow.
She's not really interested in some guy, is she? Hey, with her current tomboyish appearance, I really don't know what kind of boy would like her like this. I'm not sure about this either, I'll ask around later. Su Yang also couldn't reveal Yang Xia's secret for the time being, so he could only act dumb like this.
There was no point in stopping her now anyway. Apart from making her unhappy, there was no other benefit.
It would even ruin the bromance. Well, okay. Get some rest. Good boy. Don't sleep in tomorrow, okay?
I'll take you to the office early and give you some pointers, but you have to listen to me, slightly embarrassed.
Don't worry, I'll listen to you, hugs.
Su Yang couldn't help but feel a little lost when he read Yang Shui's cryptic message.
It was really cool to flirt with an older sister. Well done, my boy. Let's go to bed, kiss. Okay, sleep, sister, kiss. Early the next morning, Su Yang was awakened by the crackling and clinking sound coming from the bathroom outside. Without thinking, he knew it must be the work of his brother Yang Xia. He had a tummy ache from eating out last night, so he had to clink again early in the morning. Su Yang shook his head helplessly, then rolled over and got up. He still had to go to the company with Yang Shui today. Just thinking about it made him feel excited. Knock, knock, knock. Su Yang was getting dressed when Yang Shui knocked on the door. My dear brother. Yang Shui's pretty face instantly turned pink as she looked at Su Yang's fit body. It's time to eat, brother. You'd better hurry and get ready. But this was after all at home, and she only glanced at it twice before shyly turning her head and going out. Su Yang looked at Yang Shui's enchanting back and couldn't help but be in a daze again. I'm so looking forward to learning at the office today. In no time, Su Yang finished washing up and tidying up. The three of them sat together and began to eat the breakfast that Yang Shui had prepared early in the morning. Don't look at her as a big CEO, but her cooking skills are really quite good. Xiaxia, mommy has to go to a meeting at the company today, and I can't take a break because of something unexpected. When you have time, can you tidy up your room? Yang Shui couldn't help but smile as she looked at her daughter, who was stuffing her face. I know, Mom. Don't worry, I'll definitely clean up. Yang Xia nodded with a smile and gave Su Yang a quiet kick, her eyes full of indescribable excitement. Okay, when Mom comes back, she'll check it. Don't worry, Mom, I'll definitely clean up. And Su Yang, you bring your books with you to the office with me. I'll have time to tell you the basics of the clothing industry. You must study hard, understand? Don't let Auntie down. Yang Shui turned her head to Su Yang again, her eyes flickering slightly before she spoke with great earnestness. Yes, I know, Auntie. I will study hard and ask you if I don't understand. Su Yang quickly nodded, agreeing with great pleasure. He was completely like an obedient good boy. Good boy, so good. Yang Shui couldn't help but smile, and also quietly nudged Su Yang with her foot under the table. Su Yang's heart pounded for a moment. What is this? First Yang Xia kicked me, and now you're touching me. Amen, this is really quite interesting. Mom, I'm going to the library. By the way, Lao Tai, where are the car keys? Yang Xia finished eating, wiped her mouth casually, and was ready to leave. Oh. Su Yang smiled, took out the key to the Tank 300 from her pocket, and handed it to Yang Xia. Silly girl, you must be careful when driving. Mom is worried about you. Don't worry, Mom, I've taken your car out for a spin many times. I'm off. Yang Xia took the car keys from Su Yang's hand and happily left the house quickly. Click. With the sound of the door closing, there were only two people left in the house. Good boy, so are we going to the office? Yang Shui's courage suddenly grew as she watched her daughter leave. Even the way she looked at Su Yang became a little aggressive. The reason they went to the office was to avoid Yang Xia. Now that she was gone, did that mean they didn't have to go to the office? After all, the two of them could discuss academic issues, basic knowledge of the clothing industry, together at home, where there was a better atmosphere. Well, let's go to the office. Yang Xia will be back soon, and you still want her to tidy up the room, don't you? Su Yang couldn't help but be taken aback when she heard Yang Shui's words. Yang Xia will definitely be back this morning. And she'll bring Xiu Pingping with her. If the two of them don't leave the house, they won't get anything done. Well, then, listen to your brother and let's eat quickly. Yang Shui said, winking at Su Yang, her eyes clearly showing a hint of flirtatiousness. She even reached out and wiped her hand over Su Yang's face. Okay, hurry up and eat. Before long, the two had finished breakfast. Yang Shui busied herself for a few minutes and quickly finished washing up. Sister, you work so efficiently, and just thinking about living with you for the rest of my life makes me happy. So have you decided to spend the rest of your life with your sister? Yang Shui took off her apron and hung it up, then came shyly over to Su Yang. She put her arm around his waist. Of course. My sister has been waiting for me for 18 years, and I have remembered her since I was a child. For me, it is 2 lives to spend one with you. Su Yang reached out and took Yang Shui's head into his arms, unable to help but feel a surge of emotion. Big is big, and 18 years old is perfect. Well. My sister will definitely dote on you. In your previous life, my sister didn't get the chance, so in this life you must not refuse. Although my sister is quite a bit older than you, she definitely understands you better than a little girl and will dote on you more. Chapter 21. I'm not interested in little girls at all. Yang Shui looked at Su Yang with emotion in her eyes, and her gaze was full of unspeakable passion. However, there was also a hint of worry. She knew that she was much older than Su Yang, and she also knew that Su Yang did not have many memories from the past. Although her feelings for Su Yang were as passionate as a powder keg, she could not help but worry about their future. After all, Su Yang was only 18 years old and still a tender young man. Well, I know, sister, I have no interest in little girls. Don't worry about anything. Ever since the moment I met you, I've already made up my mind. Su Yang could clearly hear her worry in Yang Shui's words. She could also feel the fire she was forcibly suppressing. My dear little brother. Quick, let your sister give you a kiss. Yang Shui's eyes reddened when she heard Su Yang's words. Even her voice trembled slightly. She happily reached out and hooked her neck around Su Yang's neck again, and her little mouth curled up. Boo! Okay, good brother, let's go, sister will definitely tell you a good story, hurry up and get the book. Yang Shui happily licked her lips and patted Su Yang's chest. Well, okay sister. Su Yang shook her head a little, and quickly went to the bedroom to get the book. This beautiful older sister is so seductive. Whenever I'm with her, I can't help but feel a little lost in thought. The two of them soon went downstairs, and Su Yang got into Yang Shui's BMW X7 and drove out of the residential area towards the company. Yang Shui leaned back in the passenger seat, and from time to time, she would look at Su Yang for a while. I don't know what she was thinking, but her face had turned pink. Brother, I suddenly remembered something. Oh? What is it, sister? Su Yang couldn't help reaching out and grabbing Yang Shui's arm, then gently pulling it, and holding her little hand. It was warm, soft, and smooth. It really felt good to squeeze. Brother, since you and Xiaoxia are both studying computer science, and our group headquarters also has an internet department, why don't you take a position there and exercise your management skills? And the network department is also an internal service department that has some connection with all the other departments. If you work there for a while, you will get to know everyone. Yang Shui said, and took Su Yang's hand in her own, turning her hand over. Instead of having her small hand kneaded, she preferred to knead Su Yang's large hand. The slightly rough hand made her like it more and more the more she rubbed it. But sister, I don't have much time to come over during the week. Sometimes I don't have classes in the afternoon, so I can come over. It's okay, my dear brother, just get used to the idea. When you're a junior or senior, you'll have a lot of time. Just come over more often then. And you'll have to go to other departments for some training in the future. Yang Shui said, her eyes slightly revealing a look of reluctance. The next few years may be a bit hard on Su Yang. Although he is her man, if she can't bear to let him suffer a little, how can she train him? Okay, sister, I will work hard. Su Yang nodded, feeling much better in his heart. Even if he had the best soft meal to eat, he would still feel unhappy. Yang Shui had worked hard for so many years, suffering from the pain of missing him, and experiencing countless hardships of starting a business. He is only 18 years old now, and even if Yang Shui likes him even more, he doesn't want to be a little lazy puppy. A man has to work hard and pay for the woman he loves. Well, I believe you know, little brother, that 18 years ago, your college entrance exam score was in the top 3 at Jiangcheng University. Xiaoxia mentioned you many times in the past, and I even thought you were the girl's boyfriend for a while. Yang Shui said, and a hint of embarrassment could be seen on her face. She never expected that when she met Su Yang for the first time, her heart would suddenly become chaotic. If her daughter wasn't there, she might have really thrown her arms around Su Yang. She had been thinking about him for 18 whole years. And now he suddenly appeared before her. For a moment, she was so confused that she almost fainted. Thank goodness for Xiaoxia, or else we might have just passed each other by. That would have been tragic. Yes. Brother and sister, I'm so happy. Yang Shui said, unable to stop herself from rubbing her moist eyes. Ding dong. As the car approached Yang Shui's clothing building, Su Yang's phone rang once, and he received a WeChat message. However, Su Yang did not intend to read it now, because he guessed that it was most likely a message from that brat Yang Xia. After a while, the car stopped in front of the building. Sister, you go on ahead, I'll be there as soon as I park the car.
Yang Shui nodded with a smile, pushed open the car door and got out.
In an instant, her powerful aura as the CEO came back on.
Su Yan looked at her charming back, then drove the car to the parking lot. After parking the car, Su Yang turned on her phone.
Sure enough, it was indeed a message from Yang Xia. Lao Tai, have you and my mom left the house already? In such a hurry?
Su Yang couldn't help but smile, then sent her a message back.
Well, we've already arrived at the office, so you can take your Xiao Pingping home to be intimate. Don't worry, Lao Tai, we definitely won't go back until we've seen the movie.
Great, Lao Tai. I'll definitely ask Pingping to ask her sister out.
It'll be so cool to hit on her sisters together. We'll talk about that later.
Okay, I have to go upstairs and study, or your mom won't go to the movie with me.
Su Yan looked at Yang Xia's message and couldn't help but feel speechless.
How could a 25-year-old girl compare to his sister Yang Shui? There was no comparison at all.
Okay, old friend, I won't say thank you, but I'll go now.
Well, bye. After Su Yang finished sending the message, he picked up the book on the back seat and headed towards Yang Shui's office.
Come on, brother, sit here.
As soon as Su Yang entered the office, he saw Yang Shui already sitting at the tea table, having made the tea.
Sister, shall we have tea while I lecture? Su Yang smiled and sat directly across from Yang Shui. This sister is really nice, not only lecturing, but also making tea. Chapter 22, From Lecture to Sofa.
Well, brother, have some tea first, and I'll give you a quick introduction to some basic concepts in the clothing industry. Yang Shui said, pouring a cup of tea and handing it to Su Yang.
Thank you, sister.
The clothing industry refers to companies and industries related to clothing design, manufacturing, and sales. In fact, this industry is very large, and the fields it covers are also very broad. For example, it can include menswear, women's wear, children's wear, sportswear, underwear, shoes and hats, accessories, and so on. Yang Shui lifted her teacup, took a small sip, and picked up a book of basic knowledge.
Then, according to her understanding of the industry, she began to explain with a focus.
She explained very carefully and with great patience.
Sister, what are the main areas of Yang Shui clothing?
Well, our group company has been developing for more than 10 years. At the beginning, we mainly made children's clothing, and later men's and women's clothing, shoes and hats, etc.
Didn't you see when my sister showed you the clothes before?
All the clothes and shoes we have are produced by our group.
Oh, that's quite a lot. Su Yang couldn't help but be secretly shocked, his heart full of unspeakable admiration.
It seems that Yang Shui has really worked hard over the years.
Yes, brother, do you know why our group is called Yang Shui Clothing? As she said, a look of reminiscence passed over Yang Shui's face. Is it to commemorate our lost love? In fact, when Su Yang first saw the name, he naturally understood it that way.
The first character of his name and the first character of Yang Shui's name were taken to form the name of the company.
Yes, I believe my brother already thought of that a long time ago. Yang Shui said, picked up the teapot and poured another cup for Su Yang. The night before I met you, I even dreamed of you. I even cried for a while after waking up. I just didn't expect that in the evening, you suddenly came to my side.
Yang Shui forgot to give her lecture as she went on and on.
Even her eyes became moist. It's okay, sister. Since I'm here, let's not think about the past. Su Yang couldn't help but feel moved when he saw Yang Shui's infatuated expression.
He then took out a tissue and reached out to wipe her eyes.
Well, sister, I'm happy and want to cry. Maybe it's because I've been thinking about you for too long.
Then you suddenly came to my side, and my heart has never been able to calm down.
Sister didn't sleep well last night either. Ha! Yang Shui said, unable to suppress a yawn. Sister, what should we do?
I have to go to work tomorrow, and you haven't rested for 2 days. Su Yang felt a little distressed. It seems that my sister really cares too much about herself.
It's okay, brother. I think it will be fine in a few days. Yang Shui said, unconsciously holding Su Yang's hand. Gently stroked it. Why don't you rest on the sofa for a while?
There's no rush with the lecture. I'll find time to read more later.
I asked you to come to the office today because I wanted to spend some time alone with you. Yang Shui couldn't help but smile lightly when she heard this.
And the strength in her hand increased a little.
In fact, that's what you were thinking, right? Let's go rest for a while together. I can see that you haven't slept well either.
Yang Shui said, and took the lead in standing up.
She took Su Yang's hand and walked towards the sofa. Well, it's true that I haven't slept well either. Su Yang smiled sheepishly and followed Yang Shui over. The books were just lying on the tea table. Reading or not reading, there was no hurry now. Do you want to watch any TV programs or movies? Yang Shui's office had a large color TV, mainly used by her subordinates to report their work to her. Let's sit and chat for a while and take a break. Everyone is playing with their phones these days, and fewer people are watching TV. Okay, good brother. Oh, yes, wait a second, I have another blanket here, let me get it. In the past, when Yang Shui took a break in her office, she often used it to cover herself up. Now the weather is not too hot, but if she falls asleep, she will still catch a cold easily. Saying this, Yang Shui walked over to the cabinet behind the big desk and took out a red blanket from it. Then she came over to Su Yang's side and sat down next to him. Come on, sister, lean towards me a little, I'll put my arm around you and we'll sleep. Su Yang said, reaching out and putting Yang Shui in his arms. She took off her shoes and put her legs on the sofa. She leaned back and laid down in Su Yang's arms. Su Yang unfolded the blanket and covered Yang Shui. Good brother. Sister now feels so at ease. I don't know what's going on, but I'm suddenly sleepy. Yang Shui lay comfortably in Su Yang's arms, stretched slightly, then smiled and closed her eyes. But the two of their hands were still gently clasped together. Well, sister, get some sleep. With a beauty in your arms, it's like being surrounded by warm, soft jade. To say that I'm sleepy. Su Yang was a little bit at first, but now, naturally, the more I sleep, the less sleepy I get. It's so comfortable in my brother's arms, and now my mind feels especially peaceful. Yang Shui murmured softly. She was indeed a little sleepy. After all, she hadn't had a good night's rest for 2 nights in a row. And she had only fallen asleep between 3 and 4 in the morning. In the morning, she had to get up early to make breakfast for Su Yang and Yang Xia. It was impossible to say that she wasn't sleepy. Sleep, my dear little Shui. Su Yang freed a hand and patted it gently, as if he were lulling a child to sleep. My dear little brother, actually. 18 years ago, I always called you my brother. But the moment I saw you again, a strong desire to protect you for the rest of your life blossomed in my heart. Because in my sister's eyes, you were so young, so handsome, so cute. It's as if the heavens had sent an angel to earth to guide me. So that's why my sister just wants to call me her little brother? Su Yang didn't really care what he was called. After all, between lovers, as long as both parties are comfortable with it, what's wrong with calling each other whatever you like? You can call each other sister, brother, aunt, or silly girl. Well, not really. Occasionally calling you brother is also fine, as long as my dear brother likes it. Yang Shui said, and her face instantly turned a little more rosy. After all, she was already 36 years old, and when the title of brother was shouted out, she still felt a little indescribable. Strangeness. Chapter 23. If you're so capable, then go ahead and drive. I don't believe it. The two of them just slowly chatted. Although Su Yang's hand occasionally disobeyed, he saw that Yang Shui was really sleepy, so he forced himself to restrain his restless heart. Sister, you smell so good. Su Yang gently lifted Yang Shui's hair and placed it on his nose and sniffed lightly. He soon sniffed her forehead and gave it a light peck. Then it was her face. Then, he kissed her red lips. Ha! Why is there no response? Su Yang couldn't help but be startled, and only then did he realize that Yang Shui had actually fallen asleep. Okay. Then sleep well for a while, sister is really sleepy. Then I won't disturb her. After all, there is a long time ahead, and as for cheering for love, it can wait until later. Su Yang gently adjusted the position of his arms around Yang Shui, and leaned back on the sofa, closing his eyes. Before he knew it, Su Yang had fallen asleep too. After an unknown period of time, Su Yang felt Yang Shui in his arms move suddenly, and he was also awakened. Brother! Suddenly Yang Shui let out a sweet sound, turned slightly, and then wrapped her arms around Su Yang's waist. Brother, I just had a dream. Obviously, Yang Shui was still immersed in her dream. She had a smile on her face and was smacking her lips. It seemed like she had eaten something good in her dream. Shui, then tell your brother about your dream. Yang Shui rubbed her eyes and quickly came to her senses. But her fair and pretty face quickly turned red. No, I won't talk about it. Yang Shui hugged Su Yang's waist tightly and buried her head in his arms. It was obvious.
that she must have dreamed something that made her very embarrassed and she was simply too shy to say it. "My dear brother, I'm going to the bathroom," Yang Shui said, rolled over, sat down, put on her shoes, and hurriedly left the office. There was no one in the office today, so she didn't have to worry about her appearance. Even the glass door at the entrance to the corridor outside was locked from the inside. And it was Sunday, so the whole company was not working. There were only 2 security guards downstairs looking after the parking lot. Even if they shouted their lungs out, no one would hear them. Shit. Su Yan looked at his phone and saw that it was already past 11 o'clock. It seems like he slept for a long time. His legs were a little numb from being pressed by Yang Shui. With a crack, he got up and stretched, and his arms and legs creaked. Although his arms and legs were a little numb, he really felt much better. He wondered what Yang Xia was doing at home. Should he scare her a little? "Lao Tai, what's going on? Is everything going well?" Su Yang smiled and quickly edited a WeChat message and sent it. A moment later, Yang Xia's message came back. "Ping Ping and I cleaned the house together this morning, and now my Ping Ping is making lunch, big smile, and after we eat we'll do something even happier together, sour. I'm going." Su Yan looked at Yang Xia's message and couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. How can you two do something even happier together? In an instant, a picture came to Su Yang's mind. But after a moment, he forcibly cut off the image. The point is that this is really beyond the normal perception. Thinking about it, I feel like I'm not doing well at all. By the way, Lao Tai, you must stall my mom, and you must not come back, please, please, putting his hands together in prayer. Don't worry, Lao Tai, we've been talking all morning, and my aunt even praised me for learning quickly. Su Yan suppressed his laughter and casually lied to Yang Xia. After all, Yang Shui definitely wouldn't want to go back now. It's almost noon, so the 2 of them should have dinner together, right? After dinner, they should go to the couple's room and watch a movie together, right? Does it matter what movie they watch? Of course not. What matters is who you watch the movie with. Okay, in the afternoon you guys can go watch a movie, but you have to come back after 5 p.m. at any cost. But the movie ends at 4 p.m., so what are we going to do after the movie? That's easy. We can go shopping. Actually, my mom doesn't go shopping very often, but if you go with her, she might go. Damn, I've learned so much today, I'm exhausted. I just want to find a place to rest for a while. Then you can go have a big meal, then go to the cinema to rest, and then go shopping afterwards. Why don't we just find a hotel room and stay there after the movie? Laughs. Cut it out. You're just dreaming. If Mom is willing to go with you, then you can book a room, I promise I won't mind. Yang Xia looked at Xia Pingping, who was busy in the kitchen, with an indescribable smile on her face. She didn't take Su Yang's suggestion of booking a room seriously at all. In her eyes, her mother could be described as indifferent, so how could she possibly book a room with someone? Not to mention with Su Yang. You're saying that? I'm really not going back, huh? Fine, if you're so capable, you go ahead and do it. I don't believe it. Holy shit. Su Yang was about to say something else when she suddenly heard footsteps outside. It seemed like Yang Shui had returned. So she quickly closed WeChat and put her phone in her pocket. Dear brother. After Yang Shui returned, she stretched out her arms towards Su Yang. Let's go out to eat, I'm hungry. Okay, let's go, I'm a little hungry too. The 2 of them said, and embraced tightly. A few minutes later, the 2 of them left the office. Brother, do you want Western food or Chinese food? Chinese food, I'm not used to eating Western food. Okay, there is a good Chinese restaurant at the southern end of Tu Street, and there is also a private room for couples. Do you want to give it a try? Yang Shui said and took out her phone, ready to make a reservation. Okay, then book a private room. Su Yang couldn't help but light up. Eating with your sister, the best thing is a couple's room. Now the 2 of them are actually rekindling their relationship, and they are really in love. It's just that this love is a bit sneaky, which is really not very pleasant. Chapter 24. Is this called maturity? Under Yang Shui's command, Su Yang quickly drove to the Chinese restaurant. We are together. Su Yan looked up at the name and couldn't help but feel a stirring in his heart. The name is appropriate. Sister, this restaurant has a great name. Yes, brother, a friend of mine mentioned this restaurant to me by accident, and I've actually never been here before. Yang Shui said, her eyes betraying a hint of embarrassment.
Sister. Su Yang couldn't help but smile.
Sister, don't think too much, I really don't care if you've been here before or not, I just want to say that the literal meaning of the name is quite good. From spending the last 2 days with Yang Shui, she could tell that she had very little experience with kissing. The possibility of her coming here with another man is extremely low.
We are together.
Well, actually, my sister has already made up her mind a long time ago.
Whether you like it or not, my sister will take good care of you for the rest of your life.
Yang Shui leaned against the passenger seat, staring at Su Yang intently, her face flushed. The boy in front of her was the lover she had longed for. Sometimes she even missed him so much that her heart ached. She had even dreamed countless times that he had come back to life. But after waking up, she was left with nothing but tears.
Now, he has really come back to her after one reincarnation. How could she let him go? Although he is only 18 years old, she will definitely hold on to him no matter what. How could I possibly dislike such a mature and beautiful older sister? If we are old enough now, I will get married to you right away. Really?
Yang Shui's eyes were filled with a smile when she heard Su Yang's words.
Of course.
Su Yang said, and parked the car in the parking lot in front of the hotel.
Let's go, little brother. Our private room is on the second floor.
The two of them walked out of the parking lot and headed straight for the hotel entrance.
Oh yeah, I wonder how Xiaoxia is having lunch. Should I ask her to come over and eat with us? As they walked, Yang Shui suddenly thought about her daughter.
She wondered if she was at school or at home, and her heart grew slightly worried.
It's okay, sister. Xiaoxia told me that she's eating in the cafeteria today. And since we're here at the restaurant for couples, don't you think she'll be worried?
Su Yang saw Yang Shui trying to take out her phone to make a call and couldn't help but reach out and grab her arm. The boy is having a great time with Xia Pingping right now, so you, as her mother, should probably leave them alone. Okay, then, let's forget about this silly girl for now.
Hey!
I wonder why she's been going to school so often these past 2 days.
She never did that before. Don't worry, sister, if she really likes a boy, don't you support her? Su Yang gently took Yang Shui's hand and they entered the restaurant together. Of course my sister will support her, but I just feel that there is something wrong. Look, you have been with Xiaoxia for so long, why doesn't she have any interest in you?
Besides, my brother is so handsome and quite strong.
Yang Shui said, blushing slightly and looking at Su Yang. We are just friends, maybe she likes more feminine boys? Oh, if you put it that way, then I think there is some truth to that.
In fact, what I'm most worried about is that she might find a girl. A mother knows her daughter best, and Yang Shui's guess is indeed quite accurate. This girl has never acted like a girl since she was little.
Okay, sister, don't think about it for now.
There's no point in rushing into things.
Let's just observe and see, okay?
By the way, our private room is called Love at First Sight. In front of me, I saw the private room that Yang Shui had booked in advance.
Wow! The layout of this room is really romantic. The walls of the room are actually pink.
The dining table is also small, with candlesticks on it, so you can sit facing each other or on one side. There are multicolored balloons hanging from the ceiling and a circle of colored lights hanging on the wall.
My dear brother, let's see what you want to eat. After the two entered the private room, Yang Shui didn't mention Yang Xia again.
This was now their little world, and they would forget about everything else for now. If they talked about other things, it would definitely ruin the mood. Then let's order the Love at First Sight set meal.
This restaurant is really quite interesting. I'll scan the QR code to order.
Su Yang directly scanned the QR code on the menu, and an ordering interface appeared.
My dear brother, let your sister order for you.
As soon as Su Yang opened the interface, Yang Shui pressed it down with one hand.
Without further ado, she quickly ordered.
Su Yang just gave a slight smile, not really caring. His woman is the CEO of a big company, and she has a lot of money anyway.
My dear brother, shall we sit on one side? I want to be closer to you, said Yang Shui.
Su Yang was originally sitting opposite Yang Shui, but after hearing her words, he got up and sat in the chair next to her.
Then, Yang Shui leaned lightly against his embrace. Brother, do you remember?
18 years ago, the two of us often went to the Mala Tang Tang restaurant in front of the school, and we sat next to each other. Even now, I still remember it vividly. Back then, you were just as handsome and young as you are now.
I called you brother every day, and you called me Xiao Xue.
Yang Shui let out a small sigh and wrapped her arm around Su Yang's a little tighter. 18 years have passed in the blink of an eye, and my brother is still the same. However, my sister has aged a lot.
MMM.
Before she could finish her sentence, Su Yang kissed her, blocking her words with his mouth.
Who said I'm old? This is called maturity, understand?
Such a mature and wonderful older sister is the favorite of thousands of men.
That's what Su Yang was thinking. Yang Shui's current state was his favorite. Mature and charming, sensible and caring, not playing little moods with men.
Was exactly the best choice in his mind. Knock, knock, knock. Before the two could finish their kiss, there was a light knock on the door.
Come in.
The two were startled and quickly separated.
I was getting into the mood. It's so annoying to be interrupted like that. Kneeling and begging to be added to the bookshelf, urging for more.
Kneeling and begging to be added to the bookshelf, urging for more.
Chapter 25, Brother, don't just stare at your sister, eat. Excuse me, the love at first sight set you ordered is here.
It turned out to be the waiter pushing a cart to deliver the food. In order not to disturb the couple's meal, the entire set was delivered at once.
After setting all the dishes on the table, the waiter politely and quickly left. Good brother, let's eat.
Yang Shui turned her head and looked at Su Yang. Her eyes couldn't help but flicker slightly.
After 18 years, the scene in her dreams has finally become a reality.
This was the first time she had eaten with her lover in such an atmosphere.
As soon as she reached out, Yang Shui's small hand stroked Su Yang's face and then gently squeezed it. It was youthful and full of elasticity.
It really made one feel a little unable to contain one's excitement.
Why did I sleep so soundly this morning?
What happened in my dream?
If I could practice it with him again, that would be such a happy thing. Don't just stare at your sister, eat.
Yang Shui couldn't help but feel her heartbeat faster as she watched Su Yang staring at her face from time to time. Although she didn't know if something would happen, her heart was full of expectations.
Oh, is it okay to eat my sister? Su Yang couldn't help but smile, and in response to Yang Shui's meaning, he made a joke. You said it. Don't just stare, you can eat.
Yang Shui was instantly amused and reached out to put down her chopsticks. She grabbed Su Yang by the neck, pulled him over to her, and laid him on her lap. Then she bent down and kissed him.
It's okay. My sister said it's okay to eat, so it's okay to eat. But my sister will probably eat you first. In such an intimate setting, Yang Shui's courage had obviously grown.
Not only did she take the initiative to kiss Su Yang's lips, but her hands were also a little out of control.
Gulyolu.
A sudden rumbling sound came from Su Yang's stomach, and it seemed that his body was beginning to protest. Although she was very pretty, she could not actually fill his stomach. Yang Shui heard the sound and couldn't help but laugh, then let go of Su Yang's lips and helped him up again.
Phew.
Su Yang sat up straight and let out a long sigh, shaking his head.
This sister's kissing technique is really getting more and more proficient. He was a little dizzy from the straight kiss. What's wrong, dear brother? If you're hungry, hurry up and eat. Do you want your sister to feed you?
Yang Shui looked at Su Yang in front of her, and her heart felt like it had grown grass. It was not only crazy but also messy. There was always a feeling that she wanted to act on her impulses.
Doesn't my sister know her own charm?
Not only are you exceptionally beautiful, but you also have a special charm.
My brother almost fainted from your kiss. Su Yang let out a breath, and couldn't help but yell in her heart, awesome. My dear brother, is my sister really as good as you say? Yang Shui couldn't help but feel even more excited after hearing Su Yang's words.
Before she met Su Yang, she had never been this excited. 18 years of ups and downs had long ago made her extremely calm when dealing with various matters. But when it came to Su Yang, she could never calm down.
Of course, doesn't my sister know that she is especially beautiful?
Su Yang smiled and picked up a piece of fruit, which he directly fed into Yang Shui's mouth. Of course, when my sister was young, she knew that she was beautiful.
But now that she is older,
she happily ate the fruit that Su Yang handed her, while reaching out to pinch his cheeks. But I heard from Yang Xia that there are so many guys chasing after you that the line goes all the way to Paris.
It makes me feel a little jealous just listening to it. Don't listen to this silly girl's nonsense, it's not true.
Yang Shui looked at Su Yang with a gaze that made her face turn even redder. In the past, there were indeed 3, 5, 7, and 8 guys chasing after me, but don't worry, dear brother, I ignored them all.
You are the only one in my heart, how can I fit anyone else in? Yang Shui said, gently wrapping her arms around Su Yang's neck. In fact, I left you a long time ago, why do you still keep thinking about me? Hey, it's all because you're so charming. Cough cough cough. Su Yang almost coughed out. Me? Charming? Can a man use the word charming?
If I were to say that you are pretty and charming, enchanting and charming with your mature aura, that would be more like it.
How could a big man who smells of sweat be charming? What my sister is saying is true.
18 years ago, I was especially attached to you. Now you seem even more adorable and charming in my eyes than before.
Yang Shui said, gently patting Su Yang's sturdy chest. You pushed me away and used your life to save my sister. How could I ever forget you?
I don't want to forget you, not even for 3 lifetimes, let alone 18 years. Yang Shui became more and more emotional as she spoke, and as she spoke, she pressed her hot little face against Su Yang's chest. She listened quietly to his strong heartbeat.
Well, sister, let's eat, or it'll get cold. Su Yang couldn't help but sigh inwardly, and then gently patted Yang Shui's back. What a devoted and good woman. Okay, little brother, after we finish eating, aren't we going to go to the movies? It seems that I haven't been to the movies in the cinema for many years since you last left.
Yang Shui smiled shyly, then sat up straight and tidied her long hair.
Even while tidying her hair, those shy and charming eyes still stared intently at Su Yang. It was as if she wasn't careful, Su Yang would disappear. Well, let's go to the movies then.
It doesn't matter what movie we watch, I just want to spend more time with my sister.
You're such a good brother. Which cinema do you want to go to? Shall I book the tickets now?
Yang Shui said, and picked up her phone, ready to start booking tickets.
No need, sister, I'm ready already. It'll be at 2 p.m. Don't worry, sister, you'll like it.
Su Yang gently stroked her little hand to stop her from following through.
Well, let's eat, and then we'll go after that.
Yang Shui looked at the time and quickly picked up her chopsticks.
Time passed quickly.
It felt like it had only been a few minutes since she came in, but she hadn't realized that an hour had already passed.
Chapter 26. Is this guy's progress really that fast? Ha ha. Yang Shui finished lunch and couldn't help but yawn. Sister, you haven't slept well the past 2 nights, have you still not recovered? Su Yang also finished eating and put down his chopsticks, looking at her with some concern. It's okay. I got some sleep this morning, and I'm feeling much better. I hope you can go to sleep early tonight.
Yang Shui rubbed her eyes sheepishly and then stood up.
My dear brother, wait for me a moment. I need to go to the bathroom. When you come back, we'll go to the cinema together.
Saying this, she wrapped Su Yang's head in her arms, kissed him twice, and then left the compartment happily, twisting her enchanting body.
Su Yang licked her lips and looked at Yang Shui's back as her heart pounded. This older sister really knows how to seduce. There's no need to think about how to seduce her, she'll just come at you unexpectedly. The most important thing is that she's so mature and charming, and it's easy to fall in love with her. I wonder what kind of guerrilla tactics she'll use in the dark cinema. Retreat when the enemy advances, and harass the enemy when they retreat? Ding dong. Su Yang was happily imagining the wonders of the cinema when his phone suddenly beeped. He pulled it out and saw that it was a message from Yang Xia. Hey Lao Tai, what's the situation? Are you guys going to the movies? Ha ha ha. It seems that this kid has always been very concerned about the movements of the two of you. He was just afraid that her mother would suddenly come home and leave her defenseless, and that would be the end. We just finished eating. Auntie had a great time and is now going to the bathroom. We'll be going to the movie theater soon.
Su Yang didn't lie to Yang Xia, but told her the actual situation.
Auntie was really happy. She was hugging and kissing him every now and then, so how could she not be happy? Good. Lao Tai is awesome. I'm relieved, buddy.
Ping Ping also went to the bathroom. We'll be taking a break together to watch a movie or something.
Ha! Su Yang couldn't help but be taken aback. Watch a movie? Western or Japanese and Korean? With or without subtitles? Isn't this kid progressing too quickly? It's even faster than my progress. But you can't go too fast. You'll easily give yourself away, you know? Damn it. Just let her go. I don't have much experience in this area anyway, so it's pointless for me to worry for her. Okay, then Auntie and I will go to the cinema in a while. If we get sleepy, we'll go and get a room together. If she's willing, we won't go home tonight, laughs. Su Yang smiled and sent the message. This was indeed his true inner thoughts. If they went home, Yang Shui would probably still be unable to sleep well. Since she could rest well in his arms, why not get a room and just hold her in his arms? She would sleep well even if that was all, wouldn't she? If you're so capable, go ahead and book a room. Let's see what you can do. Yang Xia naturally didn't believe it. She just felt that Su Yang was just joking with her on purpose, just yammering on. As an old friend, she didn't really care about these jokes. Haha, you said it. After the movie, I'll ask my aunt. If she's willing, we'll book a big bedroom together, and if she's not, we'll just go straight home. Hold on. Don't come back after the movie. I told you to take her shopping, please. No, man, I feel a little weird when she looks at me like that. I'm worried that if we spend too much time together, I'll get bullied, laughs. Cut it out, you're just messing with me. If my mom really likes you, I'll definitely say yes. Stop bullshitting, remember what I said, Ping Ping is coming over, that's it. Yang Xia was now thinking about how to fix Ping Ping, so naturally she didn't think much about what she and Su Yang had been chatting about. Besides, she knew her mother was a cold person, so she didn't take Su Yang's joking words seriously. Plus, there was also the relationship with his father. So she thought that what Su Yang said was just a joke. Okay. Su Yang smiled, turned off the screen, and put the phone away. Believe it or not. Anyway, Yang Shui and I are now deeply in love. If you accidentally find out one day, don't blame Lao Tai for not telling you in advance. I'll definitely be prepared to pay for a change of mouth, so don't worry, you won't be changing your mouth for nothing. Day. A crisp and familiar sound of high heels came, and Su Yang knew that Yang Shui was back. So he stood up and prepared to leave with her. Let's go, dear brother. Yang Shui pushed open the door to the private room just as Su Yang walked over. Her delicate and pretty face was white and tinged with a seductive pink. Her eyes, slightly sparkling, stared at Su Yang with a half smile. Well, let's go, sister, it's getting late. As soon as they stepped outside, Su Yang's arm was taken by Yang Shui, and her hand was grabbed by her interlocked fingers. Just like a proper couple in love. After leaving the restaurant, the two drove away. Sister, why don't you lean back and rest for a while? I'm worried that the sound in the cinema will be a bit loud, and you might not be able to get a good night's rest, Su Yang said. Yang Shui couldn't help smiling at her brother's words. You're going to the cinema just to watch a movie with your brother? You're not going to sleep, are you? But I'm worried that you won't get a good night's rest, and then you won't be able to work tomorrow. In fact, Su Yang's heart still really pities Yang Shui. Such a large group, she has to personally oversee many important matters, so she is not only busy, but also under a lot of pressure. If she doesn't get enough rest, she will really be very tired. It's okay, sweet brother, why don't you sneak over at night and cuddle up to me while I sleep? Yang Shui smiled shyly and reached out to pinch Su Yang's cheek. Great. This happiness has come too suddenly. In an instant, Su Yang's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. If he really hugged her to sleep, would she really be able to rest well? Wouldn't she be more likely to have trouble sleeping? Chapter 27: A couple's booth in a youth movie theater. Yang Shui looked at Su Yang's excited expression and couldn't help but give him a little pinch on the waist, smiling sheepishly. She had just been joking around with him. If it was serious, she would be happy to, but she was afraid that Yang Xia would find out, and that wouldn't be pretty. Her image as a good mother, who has kept herself pure for so many years, would be completely ruined. In the future, she wouldn't even be able to hold her head up in front of her daughter. Wouldn't that be a mess? Ha ha. Su Yang couldn't help but laugh, and he grabbed Yang Shui's little hand. It was so soft and warm, and he just couldn't get enough of it. It was 5 minutes to 2 in the afternoon, and the two of them arrived downstairs at the cinema. Youth cinema. The two parked the car and walked briskly towards the entrance. Sister, wait here for a moment, I'll go buy some drinks. When they reached the entrance to the VIP couples lounge, Su Yang quickly went to buy drinks. After all, it was going to be 2 hours. They would inevitably get thirsty chatting and kissing, so drinks were a must. Forget about other snacks, after all, the two of them had just eaten. Let's go, sister, said Su Yang, taking the movie tickets from her pocket and passing through the ticket barrier with Yang Shui. The movie had already started. Su Yang and Yang Shui took advantage of the light from the dim screen and walked all the way to the back, to the seats closest to the wall, where they finally found their seats. The couple's room was specially designed with couple seats. The two could lean very close to each other, and it was very convenient to cuddle anyway. Good brother, you chose a great seat. After the two of them sat down, Yang Shui took advantage of the dark and gloomy environment to put her arm around Su Yang's waist. Yeah, sister, it's quiet here, so it's convenient for you to rest. After all, it was Yang Xia who chose the seats, so now it's convenient for Su Yang and her mother. But he definitely couldn't say that these were Yang Xia's movie tickets, or it might lead to a series of issues. The sound of the movie was still quite loud, so the two of them could only whisper close together. You say one thing, I say another, feeling each other's warm breath. My dear brother, when did you buy these movie tickets? Oh, I bought them yesterday when I was driving the Tank 300 for a spin. Why? Don't you like them, sister? I can't betray my sworn brother, so I'll just blurt it out. A drive can go anywhere. It's only natural to buy 2 movie tickets. I like it. I never thought my dear brother was so romantic. I haven't been to the movies in years. Yang Shui put her arms around Su Yang's waist, rested her head on his shoulder, closed her eyes, and stopped watching the movie screen. Sister, since you haven't watched a movie in so many years, why don't we watch it for a while? I can't watch it, sister. Yang Shui laughed softly and wrapped her arms a little tighter around him. Okay. His mouth couldn't help twitching slightly, and he put his left arm around her waist and patted her back with his right hand. It was as if he was coaxing a cute little baby to sleep. Okay, little Snow, just sleep a little longer. It's so comfortable in my brother's arms. Now that you mention it, I'm actually feeling a little sleepy again. Hearing Su Yang call her little Snow, Yang Shui couldn't help but quietly scratch his waist. This nickname was really familiar, but she hadn't heard it in a long, long time. Now that Su Yang called her again, her heart felt like it was in a daze. It even made her feel like her body and mind were melting. Okay, just sleep a little longer. Su Yang changed her position a little, making Yang Shui more comfortable. In fact, my sister used to stay up late a lot, but she never felt as sleepy as she does now. Is there something wrong with her health? Su Yang couldn't help but feel a little worried when she heard this. Maybe she used to work too hard, causing some issue with her health? No, my sister feels really comfortable all over, especially in her dear brother's arms. It couldn't be more comfortable. Maybe it's because for so many years, sister has been in a state of constant tension, but after meeting her brother, she has suddenly relaxed, and that's why she feels tired. You know what, brother, I feel so light and comfortable right now, but I still feel a little sleepy. Yang Shui said, unable to suppress a yawn. Then don't work so hard in the future, okay? Let's just rest a little more. Su Yang couldn't help but let out a sigh, and her heart felt a little pain. Over the years, Yang Shui has really had a hard time. It's fine to be busy at work, but the biggest drain is not being able to relax mentally. Now that my dear little brother is here, I don't know what's going on, but I feel completely relaxed, both mentally and physically. I just want to hug you and take a long, deep sleep, to make up for the lack of sleep over the past 18 years. Well, after the movie, let's go to a hotel room and then hug me to sleep? Su Yang said, and his heart couldn't help but beat rapidly. Yang Shui listened to what he said, and for a moment, she was silent. Obviously, she was thinking about Su Yang's suggestion. My dear brother, your heart is beating so fast. Tell your sister honestly, are you thinking about something bad? Hugged by such a pretty and cute sister, it's a given that I'm thinking about something bad. But this is a movie theater, so at most, I'm just thinking about it. Su Yan laughed lightly, not feeling the slightest bit of embarrassment. When you're with your closest lover, what's there to say about not doing it? Besides, that little bad thing. Oh, no, I should say beautiful thing, isn't it just a matter of time? So my dear little brother is thinking of renting a room? And don't you like it? Of course I do, but since you're already mine, I'm not in a hurry. Yang Shui answered decisively, and expressed her true thoughts. Su Yang couldn't help but smile knowingly when she heard her words. So my sister agrees. She's just not that anxious. Haste makes waste, right? Good things come to those who wait. Actually, my main goal is to let my sister sleep a little longer. You see,
After we get home, I won't dare to hug my sister. Su Yang still wanted to complete Lao Tai's request beautifully.
Chapter 28. This is just too happy, isn't it? Good brother, we can't go back too late either.
I wonder if Xiaoxia, that brat, has gone home yet. After all, she is a daughter that she has raised with her own hands for more than 10 years, so naturally Yang Shui is worried about her.
Why don't we go for a drive to the riverside after the movie? It's got a great view and relatively few people. Can we stay until 6 o'clock and then go back?
Obviously, although Yang Shui really wanted to, she was still very sensible. She was worried that once they went to the hotel, she might lose control and not be able to come back that night.
But if that happened, there would be a lot of trouble.
Xiaoxia, in particular, hadn't really thought about how to explain it.
Okay, sister. Su Yang couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief.
Whether or not they went to the hotel wasn't the most urgent matter at the moment. The most critical thing was to help Yang Xia stall her mother, and they couldn't go back before 5 o'clock.
What if that Ping Ping hasn't left yet? Yang Xia will be so embarrassed. My dear brother, don't be impatient, okay? Let your sister rest for a couple of days and recover a bit. We'll do it then.
Brother, don't try to weasel out of it.
Just watch how I'll devour you.
Yang Shui whispered in Su Yang's ear, smiling shyly. She really did feel a little weak and tired all over. After so many years of being on edge, she suddenly felt relaxed, and her body felt as if it had no energy. Plus, she hadn't slept well the past 2 nights.
So, she just wanted to snuggle up to Su Yang and get some rest. Okay, sister. I'll be your pillow for the next few days. I hope you can recover quickly, Su Yang said, nodding.
Under the circumstances, it was indeed not the right time for anything too radical. Yang Shui has been tense for so many years, and once she relaxes, she really needs to get a good night's sleep.
This is good for her body. As for the beautiful things he was thinking about, maybe by then he will surrender first. Well, then, sister, you go back to sleep for a while. Good brother, I really like you.
Yang Shui was snuggled comfortably in Su Yang's arms, her voice murmuring, as if she was about to fall asleep.
Su Yang did not say anything, but gently embraced her. Sure enough, after a while, he could tell from her even breathing that Yang Shui in his arms had fallen asleep again. Su Yang kept his position, not daring to move a muscle. Until the end of the movie.
The two had not even taken a sip of the drinks they had bought, and he really wanted to go to the bathroom.
The movie was over and the lights came on. Everyone slowly started to leave. Pop.
Seeing that everyone had left, Yang Shui still had no intention of waking up. Su Yan lowered his head and pecked her slightly curved little mouth.
Sister, wake up. The movie is over.
Yang Shui opened her eyes blankly, and after a moment, she understood what was going on.
It ended so quickly. Let's go, honey. Yes, my dear. Hearing Yang Shui's address, Su Yang couldn't help but feel his heart stir instantly. OMG. Yang Shui called him husband. This is just too happy, isn't it? Puff, my dear brother.
Yang Shui finally came back to her senses when she heard Su Yang call her wife. It turned out that she had just had a very clear dream in which the two of them had just finished the 3 bows and the final step of the wedding chamber, and then she was awakened by Su Yang. She was about to devour Su Yang, but she woke up with regret in the end. In her dream, she kept calling Su Yang her husband, so she called out husband just now when her mouth slipped.
I just had a beautiful dream, and I almost ate you up. It would have been nice if you had called me a little longer. Ha ha ha. Su Yang couldn't help but laugh. It was just a false dream. Isn't it more interesting to wait until my sister is well rested and have some real fun?
The two said, holding hands, and quickly left the screening room. After all, neither of them knew what was being shown today. One person slept, while the other watched the other person sleep.
No one had time to watch the movie. Brother, didn't you sleep a little while ago?
No, sister was so soft and fragrant in my arms, I didn't want to sleep.
The two walked hand in hand from the theater to the car. Is it really that comfortable holding your sister?
Yang Shui couldn't help reaching out and pinching Su Yang's face, her face full of a happy smile.
Of course, I'm afraid there's nothing in the world that's more comfortable than this. Okay, let's go to Linjiang Avenue and take a drive there to relax. My dear brother held me for so long, your arms must be numb, right?
Saying this, she reached out and helped him massage his arms.
It's okay, sister, are you okay? It's true that they're a little sore. It's always the same position, so it's easy to get tired. Give me the car keys, I'll drive, you rest for a while. Okay, no problem. When they arrived at the parking lot, Yang Shui got into the driver's seat and took Su Yang to Linjiang Avenue. Ding dong.
On the way, Su Yang's phone buzzed lightly.
When he opened it, it was a message from Yang Xia. Lao Tai, what's your current situation? Have you gone shopping? Wow. This kid is really keeping a close eye on me. What's the point of shopping? It's no fun. We're on our way to the hotel, haha. Cut it out, you're not fooling anyone. Lao Tai, I've got another problem. Quick, give me some advice. Hurry up.
I'm still too scared to show my hand. I was planning to tell her, but now I'm too scared to say anything. Yang Xia planned to show some affection to Xiao Pingping and then tell her the truth. But after the affection, hugs, kisses, etc., he was too scared to say anything.
What's the rush? Take your time. You guys have plenty of time. But we've already kissed. I'm not going to say anything else. Ping Ping is back from the bathroom. Talk to you later. Holy cow. We've already kissed. OMG. I can't even imagine the scene. Su Yang couldn't help but shiver. Forget it, just let her be. He doesn't have much experience in this area anyway. Kneeling to beg for a bookshelf, urging for more. Kneeling to beg for a bookshelf, urging for more. Chapter 29, Why are you so attractive to your sister? After a short while, the two drove to Linjiang Avenue. The environment here is very good, and there are also many specially designed parking spaces along the road. Good brother, let's park the car here. Look, the river over there looks like a mirror when the sun shines on it, it's so beautiful. Well, the environment here is really good. Su Yang nodded, squinting his eyes at the river surface illuminated by the sun. Do.
Yang Shui stopped the car and directly picked up her phone, dialing an unknown number. A moment later, the call was answered.
Mom, are you still working overtime?
The voice on the phone was small, but clearly audible.
Yang Shui then pressed the speaker button. Mom isn't working overtime.
Su Yang and I just finished watching a movie and our eyes are tired, so we're going to rest in the car for a while before going back.
What about you, are you still at school? What do you want to eat tonight? Mom will go home later and cook it for you.
Yang Shui spoke very softly to her daughter.
She didn't ask any questions. Oh, Mom, I ate at school and will go back later, so you don't need to bother. It's hard to spend a weekend together, so you can eat out with Su Yang and come back later. Silly girl, you know how to care about your mother, that's good, you're improving. Yang Shui couldn't help but smile lightly when she heard her daughter's words. Of course, Mom works so hard, and as a daughter, I have to learn to care about you.
Yang Xia spoke and laughed on the phone, as if she was being serious and as if she was just going through the motions.
But she didn't hear anything unusual.
If Su Yang didn't know what she was doing right now, she wouldn't have been able to tell at all that she was being evasive.
Ha ha. Okay, good girl, then Mom will have dinner with Su Yang and then go back.
Yang Xia's words really made her mother happy, so Yang Shui readily agreed. In fact, she also really wanted to spend some more time alone with Su Yang. Even from morning until now, it has been almost a whole day, and most of the time she has been in his arms. But her thoughts on this have become increasingly strong.
Soon, the two ended the call.
My dear brother, come with your sister to the back. This kind of place that is suitable for flirting is usually more crowded in the evening.
It is still early, so there are very few people on the Riverside Boulevard.
Yang Shui gave Su Yang a crooked finger, and there was an indescribable expression in her eyes.
Su Yang was instantly electrified by her gaze.
In a moment, his mind became unstable.
Wow! This older sister's power is really too strong, isn't it? But it's broad daylight. There aren't many cars, but they're very conspicuous. Once the car sways, won't it be easy to be spotted? But Su Yang just thought about it a little bit, and then he went straight from the front to the back seat. If his sister isn't worried, why would he worry? Good brother. Sitting in the back seat, Yang Shui again embraced Su Yang's waist.
Her eyes were burning with electricity as she stared at him. Why are you so attractive to your sister? 18 years ago and now, you are both especially attractive to me.
Moreover, now you have become even more attractive to me. My sister just wants to cling to you right now.
It smells so good to smell my brother. Yang Shui narrowed her eyes slightly and leaned into Su Yang's arms, greedily sniffing the scent emanating from him.
Is it because I'm younger that my sister likes me more?
Su Yang hugged Yang Shui with both arms and gently inhaled her hair fragrance.
You mean my sister likes younger boys? That's not really the case. Before I met you, my sister had never been attracted to any man. It doesn't matter if they're younger or older. To be honest, my sister has never considered these issues. Maybe people who know me would think I'm emotionally detached. And even I myself used to think so. But ever since I met my good little brother, I realized that I have been suppressing it all along. I am not indifferent at all.
If it weren't for Xiaoxia, I would have already taken you for real these past 2 days.
Good brother, sister really likes you.
As she said this, Yang Shui twisted her body a little and reached out to touch Su Yang's face.
Then his neck.
After all, it was broad daylight, and Yang Shui was just teasing Su Yang. Nowadays, she feels that her body has not yet recovered, so this is not the best time. After so many years of tension, it must take 2 days to recover suddenly.
My dear brother, I found that I can only sleep the most soundly when I am in your arms.
When I sleep alone, I inexplicably can't sleep.
You see, these 2 nights, I always miss you. You can't sleep until the early morning. Tomorrow, my sister still has to go to work. What should I do?
Yang Shui said, snuggled in Su Yang's arms again, and fell asleep.
Why don't we go to a hotel and not go back tonight?
Yang Shui reached out and stroked Su Yang's face, and couldn't help but laugh.
Although this proposal was very tempting, she still didn't dare to do it.
In Yang Xia's perception, Su Yang was the son of her mother's best friend. If they didn't return home at night, it would indeed be difficult to explain clearly.
And it seems like now is not the right time to directly clarify their relationship. How about I quietly go over there in the middle of the night, snuggle up next to you and sleep until dawn, and then I'll go back?
Yang Shui stroked his face without saying a word.
It seemed like she was thinking about it, and she seemed to be somewhat tempted.
It seems. As long as you are careful, you shouldn't be discovered.
The only thing is that the 2 of you have to remain silent.
At least you can't make any strange noises.
Otherwise, it will be very easy to expose. Is that okay, sister?
In fact, my younger brother only wants his sister to get some rest early.
He wasn't thinking about anything else. Su Yang couldn't help but smile sheepishly. Anyway, even if he said it out loud, he didn't really believe it himself. As for whether or not something would happen, who could say for sure?
He, Su Yang, was an 18-year-old guy with raging hormones. And Yang Shui was also in the prime of her life, like a hungry wolf.
Chapter 30, What's the point of being afraid? Better to get it over with sooner rather than later. Let's just wait and see what happens.
It was obvious that Yang Shui was tempted. But these kinds of things always depend on the situation, and safety must come first.
Okay, sister.
Su Yang's heart started racing at the sound of her words. He didn't know if something would happen during the night, or if one of them would lose their temper first. But he felt incredibly excited. The 2 of them embraced intimately, looking out at the scenery and chatting softly.
Before they knew it, the sky slowly grew darker.
The number of parked cars gradually increased, and the number of people strolling by the roadside also increased.
Ding dong!
Su Yang's phone suddenly beeped lightly, waking him from the sweet and warm atmosphere.
He quietly pulled out his phone and glanced at it. It was still a message from Yang Xia. Lao Tai, have you finished eating with my mom? It's almost 7 o'clock, I'm so hungry. Can you bring me back some?
Okay. Because one hand was around Yang Shui, it was not convenient to type with one hand, and he didn't want her to see it, so Su Yang only replied with one word.
Good brother. Ouch, it's almost dark, let's go back.
At this time, Yang Shui also came back from the happy embrace, and when she looked outside, it was almost dark.
But my sister hasn't eaten yet. Are you hungry? It's okay, little brother. I know there's a restaurant on the way home.
His home cooking tastes good.
I'll go and get 2 dishes to take home, okay?
It was getting late, and Yang Shui wasn't in the mood to eat out. She and Su Yang had been out all day, and it didn't feel right to go home too late. And even now, Yang Shui felt a little guilty. The movie ended at 4 o'clock and it was already 7 o'clock.
Okay, sister, let's take it home and eat it. Xiaoxia probably had dinner early, so let's buy more.
Well, you're a good boy.
Let's go, sister, I'll drive. I'm familiar with that restaurant.
With that, Yang Shui reached over and touched Su Yang's face, then got out of the back seat and got into the front driver's seat.
Su Yang then went from the back and directly to the front. Boom!
With the roar of the engine, Yang Shui drove the car quickly towards home. The two passed by a Chinese restaurant, and Yang Shui hurriedly went in and packed up a few dishes. After picking up the food, she quickly rushed back home. By the time they arrived home, it was almost 8 o'clock, and it had already gotten dark.
Mom, why are you guys home so late?
Yang Xia heard the door open and walked out of her room. She looked at her mother, who had a blank expression on her face, and then at Su Yang, who looked as usual, and a trace of doubt flashed in her eyes.
Well, on the way home, Mom met an acquaintance and they talked for a while. What's the matter, silly girl, did you miss your mom?
Yang Shui looked at her daughter and smiled tenderly. It was just that she felt a little strange in her heart. She didn't expect that she had also learned to lie to her daughter. But she couldn't tell the truth about this. She couldn't say, your Uncle Su Yang and I were chatting while cuddling on Riverside Boulevard.
Oh, what a delicious smell. I ate a little early at school and I'm hungry again. Silly girl, I knew you ate early, so I bought some more.
Come on, everyone wash your hands and get ready to eat. Yang Shui saw that her daughter didn't suspect anything, and her slightly hanging heart finally settled.
Lao Tai, what's wrong with you?
Su Yang and Yang Xia washed their hands together in the bathroom outside, and seeing that her mood didn't seem to be particularly high, he couldn't help but ask softly.
Let's eat first, I'll tell you later.
After washing her hands, Yang Xia went straight to the dining room.
Could it be that this guy's true colors were revealed early? And the result wasn't good? Su Yang couldn't help but mutter to herself as she watched Yang Xia's back. This kind of thing is just not normal. These two girls. How could they get along? When Nuwa created mankind, she surely didn't expect such a special variation, did she? After dinner, Yang Xia dragged Su Yang into her room.
And she locked the door behind them.
Holy cow!
As soon as Su Yang entered the room, she immediately sensed a huge change.
Her room was so tidy and clean. Did that Su Pingping help you clean up? Not bad. Well, yes. This young girl is really good at tidying up and cooking.
She is definitely the type of girl who would make a good wife and mother. Yang Xia said, with obvious pride in her eyes.
Indeed. When you put it that way, I envy you.
Su Yang smiled and casually praised her.
Damn it. Envy my ass. I envy you too. I would like to be like you and be a real man. What's wrong, Lao Tai? Didn't go well this afternoon? Seeing Yang Xia's slightly depressed expression, Su Yang couldn't help but ask with concern. This buddy has always been quite open-minded when things go wrong, so what's wrong now?
Things have been going well, but when I wanted to tell her the truth, I just couldn't bring myself to do it.
She thinks I'm not really into her, and she's upset. That's it? Yes, my little Ping Ping is really upset. What am I going to do to make her feel better? Yang Xia pulled the stool next to her and asked Su Yang to sit down. What else can I do to make her feel better?
I think it's best to just tell her the truth.
Maybe she likes guys like you.
Su Yang thought about it for a while and then said what he thought.
What's the point of just cuddling?
The longer you cuddle, the longer you lie to her.
It's not nice to lie to a girl's feelings. If the girl is okay with it, then you two can just go ahead and get together. If she doesn't like this kind of guy at all, but likes a real man, then you'd better not waste your time. Hey, actually, that's what I was thinking too.
I was going to tell her today, and we even hugged and kissed for a long time.
But in the end, I still didn't dare to say it. Such a good girl is really rare, she's just perfect.
I'm so scared I'll lose her.
What's the use of being scared? Better late than never. In this kind of thing, I feel that it's better to say it sooner rather than later. Chapter 31, Why do you smell like my mom?
Hey. I know you're right, this kind of thing needs to be consensual, you can't deceive someone. Otherwise, sooner or later you'll have to break up, and when that happens, everyone will suffer even more. Yang Xia scratched his head, his face full of confusion.
Obviously, this guy really cares about Xia Pingping. Otherwise, she wouldn't care so much. After all, your relationship is different from others. So it's better to make it clear sooner rather than later. Well, I'll think about it. Yang Xiao was silent for a long time, and she knew there really wasn't a good way to do it. She wasn't Monkey King, and she couldn't turn into a real man, so what good way could there be? Sniff. Lao Tai, why do you smell like my mom? When we watched the movie, we were so close together, do you think I wouldn't smell like her? Besides. Su Yang couldn't help but smile, and the image of Yang Shui in her arms came to mind. Especially that soft, fragrant feeling was really wonderful. Go on, what are you saying? Besides, Auntie fell asleep after watching for a while, and then leaned on me. You tell me. I'm really so embarrassed. Su Yan laughed sheepishly, and pretended to be embarrassed by scratching his head. So you didn't do anything, did you? I'm telling you. If you dare to do such a thing, our friendship is over. Damn it. For almost 2 hours, I didn't dare to move a muscle. Su Yan was telling the truth. During the almost 2 hours of holding Yang Shui, he really didn't dare to move, for fear of disturbing her sleep. Really? My mom is a beauty. Really? I swear to God, I really didn't dare to move. Why don't we call the aunt over and confront her face to face? Su Yang patted his chest, looking righteous. Okay, buddy. I was just asking you casually, why are you so agitated? I was just joking with you. Ha, of course I know, but Auntie does smell pretty. I'm leaving now, Lao Tai. Pfft, you were just sniffing. I dare you to do it. What if I do? Su Yang couldn't help but sit back down when he heard this. Fuck. Who are you looking down on, Lao Tai? Just because you're afraid to do something doesn't mean I'm afraid to. I'm a real man. I'll tell you, Su Yang, my mom really doesn't like men. If you really piss her off, she might kick you out. Even if you're the child of her best friend, I'm afraid there's nothing I can do to help you. No way. Oh no, buddy, she fell asleep on my shoulder today, and I accidentally put my arm around her. Oh no, is she going to kick me out? Su Yang suppressed his laughter and pretended to look slightly scared. Holy cow. Really? Yeah, I just did it by accident. It wasn't intentional. How long did you hold her? I can't remember exactly. A few seconds, a few minutes, I don't know. Su Yang scratched his head and carefully watched the changes in Yang Xiao's expression. He actually wanted to see where his friend's bottom line was. What if she accepts becoming her father? Wouldn't that mean no more sneaking around? Wouldn't that be awesome? Holy cow. Yang Xiao looked at Su Yang in surprise, her eyes full of disbelief. So when you put your arm around her, she was completely asleep? I'm not sure either, but after she moved a couple of times, I realized I was hugging her, so I quickly took my arm away. This is really not my fault, I really don't know what happened. Think about it, how could I dare to intentionally hug Auntie? Oh. Yang Xia nodded slightly, pondering. Then she must have fallen asleep and didn't know about it. Otherwise, she would have kicked you out. Damn it. I'd say you're really lucky. I'm so annoyed. Forget it, I don't care about your business. Ping Ping, what am I going to do? After Yang Xia finished talking about her mother and Su Yang, she quickly shifted the focus to fixing Ping Ping. This was the biggest headache for her. Calm down, don't be such a pain in the ass, okay? Just find a chance to talk about it later, there's no rush. Okay. It seems like that's the only thing to do. The two of them chatted for a while, but they didn't get anywhere. After leaving Yang Xiao's room, Su Yang went to clean up and get ready for bed. After hugging Yang Shui all day, she was actually a little sore. Have you rested yet, sister, kiss? It's already past 10 p.m., and it's about time to go to bed. After all, Su Yang and Yang Xia have to go to school tomorrow, and Yang Shui has to go to work. A moment later, she sent a message back, very quickly. Not yet. What are you talking about with Xiaoxia, my good brother? I've been waiting for you for a long time. What else could we talk about? We just talked about games, and she's worried about you, asking me if I've done anything bad to you. Ha. My sister has been waiting for me the whole time? Does she want me to go over there and sleep in her arms? Sis, shall I go over there now? Su Yang sent another message before Yang Shui could reply. Brother, don't rush. Xiaoxia hasn't washed up yet, she always tidies up late every day.
Yang Shui seemed to sense Su Yang's impatience, and her face instantly turned hot.
If I let him hold me like this, how can I sleep? Okay, sister, then I'll wait until Xiaoxia finishes cleaning up and goes to bed before I go over there. Good boy. Xiaoxia asked if you've done anything bad, so what did you say? Blushes.
Yang Shui didn't continue to respond about when she would go to her room, but instead became concerned about the content of their conversation. I said I did, that I told her that I fell asleep while watching a movie, and then I hugged her to make sure she slept well. Su Yang couldn't help but smile, and made some adjustments to what she had said before.
Ah, did you really say that?
You silly brother.
It's okay, Xiaoxia didn't take it seriously at all after hearing it. Ah? Really?
Yang Shui couldn't help but feel her heart pounding when she saw this news.
Chapter 32, Sister, I can't sleep. What should I do?
Yes, sister, Yang Xia said you're emotionally detached and don't care about my affairs.
That silly girl, how can she say that about her mother? I just haven't met the right person. But judging from what she said, I guess she doesn't really believe anything will happen between us.
Well, that's probably true, but she didn't seem to be angry when I said I was hugging you.
Oh.
Yang Shui thought for a moment, and it seemed that there might not be a major issue with her daughter.
Tap, tap, tap.
The two were chatting when the sound of slippers walking suddenly came from the living room outside.
Knock, knock, knock. Mom, are you asleep?
It turned out to be Yang Xia running to knock on her mother's door.
What's wrong, girl? Do you have something to tell your mother?
Yang Shui opened the door, smiled, let her daughter into the room, and sat on the edge of the bed.
Oh, it's nothing. I just haven't seen you for a day and I want to chat with you for a while. Silly girl. Seeing Yang Xia's hesitant expression, Yang Shui couldn't help but feel a sudden stirring in her heart. This girl isn't thinking of asking about Su Yang's hugging me, is she? That's good. I can just try to find out what she's thinking.
Come on, mommy will chat with you for a while, my silly girl. Yang Shui smiled and reached out to stroke her daughter's short hair.
Mom, I heard Su Yang say that you went to the movies with him?
Yes, I saw that Su Yang is a hard worker, so I agreed to go to the movies with him.
Yang Shui couldn't help but smile slightly, her expression looking extremely natural.
But I only watched for a few minutes, then I got sleepy and fell asleep, and I slept right through the movie.
Thanks to Su Yang, I even used his shoulder as a pillow.
As she spoke, her face couldn't help but turn slightly red. The latter part of the sentence she deliberately said to Yang Xia. She just wanted to see her daughter's reaction.
Oh. Mom, how dare you fall asleep? Aren't you worried?
Yang Xia said, unable to help scratching her head. In fact, she had felt that her mother seemed a little strange these past 2 days. In the past, she would speak with a neutral expression, but these past 2 days, she had clearly felt that her smile had become more frequent. What's more, she had actually gone to the movie theater with Su Yang as a couple, and had even fallen asleep with Su Yang's arm around her.
Silly girl, what is there for me to worry about? Are you talking about Su Yang?
Pfft, you silly girl.
What were you thinking? Hey, I didn't think anything.
I heard Su Yang say that he kept hugging you while you slept. Yang Xia played a trick on her mother, deliberately exaggerating what Su Yang had said. She was actually risking her mother's anger.
Oh? Really? I didn't know.
Yang Shui couldn't help but feign surprise, but there was not a trace of anger in her eyes.
Oh.
Yang Xia looked at her mother's eyes and couldn't help but let out a silent cry of anguish. Don't look at this girl as usual, but she is rough and subtle. Just casually fooled, and immediately knew the change of her mother's mind.
Then you're not angry, Mom? Cough cough. He probably was just joking with you, right? Mom has been sleeping very soundly and has no idea.
Besides, he is also considered to be my child.
He was just using me as a pillow, why would I be angry? You silly girl, what are you thinking? In fact, Yang Shui was a little embarrassed, but she didn't show it. But from Yang Xia's eyes, you could tell that her daughter didn't seem to be angry after learning about Su Yang's behavior. Oh. Yang Xia nodded a little doubtfully. But she felt that her mother seemed to have really changed a little. In the past, she had a cold attitude towards all the men who approached her. Otherwise, everyone would say that she was ex-cold? But ever since Su Yang came to the house, it's only been 2 days, and it seems that my mother has undergone some inexplicable changes. At least her attitude towards Su Yang is different from that towards other men. But maybe it's because Su Yang is her friend's child that she's so nice to him? Yang Xia thought about it for a while, but soon became confused again. But the only thing she could confirm was that her mother's attitude towards Su Yan was really very good. Come on, silly girl, go to bed quickly, you still have to get up early for class tomorrow. Yang Xia smiled, patted her daughter's head, and sent her to rest. Okay, Mom, good night. Yang Xia scratched her head and quickly left her mom's room. Then she went to wash up and tidy up. My dear brother, Xiaoxia just asked me about watching a movie together. I really felt a bit awkward. Hey, I'm such a bad mother, I have to sneak around when I'm in a relationship. What's wrong, sister? Is Yang Xia mad? Su Yang couldn't help but be taken aback. This shouldn't be the case. No, I don't think so. It seems that the girl doesn't reject you hugging me. Could it be that she also hopes that a man can take care of me? Yes. I think that's it. Su Yang couldn't help but smile, immediately affirming Yang Shue's guess. The two chatted, and before they knew it, it was 12 o'clock. Good brother, it's already 12 o'clock, go to sleep quickly. You have to get up early tomorrow to go to school, good night, kiss. Sister, didn't you say that I could go to your room and hug you to sleep? But I'm still a little worried. Xiaoxia probably isn't asleep yet. Why don't we just sleep like this for now, and I'll try to see if I can fall asleep, kiss. Okay, sister. If you can't sleep, just call me anytime. Su Yan looked at Yang Shue's message and couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. It seemed that the idea of cuddling up to his sister to sleep was likely to be dashed. Well, there's no rush. He could wait a little longer, and there would always be a chance to lie next to his sister and cuddle up to her to sleep. Su Yang turned the WeChat notification tone up to the maximum and placed his phone by his pillow. A wave of sleepiness came over him. And he quickly fell asleep. I don't know how long it was. When a loud WeChat notification tone woke Su Yang up. Su Yang rolled over and grabbed his phone. My dear brother, I haven't been able to sleep. What should we do? I have to go to work tomorrow, and I'm getting anxious. In an instant, Su Yang was wide awake. Chapter 33, Meet me in the middle of the night. If you can't sleep, really? Looking at the message from Yang Shui, Su Yang couldn't help but feel her heart pounding. What my big sister means is so obvious. My silly little Shui, did you leave the door open for your brother? I'm going in, blush. A moment later, her reply came through. My door is unlocked, come on in, my dear brother. But be careful, okay? And don't wake up Xiaoxia, I'm scared. Don't worry, sister. Su Yang silenced her phone and rolled out of bed. After putting on her shoes, she tiptoed to the door and opened it. The living room was quiet and dark, only the router on the TV stand flashing blue. Yang Xia's room was a little further away, so as long as she was quiet, she would definitely not hear her. Soon, Su Yang moved her feet to Yang Shue's door. She turned the doorknob very carefully to minimize the sound. Then she pushed the door very carefully. The door opened, and Su Yang quietly entered Yang Shue's room. It was also dark. At this time, Yang Shui nervously stared at the door. She had already seen a dark figure slowly come in. They were supposed to be deeply in love, but now it looked like they were cheating on their partners. She was nervous and excited, and could even hear her own heartbeat clearly. The door was gently closed and then locked again. Everything went very smoothly. Su Yang turned around gently, her eyes wide open, and slowly moved towards the big bed. Brother! Yang Shui called out quietly, as if to give Su Yang a positioning navigation. Good. I can feel the bed. Su Yang turned around and sat on the bed, preparing to take off her shoes. Good brother. Yang Shui called softly, and her little hand stroked up, directly touching his back. The shoes were taken off and he rolled over onto the bed. After a moment, Yang Shui was nestled in Su Yang's arms. Brother, I'm a little scared. Feel my heartbeat here with your hand, sister. It's beating really fast. Su Yang felt it for a while, and it seemed to be true, pounding away. It was just that the feeling was not very obvious. After all, she was really quite heavy. It's okay, sister, I'll just sleep with you in my arms. I'm worried that you won't get a good night's rest, and it will affect your work tomorrow. Can't you just do nothing else?
Su Yang gently embraced Yang Shui, stroked her hair, and inhaled her scent.
Good brother, that's not what I'm worried about. I'm worried that Yang Xiao will find out about us. What if she does? It'll be so embarrassing.
She buried her head in his arms and gently wrapped her arms around his waist.
The feeling of being safe and relaxed returned.
The only thing she was worried about now was being discovered by Yang Xia.
It'll be fine. I'll go back quietly when it's almost dawn.
Don't worry, good sister, go to sleep. Su Yang gently patted her back and spoke gently to comfort her.
Okay. Then I'll go to sleep. It's so comfortable in my brother's arms.
Yang Shui slowly calmed down, suppressed the restlessness in her heart, and gradually her consciousness became blurred.
Soon,
she fell into a deep sleep.
Boo!
Su Yang gave Yang Shui a little kiss on the mouth and quietly adjusted the pillow.
Raise it a little higher, so that hugging her all night won't be too tiring.
Su Yang's arms wrapped around the soft and fragrant Yang Shui, which was indeed a relatively big test for him. After all, it wasn't broad daylight, nor was it a movie theater, nor was it the Riverside Boulevard.
It was pitch black night. And it was in the bedroom, on the big bed. Calm, and then calm.
The beloved Jade girl still had to go to work tomorrow, and Yang Xiao was just diagonally across the street.
Amat ba, amen, alleluia, alligato. Yang yang.
Su Yang kept chanting in her heart, not letting herself think too much.
Slowly,
a feeling of drowsiness came over her, and Su Yang fell into a deep sleep.
Crackling, clattering.
I don't know how long it took, but a very distinctive sound that could be heard clearly in the bedroom started again outside.
It woke Su Yang up abruptly. Oh! Su Yang gently picked up her phone and glanced at it. It was already 6 a.m.
Yang Shui was still nestled in his arms, breathing evenly.
Perhaps she was used to Yang Xia's movements and didn't wake up. Retreat immediately.
While Yang Xia is working hard, now is the perfect time to leave.
Su Yang thought, immediately gently lowered Yang Shui's arm, then carefully rolled over and got out of bed. The next series of actions went extremely smoothly for Su Yang. Soon,
he slipped into his bedroom.
He planned to continue sleeping for a while. Smelling
the fresh fragrance of Yang Shui all over him. The first day of cheating, oh no, the first day of sneaking into bed for a date, a perfect success.
So,
in the future, maybe I can sleep with my beloved Yang Shui every day.
Wow!
This is just great.
Ding dong ding dong. At 7 o'clock in the morning, Su Yang was awakened by the alarm clock on his phone.
He jumped up with a start, rolled out of bed, and set off briskly and cheerfully to get ready for washing up.
Good morning, Auntie.
At that moment, Yang Shui was walking out of the kitchen with the breakfast she had just made.
Good morning, Su Yang, hurry up and wash up and eat.
Yang Shui looked at Su Yang with a smile and spoke very softly. The handsome face was glowing with a bright white radiance.
Her spirit was obviously much better than before.
Good, Auntie, the food you cooked smells so good. Su Yang saw that Yang Xia had not yet come out, so she boldly winked at Yang Shui and blew her a kiss. Yang Shui couldn't help but smile shyly, turned her head to look at Yang Xia's door, then pouted her lips and made a kissing motion at Su Yang. She did sleep very soundly that night, and she felt that her energy was much better now. When she looked in the mirror just now, she also noticed that her skin seemed to have improved quite a bit.
Girl, get up, it's time to eat.
Yang Shui put down the breakfast in her hands and shouted in the direction of Yang Xia's room.
I know, Mom, I'm getting dressed. Yang Xia answered, then rolled over and got up.
Chapter 34. If you really don't want to call Dad, calling me uncle is also acceptable to me. Su Yang, this week, see if you are free during the day. If there is nothing going on, go to Auntie's company. The three of them ate breakfast together. Yang Shui looked at Su Yang and said with a smile.
Okay, Auntie, I'll check the time and try to go there early.
Su Yang didn't ask her why she wanted him to go. It was his girlfriend who said it, so it couldn't be anything bad.
Well, that's good. What Auntie wants is for you to first join the network department and go there to learn when you have time. Do you understand what Auntie means?
Oh, yes, Auntie, I understand. Su Yang suddenly remembered that Yang Shui had told him about this before. In the future, if he has time, he should go to the company and show his face, so that he can at least become familiar with the people there. This huge group was built up little by Yang Shui, so in the future, he, Su Yang, has to help out a bit, right? Even if he is just a kept man, he can at least be a kept man with some substance, right?
Xiaxia, what about you? Still don't want to go?
Then Yang Shui looked at Yang Xia again, and a slight look of disappointment shone in her eyes. This was the child she had raised since childhood, and naturally she hoped that the child would also get in touch with the company sooner rather than later and learn more. Although she was not her biological daughter, the emotions she had nurtured since childhood were actually no different from those of a biological daughter. Mom, I'm only a freshman now, there's still plenty of time, it's not too late to do it in my junior or senior year. Yang Xia is more interested in playing games when she gets home when she has time, and she doesn't even want to clean her room, so naturally she doesn't care much about the things her mother arranges for her. Plus, she has recently fallen in love with Xiu Pingping, and her head is full of how to get the girl, so she has even less of a mind to go to the company and take up a temporary position. Anyway, her mother doesn't lack for her money, so why bother? Hey! Yang Shui couldn't help but sigh inwardly, and she didn't say anything more. After breakfast, Yang Shui went back to her room and started getting ready. Lao Tai, we're ready to go. It's almost 7:30, we have to hurry and get to school. Su Yang took the car keys and quickly left the house with Yang Xia. Lao Tai, you seem in a good mood today. What, is Ping Ping not mad at you anymore? Su Yang drove and glanced at Yang Xia in the passenger seat. The kid was chatting on WeChat and smiling every now and then. Ah, that's right. I was chatting with her until almost 1 a.m. yesterday, and we were thinking of introducing her sister to you. Oh yeah, Xia Pingping already sent your photo to her sister. Cough cough. Su Yang couldn't help but flinch, and shook his head quickly. What the hell? You guys are messing with the matchmaking. Your uncle already has a lover. And last night, we slept in each other's arms all night. Lao Tai, you're not actually into men, are you? Ha ha ha. If you really are, I'll support you. Yang Xia stared with wide eyes, a strange smile on his face, looking up and down at Su Yang. I'll go. Lao Tai, don't joke around. If I were into men, I'd be the first one to take you on. No, I'm a man, but I like women. Stay the hell away from me, ha ha ha. Yang Xia quickly waved his hands and laughed, covering his stomach. Lao Tai, I know you must be a normal man, otherwise you definitely wouldn't have slept next to my mom while watching a movie. Damn it. I accidentally hugged her, okay? Don't spread rumors. If this gets back to my aunt's ears, she might just kick me to Kingdom Come. Just a hug while watching a movie? Cut it out, that's not even close to it. The best part was definitely at night. 180 degrees of snug embrace, it was just so blissful. I can still smell Yang Shui's scent, and even the sound of her even breathing seems to linger in my ears. Cut it out, you're just being beautiful. I asked my mom yesterday, and she said she used you as a pillow while watching the movie, and she wasn't even a little bit angry. I was wondering why my mom had such a good attitude towards you. Yang Xia looked at Su Yang and couldn't help but scratch his head, his eyes full of obvious confusion. That's easy. Of course it's because I'm young and handsome. Su Yang laughed and patted his sturdy chest, smugly running his hand through his short hair. Hold on. Old Tai, don't flatter yourself. My mom would never look at a little puppy like you. She's not like she hasn't had little handsome guys chasing after her before. Really? There were cute guys chasing after Auntie before? Su Yang couldn't help but be shocked, and his heart couldn't help but feel a little upset. Damn it! Yang Shui was the wife he had reserved in his past life. Yes, and there was more than one, and there were also successful business owners and even male celebrities, but none of them were useful. My mother is naturally aloof, so how could she be interested in men? Oh. Su Yang nodded, and couldn't help but feel secretly happy. She really lives up to being the woman he loves the most. When it comes to other men, just kick them out. I, Su Yang, am your only true love. So, Lao Tai, even if I agree to let you woo her, I'm asking you, do you dare? Ha ha ha. Hold on. A real man, what's there to be afraid of? Su Yang couldn't help but laugh. I never thought Yang Xia would say something like that. Then it's obvious that he's determined to woo Yang Shui, and he's sure that there's no way between the two of us. Besides, your father is probably her old lover. You dare to do this? Cough cough cough. Su Yang couldn't help but feel a bit speechless after hearing Yang Xia's words. This is fake news to fool you, and you actually believe it? Old Tai, don't you dare doubt Uncle's courage. When the day comes that I finally hold Aunt in my arms, if you're capable, don't cry. By then, if you really don't want to call me dad, and call me uncle is also acceptable to me.
Ha ha ha. Su Yang winked at Yang Xia and couldn't help laughing. Cut it out, you're just talking nonsense. I'll wait and see, uncle. Boom.
With the roar of the engine, the car quickly arrived at the school gate.
Su Yang took out his student ID and made a simple registration before driving the car directly in.
Chapter 35. Faced with Yang Shue's advances, naturally Su Yang would not resist.
With Yang Shui by his side, Su Yang felt more and more motivated to study.
She had racked her brains for 18 years, struggled for 18 years, and endured countless hardships, which deeply moved his heart and stimulated his drive to excel. Only by studying hard could he possibly help her in the future.
All morning, Su Yang had been listening to
the lectures attentively, taking notes, reviewing, and working extremely hard.
In contrast, Yang Xia had been a bit dazed all morning, and even during the lectures she would occasionally daydream. At 11:40 a.m., school let out. Lao Tai, I'll go first, Ping Ping is waiting for me. Before the sentence was finished, Yang Xia had already dashed out. Damn it. She really is a heartless woman.
She should at least ask me how I'm going to eat lunch. In the past, the two of them would always eat together in the cafeteria, even after school in the afternoon. They weren't inseparable, but they were pretty close. Now that Yang Xia has shown Ping Ping, Su Yang is naturally being left out.
Sister, I just got out of school. Have you had lunch yet?
Su Yang was going to go to the cafeteria, but then he thought better of it and immediately sent a message to Yang Shui. Anyway, now that I have a car, it won't take long to drive from school to her company.
No. Are you coming over, dear brother? I can ask my secretary to order more food in the cafeteria. Okay, sister, I'll be right there. Su Yang didn't hesitate.
He quickly packed his bag and rushed out of the classroom.
He jogged to the parking lot, got into the tank 300 and left for school. Yang Xia.
You have your Xiao Ping Ping, and I have my big sister Yang Shui.
Sister, I'm coming.
Su Yang's heart pounded with excitement as he thought about her soft, fragrant body.
After a fast drive of more than 20 minutes, Su Yang arrived at the Yang Shui clothing building.
After parking the car nearby, he quickly walked into the building.
Where are you, dear brother?
The secretary has already delivered the food, and I'm waiting for you.
I'll be right there. As soon as he entered the building, Yang Shui's message came through.
She guessed that Su Yang should be arriving soon.
2 minutes later, Su Yang walked into Yang Shui's president's office. My good boy. As soon as Su Yang entered the room, Yang Shui closed the office door. On the first day of school, my good boy rushed over so urgently to see his sister?
Yang Shui looked at Su Yang with some concern and picked up a tissue to wipe the fine beads of sweat from his face.
Yes, I've been missing my sister a lot. Really? Come on, I'll give you a reward, a kiss.
Yang Shui said, and gave Su Yang a kiss with her small mouth.
Come on, brother, hurry up and eat.
I've already arranged for someone from the Human Resources Department to come over in a little while to sign the employment contract. Good boy, from now on your salary will be paid by the network department.
I'll give you 10,000 yuan a month, okay? That should be enough if you're careful with your spending. If it's not enough, I'll transfer more to you, okay? After all, Su Yang's employment is actually considered a kind of freeloading. But this was arranged by the CEO, so naturally no one would say anything.
Of course you have to support your own man, but there is still a lot of subtlety in the way you give the money. If you just transfer the money directly to Su Yang, he might feel bad about it.
Huh?
Why did you set such a high salary for me?
I don't have that much time to work. Su Yang couldn't help scratching his head.
Although he felt a little awkward, he still found it acceptable. He also knew that Yang Shui had done it on purpose.
What did my sister used to say? Have you forgotten, my dear brother? No matter how much I love you and take care of you, you must be obedient, okay? Besides, this is just a salary. Even if you don't have much time now, you will have time in the future.
Yang Shui said, got up and put Su Yang's head in her arms.
My dear brother, do you still want to sleep with your sister tonight? Of course I do. Well, then listen to your sister and sign the contract in a little while.
Saying this, Yang Shui lowered her head and kissed Su Yang's lips.
A moment later.
Okay, sister, but I want to go over there early tonight. Facing Yang Shui's advances, Su Yang naturally would not resist.
Such a good big sister, how can I let her be unhappy? Okay, after Xiaoxia goes to sleep, you can come over, okay? Knock, knock, knock. Just as they were about to finish eating, the office door was knocked on. Yang Shui quickly stood up and sat opposite Su Yang. Come in. With her commanding voice, the office door was pushed open. A young girl aged 25 to 26 came in. General Yang, I've brought the contract with me. Good, Su Yang, please have a look at the contract and sign it. Yang Shui nodded lightly and then looked at Su Yang. Thank you, Auntie. In front of others, you still have to call her Aunt Yang Shui. Su Yang remembered this very clearly. Mr. Su, please take a look at the contract first. The girl quickly handed the contract in her hand to Su Yang, and her speech was also extremely polite. Since this young good-looking guy called the boss Yang Shui aunt, it seems that they must be relatives or friends or something. Su Yang just glanced at it briefly, then found the place to sign directly at the end, and signed his name directly. It was Yang Shui who asked him to sign, so what does it matter what the terms are? The worst that can happen is that he sells himself to his girlfriend. The contract was in duplicate, and he quickly finished signing it. He also handed over his ID card and bank card for the girl to make copies. That's right, you're still my good little brother. You have to keep an eye on Xia Xia for your sister in the future. That silly girl, why is she so unmotivated? Su Yang smiled apologetically. Xiao Xia is my best friend now, so how can I dare to control her? My dear brother, you are considered to be her elder now, you know? Please, as an elder sister, can you encourage her more in the future? You are her best friend, and your words carry more weight than mine. Okay, sister. I will try to help our daughter more in the future. Su Yang looked at Yang Shui's pretty face and smiled sheepishly. Chapter 36, Good brother, that's great. Come here and give me a kiss. Yes, good brother, Xiao Xia will really be your daughter in the future. Yang Shui couldn't help but nod with a smile, completely agreeing with Su Yang's words. In her eyes, the two of them had such a deep relationship. When Su Yang was old enough, they would definitely get married. Knock, knock, knock. The two of them chatted for a while longer, and then the HR girl brought Su Yang's ID card, bank card, and a contract. Mr. Yang, the contract has been signed, so I'll go back first. Yes, go back, you've worked hard. After delivering Su Yang's things, the HR girl quickly left Yang Shui's office. Time passed quickly, and before she knew it, it was already past 1 p.m. Su Yang felt like he had just had a quick meal with Yang Shui. He didn't realize that it was time to go back to school. Good boy, go back to school early, and I'll try to get off work early, she said, pecking him on the cheek. She hooked her arm around his neck, and without further ado, she tasted his lips, then laughed and patted him on the shoulder. Well, okay, sister. If you get back late, I'll take a taxi and come over to wait for you. Su Yang nodded, turned around, picked up his backpack, waved goodbye to Yang Shui, and left. Yang Shui looked at Su Yang's back, and she couldn't help but feel a sense of emptiness in her heart. Only when he was by her side did she feel incredibly secure. This was true during the day, and even more so at night. Perhaps this was a side effect of her 18 years of pining for him. Su Yang drove the car at full speed and rushed back to school after more than 20 minutes. Although the round trip took nearly an hour, he was really refreshed. Even if it was just 5 minutes with Yang Shui, all the effort was insignificant compared to this. After arriving in the classroom, Su Yang immediately got into a learning state. For the sake of Yang Shui and the two of them having a bright future, he was determined to work hard like he did in high school. It wasn't until the bell rang that Yang Xia hurriedly walked into the classroom and sat next to Su Yang. Shit! Why are you so late? Class has already started. Class, let's talk about it after class. Yang Xia gave Su Yang a smile, then quickly put down her bag and started looking for her textbooks. Time passed by minute. Su Yang was in a great mood all afternoon. Except for going to the bathroom during recess, he studied hard the rest of the time. Before she knew it, it was time to go home. Lao Tai, can you leave me the bike? I don't want to go home yet. As soon as the teacher left, Yang Xia immediately started packing her books and getting ready to go. What's going on? Oh, ha ha ha. Su Yang immediately understood when she saw Yang Xia's expression. It seems that she is having a great time chatting with that little girl, Xiaopingping. But you can't go home too late. My auntie said that she wants me to keep an eye on you in the future, young lady, got it? With that, Su Yang reached out and handed Yang Xiao the car keys. Don't worry, Lao Tai, I'm just taking Ping Ping out to dinner, and I'll be back after. Okay, go ahead, don't let uncle worry about you. Damn it. Don't worry about my brother not liking men, let's go, Lao Tai. Yang Xiao patted Su Yang on the shoulder, grabbed her school bag and dashed out of the classroom. Her heart was now on Xia Pingping, and she didn't want to stay any longer. Has my sister finished work yet? I've finished school already, hug. Su Yang packed her backpack and left the classroom. On the way, she sent a WeChat message to Yang Shui. No, little brother, my sister still has to attend an urgent meeting later. I don't think I'll be back until 8 o'clock tonight. Why don't you and Xiaoxia go out and find somewhere to eat? Sorry. What should I do now? You should go find your dear big sister, of course. Sister, Xiaoxia went to the school cafeteria to eat. She said she was going to the library to study tonight. I'm going to your office now and wait for you to come home, hugs. Good, brother, happy. I'll have my secretary make you another meal to go, and you can come over and eat it. My good brother is so good. Sister is so happy, kisses, kisses, kisses. Yang Shui felt a warm current well up in her heart as soon as she saw that Su Yan was actually going to come and wait for her. Even her daughter Yang Xia had never waited for her to come home at the office so proactively. Okay, sister, I got it. After sending the message, Su Yang ran all the way to the school gate. There were many taxis waiting for passengers at the school gate, so he just hailed one and quickly headed to Yang Shui's company. The taxi driver was a very skilled driver, and it took less than 20 minutes to get Su Yang to the bottom of Yang Shui's clothing building. When Su Yang arrived at Yang Shui's office, she was still eating dinner. My brother came so quickly? I haven't seen you for half a day, I really missed you. She didn't care if there was oil on her mouth, she came up and kissed Su Yang's lips. Well, I left the car for Xiaoxia, I took a taxi here. Come and go is not polite. Su Yang put his arms around Yang Shui's back and kissed her again as he looked down. A minute later. This box is your dinner, my dear brother. Eat up, I have to go to a meeting after I finish. When I come back, we'll go home together. She breathed heavily, and quickly sat back down in her seat. Su Yang's breath just now made her dizzy for a moment, and even her body began to feel weak. Well, let's eat. Su Yang licked her lips, savoring the refreshing flavor in Yang Shui's mouth. Then she picked up her lunchbox and sat across from her. Good brother, I'm going to a meeting. Wait for me patiently, and I'll let you go early tonight. Yang Shui winked at Su Yang after she finished eating, and said shyly with a smile. Okay, sister. Looking at her slightly charming and bewitching expression, Su Yang's heartbeat quickened. Especially when he thought about being able to hug his sister in bed at night, his whole body felt hot. Well, sister is going to a meeting. Yang Shui said, pouting her lips and blowing Su Yang a kiss, before quickly leaving the office. Chapter 37, While no one is around, I have to bully him a bit. After finishing eating, Su Yang took out a book on the basics of the clothing industry and started reading it carefully. In order to help Yang Shui as soon as possible, he was determined to spend more time learning about this field. Time passed slowly. Before he knew it, it was almost 8 o'clock. Ding dong. Su Yang picked up his phone and saw a message from Yang Xia. Lao Tai, my mom is worried. I don't think I'll be able to get back until around 9 o'clock. Can you explain to her for me? Don't worry, your mom is in a meeting at the office and won't be back for a while. I told her you went to the library to study and will be back late. Okay, thanks, Lao Tai, I'll send you a photo to see. Along with the message, Yang Xia sent Su Yang a photo. Ha! This is a photo of a girl, looking to be about 25 to 26 years old, and not bad looking. Why does she look familiar? Oh. I remember. This girl should be Xia Pingping's sister. How about Lao Tai? Doesn't this girl look especially pretty and obedient? She is Xia Pingping's sister, Xia Wanner, consider her? She is pretty, but she is not as good as your aunt. Su Yang smiled and directly brought up Yang Xia's mother. He now gradually created the illusion that he was courting her mother, so that Yang Xia would be mentally prepared without knowing it. Of course, my mother is a real beauty. There are not many people who can compare with her. Don't even think about my mother, it's hopeless. I advise you not to waste your time. I feel that the kind of girl a man should be looking for is this kind of particularly obedient girl who is obedient and caring. This kind of girl is the ultimate, okay?
Yang Xia also knew that Su Yan liked older girls, so she felt that Xiu Wana was particularly suitable for him. So she began to persuade him earnestly. In fact, Xiu Pingping also had a very good first impression of Su Yang, and naturally hoped that her sister could be with this handsome boy.
Thanks, bro, forget about it for now.
I'm reading in my aunt's office, waiting for her to come home together.
Shit. You went to see my mom after school?
Well, yeah. My aunt won't be able to get off work until after 8, and I was worried about her safety on the way home, so I rushed over to wait for her to get off work together.
Yang Xia couldn't really say anything in response to this kind of excuse anyway.
I said, Lao Tai, you're not trying to slowly get close to her and impress her, are you?
Stop joking.
I think this is just ridiculous. Although I also hope that there is a good man who can love my mother, but you.
I think it's better to give up. Damn it. Why should I give up? Damn it.
Just the relationship between the two of us, and her relationship with your father, do you think she can do it? Although you are indeed quite handsome, but I don't think this is at all appropriate.
Su Yan couldn't help but burst out laughing. No way.
I have to find a way to tell her the truth a little later.
Otherwise, she may not support the relationship between the two of you. Okay, enough chatting. Auntie is back, and we'll be going home soon.
A familiar sound of footsteps could be heard outside, so Su Yang quickly sent the last message and then put away the phone.
Gee.
With the sound of the door being pushed open, Yang Shui walked in.
Good brother, have you been waiting impatiently?
Look. Su Yang waved the book in his hands and smiled at her.
Wow, my good brother is working so hard, I like you so much.
Yang Shui said, and then walked over and sat down next to Su Yang. Then she turned around and put her arms around his waist. My brother smells so good, let's go home together, I really want you to hold me while I sleep.
Well, let's go, I'll drive.
Su Yang laughed and patted Yang Shui's back, then put the books in his backpack.
I'm really a bit tired, let's go.
Saying this, she stood up, picked up her bag and left the office with Su Yang. It was already past 8 o'clock. Su Yang drove Yang Shui slowly towards home.
Little brother, when did you leave this morning?
I didn't even know, said Yang Shui, leaning back in the passenger seat and staring quietly at the young boy in front of her. I really can't live without him anymore. I wish I could always stay in his warm embrace.
At 6 o'clock in the morning, Yang Xia woke me up when he went out to the bathroom. Then I quietly went back to bed.
Oh. Good brother, in the future you should go over early to keep your sister company, so you can go home earlier and it's also safer.
Yang Shui said, reaching out and stroking Su Yang's face.
Okay sister, after Xiaoxia lies down to sleep, I'll quietly go over. Good brother, sister will arrange the time, you just wait for my call. Saying this, she stroked Su Yang's firm chest again.
Okay sister.
Su Yang nodded, reached out and held Yang Shui's little hand. They gently rubbed each other's hands together.
Before long, the two drove to their home.
Ha!
Is Xiao Hua still at the library?
Yang Shui entered the house, but it was dark inside. Apparently, Xiao Hua had not returned yet.
She should be back soon. I'll ask her. Su Yang looked at the time. It was almost 2100 hours, so she should be back soon. With that, he sent a message to Xiao Hua. Has Lao Tai returned yet? I'm back with my aunt. She's a bit anxious. A moment later, Yang Xia sent a voice message. I'll be home soon. It's almost time. Su Yang first converted the voice to text and then clicked to play the voice message.
This brat has been acting strange lately.
She doesn't like studying and always goes to the library. What's going on? My dear brother, take the opportunity to ask her nicely, okay? She shouldn't hide anything from you, right? Besides, you are considered her father now, okay, dear brother?
With that, Yang Shui put down the bag in her hands and threw herself into Su Yang's arms. Hooking his neck, she pouted and kissed him.
Since no one was around, she had to bully him a little. Chapter 38. If you want to chase my mom, then I'll have to mourn for you in advance. Well, Su Yang didn't expect Yang Shui to be so aggressive.
She became more and more skilled at kissing him.
However,
it only lasted for a minute before she ran away with a slight gasp and a smile. After all, Yang Xia had just sent a message, and she estimated that she would be home soon.
This
Su Yang smacked his lips together, looking at Yang Shui's enchanting figure, and couldn't help but be in a daze.
Brother, I'll clean up and wash up first, kiss.
She stopped, turned around, pouted at Su Yang, and then giggled as she entered her bedroom.
Ugh. What a little demon.
She had aroused him in no time at all.
Click.
Su Yang had just returned to his room and put down his backpack when the front door opened and Yang Xia returned.
Mom, I'm home.
She called out to her mother in her bedroom before quickly walking to her own room. After Su Yang finished getting ready and was about to change into his pajamas, Yang Xia pushed open the door and walked in.
Shit, I'm getting changed.
Su Yang, with his shirt off, quickly turned around and put on his shirt.
Luckily, he wasn't putting on his pants. Whatever, we're both men.
Yang Xia completely ignored his evasive actions and plopped down on the edge of Su Yang's bed.
What's up, Lao Tai? You're in a good mood tonight. Holy shit. Have you been drinking?
Su Yang put on his clothes and turned around, and immediately smelled the aroma of red wine on her.
Shoo.
Yang Xia quickly held up her index finger to tell him to keep his voice down.
I just had a little drink with Ping Ping. The mood was right, so I had a little drink, just one glass. Holy shit. Give me back my keys, and you're not allowed to drive anymore. Su Yang couldn't help but secretly worry. Doesn't this kid fear accidents? No matter how big this glass is, this is all drunk driving. If something happens, my mature and enchanting big sister Yang Shui, how sad she will be. Okay, I won't drink anymore. I won't drink anymore. I'll just be more careful in the future. Come on, Lao Tai, don't act like my mother. We're brothers, understand? You have to help me cover up, okay? Damn it. I'll cover up for you, but if something happens, it'll be too late to regret it. Okay, let's not talk about it. Come sit down, Lao Tai. I want to show you a photo of me and Ping Ping.
Yang Xia patted the seat next to her and told Su Yang to sit over.
What, showing off your love?
Su Yang sat next to her and leaned over to look at the photo on her phone.
Air. The two of them even went to that kind of couples restaurant, and they had that kind of candlelight dinner. No wonder she wanted to drink red wine.
There were many selfies of the two of them embracing, kissing, and in various intimate poses. The little girl, Xia Pingping, had a rosy face and was smiling shyly.
She really was quite cute. What do you think, Lao Tai? Are you jealous? Come on, let me show you some more photos of Shouwanger. Ping Ping just sent them to me.
They're pictures of her sister's life. As she said, Yang Xia rummaged around a bit and opened the photos of Shouwanger. Look at those long legs and long hair.
Lao Tai, I'll ask you, aren't they seductive?
These photos are of Shouwanger in her pajamas at home, and they were taken quite boldly. Her long hair flows freely, her pajamas are light and thin, and she has long, straight, slender legs. She is obviously much better developed than Xiu Pingping.
Not bad, this girl is quite good looking. Ha ha ha, right? I told you it was good, didn't I? What do you say, Lao Tai, let's all meet up tomorrow night and you can take care of her. Stop messing around. What messing around? No messing around. She's too young for me. Su Yang waved his hand, looking completely uninterested. Holy cow. So what kind of woman do you like? Someone like Auntie, of course.
Su Yang laughed, patted Yang Xiao on the shoulder, and winked at her.
Holy cow. Lao Tai, are you serious?
Yang Xia seemed to realize that Su Yan wasn't joking with her, and her surprise grew. Yes, a real man who meets someone he likes should definitely make an effort to pursue her, otherwise he'll regret it for the rest of his life.
Lao Tai, you have chosen the world's most difficult topic. If you want to woo Shouwanger, I feel that with your looks, you will definitely succeed in no time. But if you want to woo my mom, I can only offer my condolences in advance.
Yang Xia shook her head, her eyes full of pity.
Okay, Lao Tai, think about it first. If you want to woo Shouwanger, let me know, and I'll go help you. I'm going to take a shower.
Yang Xia finished speaking, sighed slightly, shook her head, and left. In fact, she was quite conflicted. She did want her mother to be happy, but she felt that Su Yang and her mother were simply not a good match, and it even felt a bit ridiculous.
But so what? Yang Xia had no intention of getting in the way. After all, the situation between her and Xiu Pingping was even more of a headache. Not only did Pingping not know her true identity, but her mother definitely would not support them. Sister, Xiaoxia has gone to take a bath. Su Yang leaned against the bed, reading a book while chatting with Yang Shui via WeChat. My dear brother, just wait a little while. Don't worry when Xiaoxia gets back to bed after showering, kiss. My dear brother, what were you and Xiaoxia talking about just now? I didn't catch it. I was criticizing and educating her. This girl doesn't study hard at the library, just reading novels. Su Yang felt that it was not yet the right time to reveal Yang Xia's situation, so she decided to wait. Reading novels? What's so interesting about novels? Could it be that she was reading those erotic novels? Well, almost. Su Yang couldn't help but twitch at the corner of her mouth. Okay, that explanation seems to work. This brat, just find her a boyfriend. Really? Forget it, let her read. After all, she's grown up. Yang Shui couldn't help but let out a sigh, shaking her head slightly. Her daughter had grown up, but it felt like she didn't like boys at all. If she were to find a daughter-in-law for her in the future, what would she do? Oh, this is really a headache. Chapter 39, Brother, keep your voice down, don't let Xiaoxia hear you. It wasn't long before Su Yang heard Yang Xia come out of the shower and go back to her bedroom. This kid had been drinking today, so she must not dare go find her mom again, or she'll definitely get a scolding. Creak. Su Yang was thinking about when to go to Yang Shui's room, when she heard her next door going out. After a while. Xiaoxia, do you need your mother to blow dry your hair? No, Mom, you go to bed early, you've had a busy day. Silly girl, it won't take me long to blow dry your hair. Yang Shui stood outside her daughter's door, actually wanting to chat with her daughter. After all, they hadn't seen each other for a whole day. And after they had finished chatting, she could go to bed without worry. Really, Mom, I'll go to sleep after blow drying my hair. I'm so sleepy. Ha! You can go back to bed, Mom. Yang Xia said this with a yawn, and then turned on the hairdryer and started blow drying her hair herself. The loud noise of the hairdryer made it impossible for the two of them to continue their conversation. Yang Shui shook her head slightly, and then had to turn around and come back. As soon as she entered her bedroom. Brother, you. It turned out to be Su Yan lying on her big bed, smiling at her. Click. Yang Shui was so startled that she quickly turned around, shut the door, and locked it. Good brother, Xiaoxia hasn't gone to sleep yet. I'm so scared, she said. She stood by the bed, her eyes clearly showing her nervousness. Come on, sister, didn't you hear Xiaoxia say that she'll go to sleep after blow drying her hair? Don't worry, come here and sleep, Su Yang said with a smile, grabbing Yang Shui's hand and pulling her to sit on the bed. Then, the bedroom light went off. Yang Shui snuggled into Su Yang's arms, but she was still uneasy. Be a good girl. It's already past 10 o'clock, so just go to sleep. After saying that, Su Yang kissed Yang Shui directly on the lips. Didn't you tease me before? Then I'll let you experience the feeling of being teased. Good brother, stop it. I'm sleepy, I need to rest. Yang Shui soon became breathless from the kiss. This scared her. So she quickly wrapped her arms around Su Yang's waist, buried her head in his embrace, and never dared let him kiss her again. No. Xiaoxia is still awake. If she hears this, her mother will be so embarrassed. After all, her relationship with Su Yang has not been made public. Even if it has, she still can't let her hear it. Okay. Su Yang suppressed a smile, smacked his lips, and then patted her back gently. Good brother, when we can go out and rent a room, let's not do that kind of thing at home, okay? Okay. Su Yang couldn't help but feel overjoyed, and his heart started pounding again. Next weekend. Won't that mean he can take his relationship with his sister to the next level? This is so exciting. Shoo. Brother, keep your voice down, don't let Xiaoxia hear. Okay, sister, go to sleep. Su Yang changed position and gently embraced Yang Shui, fitting snugly together. Yang Shui was still a little worried at first, but as the minutes passed and Yang Xia showed no sign of coming over, she gradually relaxed. Before long, Yang Shui fell asleep in Su Yang's arms. She was really tired after a long day. Especially since she was in the arms of someone she felt so safe with, she fell asleep very quickly. With a kiss. Su Yang gently kissed Yang Shui and slowly fell asleep as well. When Su Yang woke up, it was already 3 o'clock in the morning.
He had just checked his phone and was about to go back to sleep when the beautiful woman in his arms woke up.
Brother, I need to go to the bathroom.
Yang Shui's pretty and charming little face was red, and her voice was extremely gentle. She rolled out of bed and hurriedly went to the bathroom.
After a while,
Yang Shui returned, covering her stomach, her expression slightly painful.
What's wrong, sister?
Su Yang couldn't help but be slightly alarmed, quickly rolled out of bed, picked her up, and gently laid her back on the bed.
It's a bit of a stomachache, I think it's about time for my period. Menstrual pain?
Su Yang really didn't know much about this kind of thing, and it seemed that people said you should drink a lot of boiled water, but he wasn't sure if that was true or not.
Well, it's about time. Every time I get stomachache, I can't even straighten up when it's serious.
Yang Shui snuggled back into Su Yang's arms and spoke softly and gently.
Sister, shall I pour you some hot water? No need, little brother. I'm not thirsty, so don't bother. Just holding you feels better. Oh, okay, then hold on tight.
Su Yang said, and hugged Yang Shui tightly.
Early the next morning, just after 5 o'clock, Yang Shui woke up again.
But Su Yang was still fast asleep.
Go back quickly, little brother, Xiao Xiao will be out of the bathroom soon.
Ugh.
Su Yang was awakened by Yang Shui's gentle kiss. Okay, I'll leave right away.
Su Yang said, rubbed his eyes, and hurriedly sat up.
Does my sister's stomach still hurt?
Well, it still hurts a little.
It's okay, brother. I'm used to this kind of pain. It happens every month, so don't worry.
Okay, sister, you must drink more boiled water or let's go to the hospital for a checkup and let the doctor help regulate it.
Okay, I know, brother.
Yang Shui said, smiling shyly and waving her hand, urging Su Yang to leave quickly.
Soon, Su Yang quietly left Yang Shui's bedroom and went to the living room. It was already light outside. Click.
With a loud noise, the door opened and Yang Shui walked out of her room.
Chapter 40 Brother, let me take care of your mom. Lao Tai, are you going to the bathroom? Wait. Let me go first, I can't hold it in anymore.
Yang Xia saw Su Yang in the living room at a glance and quickly took a step forward, rushing into the bathroom before him.
A moment later. Crackling, clattering. Lao Tai, if you're in a hurry, you can go to my mom's room. She's probably already awake by now.
After a loud noise, Yang Xia shouted to Su Yang from inside.
Forget it, I'd better not go. Let's talk about it later.
Su Yang muttered, then turned around and went back to his room.
Oh my god. That was a close call. Luckily I came out a few seconds earlier, otherwise I might have been seen by this kid.
It would be really hard to explain that.
I'm not worried about anything, but Yang Shui, she'll probably feel really embarrassed.
Once in her room, Su Yang went straight to bed and continued sleeping.
At 7 o'clock in the morning, her alarm clock woke her up promptly.
She had just finished washing up when Yang Shui had already prepared a breakfast of love.
Auntie, have some brown sugar water that I made for you.
Su Yang had searched online and found that brown sugar water could relieve menstrual pain, so after washing up, she went to the kitchen and found some brown sugar to make a cup of water for Yang Shui.
Oh, thank you, Su Yang is such a good boy.
After all, Yang Xiao was also there, so Yang Shui and Su Yang's exchanges naturally still had to be the original form of address. See, Xiao Xia, yesterday on the way back I said I had a stomachache, and Su Yang remembered to help me make brown sugar water. Yang Shui reached out to take the brown sugar water and smiled, looking over at Yang Xia. Yes, Su Yang is indeed quite attentive, and this kind of guy is most popular with girls. Yang Xia looked at Su Yang with a smile, and then turned to look at her mother. She always had the vague feeling that things between the two of them seemed a little different from before, but she couldn't put her finger on it. It was just a vague feeling. The first reason was that Su Yang had said he wanted to woo her mother, and the second was her mother's attitude towards Su Yang, which was really too good. Over the years, she had never seen her treat any man with such kindness and patience.
Really? I think Su Yang is really attentive.
He even ran from school to the office yesterday to wait for me to finish work together, saying that he was worried about me walking alone at night.
This boy really cares about other people. Xiao Xia, learn from Su Yang, okay? I wish you could care about me like that too.
Yang Shui looked at the two of them tenderly, her eyes filled with an indescribable smile.
Oh, I see. Mom. Yang Xia smiled sheepishly and didn't say anything more.
In fact, she really wanted to say, just let Su Yang take care of your mother in the future, since he wants to woo you anyway. But she didn't dare say that, or she might get lectured by her mother. But what her mother had just said at least showed that she really had a good impression of Su Yang.
It's just that she didn't think Su Yang could woo her.
And her mother might just have a better impression of Su Yang as a junior, and there shouldn't be any feelings involved. After eating Yang Shui's heartwarming breakfast, he and Yang Xia drove to school together.
Lao Tai, what do you think about bringing Xiao Pingping home to meet my mom over the weekend? Ha!
Su Yang, who was driving, couldn't help but jump in surprise at the sound of his words, and then turned his head to look at Yang Xia.
Has this buddy gone crazy? If you really bring your girlfriend home, I wonder what your mom will do.
She probably won't lose her temper in front of you, but she definitely won't approve of you.
What do you mean? Lao Tai, I'm serious. Your mom definitely won't approve. I know that. Can't I just bring her over as a classmate first? At least I can get her to know me.
Besides, Ping Ping is such a sweet and gentle girl, maybe my mom will like her. Yang Xia said seriously, as if he had been thinking about it for a long time.
Oh, so that's how you want to do it. But, what's the current situation between you and Xiao Pingping? Have you already told her about your background?
Not yet, I plan to find the right time to tell her.
But I think she will probably accept it. Oh, really? Su Yang couldn't help but be surprised. Could there be such a coincidence?
We've watched some movies like that together, and it doesn't seem like she objects.
Oh? What kind of movies? Su Yang felt like a curious baby.
She really knew nothing about this kind of love affair, but she was a little curious to know.
It's about two girls in the movie, damn it. Don't tell me you don't know. Well, I haven't experienced it, so how would I know about this? Su Yang couldn't help but feel a bit confused.
However, it seems that he has seen this kind of movie in the Sakura country. Anyway, judging from Ping Ping's performance, she might really accept me.
If you've made up your mind, just say it. Don't keep dragging your feet.
After all, when it comes to relationships, both sides need to show the utmost sincerity.
Su Yang nodded. This kind of thing could only be left to her for now. He would find an opportunity to talk to Yang Shui later.
By then, it was best not to make the relationship too tense.
This was what Su Yan was most worried about. Well, I'll say it as soon as I can. Lao Tai, my mom really likes you. But I don't think you have any hope. Just wait and see.
Don't cry when the time comes, haha.
Su Yan didn't want to explain anything for the time being.
Her thoughts would slowly change anyway. But at least one thing was good, this guy didn't violently oppose her.
Maybe this was the difference between female friends?
I'll just wait and see your joke.
I advise you, when you cry, don't be afraid of me laughing at you, Okay, Lao Tai, just wait and see. Su Yan smiled and didn't say anything else.
He pressed the accelerator, and the car quickly picked up speed. My Ping Ping sent me a message, asking if I've arrived at school yet, and if I miss her. Look at how well behaved this little girl is, a man should find a girl like this to have some fun.
Yang Xia held up his phone, flaunting it in Su Yang's face, beaming from ear to ear. Hey! Su Yang couldn't help but let out a sigh. Don't look happy now, you might not be happy for long.